to a Welsh-English expert, and they come back to you with your translation. That's what they've done. Except when they email this in, back came the email saying, I am not in the office, please send any work to be translated. But it was in Welsh, so they thought this was a translation of the English. So my sign is just complete nonsense now. But this was a real sign put in use because of the communication failure. So if we're going to be talking about asset management, is your message getting across? This is Mike's story. Mike was a colleague of mine at National Grid US. He was a relatively young engineer, been in business for 3 or 4 years. And he was called out one day to a building site, construction site, where a transformer was being replaced, upgraded, and in the little red ring at the top right is part of the substation which was still live, and we still had a 345 kV line overhead coming in, and that had been grounded. And this was a distribution transformer that we've ringed up, 34.5 kV lines, and this was vital, as it were, for the New England network, because they were extending the station. They'd limited the amount of actual electricity we could put through there, but this was a key point. One day during the construction, a grounded overhead line fell down onto the 34.5 kV lines coming into that transformer. Big fault, started outside of the transformer on each of those lines. The protection records show that it moved inside that transformer. They want to know if they, after it had tripped out, whether they can put this back in immediately. There's a lot of pressure from grid operations to say this has to go back in service. And my transformer is not going back in service. Because if they had put it back in service, it could have been a catastrophe. You've got people in the vicinity, you've got work being done, it's a safety issue, it's an environmental issue, it's a health issue. So he stuck to his guns. He stuck to it and said no. Here's another case of an asset management decision where we have a lot more time to it, a lot less pressure, but there's still time involved. What are the expectations? If I put on, as we have here, a hydrogen sensor, just for a transformer, and then we've got what we expect is like a background reading of about 60, 65 parts per million, and then suddenly there's a step change. It's not a huge step change, but it's a step change which almost doubles the hydrogen level in a few hours. This is not a very high level of hydrogen, but it's a characteristic that means something's happened in the transformer, and we're going to go look inside. Take lab samples after it was de-energized, find out that this transformer's got high levels of ethylene, medium levels of acetylene. And what had happened was we had a joint inside one of the connections to a bushing which was overheating, beginning to fail. This transformer has never been overloaded. It had never been above about 60% nameplate. This transformer had high levels of furforaldehyde in it ever since it was put in service. How do you have high levels of furforaldehyde which indicate paper aging and overheating with a transformer which has never been heavily loaded? I mean, yeah, it's 40 years old and it's working okay apart from furforaldehyde. What they found out was that these connecting leads inside the transformer had been put in the factory were too small. The cross-sectional area of those connecting leads meant that there was a high value of R. I squared R goes up, heating happens, and you get blackening and decay of the insulation around the actual test leads. Someone in the factory put these leads in. Someone in the factory who witnessed that did not check. We can't just assume that everything will be right. You've got to have a witness test. So who's going to do that? Who's got the expertise? Who are the asset management people going to send out to make sure that what we specified gets built and what gets built is correct? So here are some trench bushings. Trench bushings have a well-known and expected failure mode where we suddenly get a loss of one of the pieces of insulation between insulating foils within the bushing insulation. We wrap paper around the bushing, then we put a stress grading foil, then more paper, more foil, and so on. What we expect to see if this bushing is failing is a sudden rise in the leakage current. These are the leakage currents that we'd measure with just a standard condition monitoring device. We pick up the current, we can then infer the capacitance, we can work out what the power factor of the whole bushing is, but the current is a key indicator for trench bushings. We know that. So these folks had a nice set of trench bushings. Those three currents are different. We expect that when the capacitance of the bushings is different, and we expect that if those capacitances change. then we get a step change of about 5%, which is a huge amount of change in the leakage current for a bushing. But it then stabilized. They didn't take it out of service, they left it in. Is that a good plan? What was the plan? Who knows what the plan is? Who knows how to check the plan, act on the plan, follow up on the plan? Successful condition monitoring requires, and I mean the word requires, a response plan to be in place when you put the monitor in place. What are we expecting? What will be abnormal? What do we do? It came up again. And they left it in. I'm trying to work out after the fact what went on, because they left it in, they were getting warnings, and then it went up again. And now we're at 25% loss of insulation, which is a huge amount. You leave it in, and then it fails. So I talked to the owners and said, what was going on here? You had all of the data you needed, you had all of the warnings you needed, you had everything you could want. And they said, yeah, we put the monitor in, but we hadn't connected up the alerts or the data communication, so we had no idea what was going on. There's a colleague of mine from Dominion Energy in the US, Tommy Salmon, and he says, don't go from ignorance, where you don't know what the data is, to negligence, where you have the data, but you don't act on it. Because that means people might come and start pointing fingers and yelling at you. So you have to be very careful about putting things in and then not using them. Quick one, this is a transformer being built, and wasn't unusual in any way, shape or form. We used to buy a lot of these transformers at National Grid US, there's one there. A few years later, not many, we're expecting this thing to last 40, 50, 60 years. It failed, and it failed at a blocking point underneath the windings, which compress the windings to keep them from tearing themselves apart. The point on this one is, if you look very closely, you can see that the blocking under that winding wasn't actually correct in the factory. It was misaligned. Over time, this thing is going to move those out of the way, and so it failed a lot earlier than it should have done. So who was doing the witness testing? Why didn't they pick this up, and why didn't they fix it? If this had been a gentleman I knew at National Grid US called Mr. Philip Prout, he'd have picked that up almost immediately, and he would have got it fixed, because he was like that. Previously, they just didn't have all that expertise, and so they would be like, yep, we're fine, leave it, put it in, and then some years later, you're going to have a transformer failure way ahead of where it should be. So this is again about asset management. There's a big transformer which has arrived on site. It's been dressed. We've added in bushings, surge arresters, coolers, conservators, lots of oil being put in there. It was at that point they gave us a call and Doble and said, we found that our impact recorder for this unit shows a high level of impact. Can you come and check it out and make sure the transformer's okay? Okay, so we're based on the East Coast, Doble in the US, and this thing is out in the Midwest. Go out there, take all the equipment, do all the testing. Everything looks good. And they said, okay, can you guarantee that this thing is okay to go in service? And we said, no. We can't guarantee that. What we can guarantee is that we found no indication that it has a problem from all the testing we have done, which is a very different situation to saying that this is good to go. We have not found a problem. If it was our transformer, we would energize it. But what you do is up to you. Because this is a liability thing. America is the land of the lawsuit. If anything goes wrong, people point fingers and start having big monetary claims. They put this one back in and it was fine. This one, however, has a slightly different problem. This is a transformer that came in from South Korea, traveled across the Pacific Ocean, through the Panama Canal, up the Atlantic Ocean into Boston. They take this transformer, which had been built in the factory, tested, shipped, put on a truck, move it across the town in Boston, and then it fell off the truck. Then we asked the question, is it okay to put in service? Took about 5 minutes of internal inspection to say, no, this is not going in service. So now they've got a problem of, we bought this transformer for a reason, to put in a hole in the system. Now we don't have one. What's the lead time? It could be 3 years. What are we going to do for 3 years to fill the gap where this one was going to go? How's our spares population? Do we have spares coming in? What are we going to do? It's a big problem. Where was this in the risk register, that someone was going to drop this transformer off a truck? You don't think these drop off trucks all the time? Yes, they do. So this one hasn't even left the factory. And then we ask the question of the insurance. Well, if it was insured, can we get the money back? Yes, but you can't get the time back. You've now got a delay that you need to manage. This one's even worse because it fell in a river. Now you've got not just the new transformer needed, but you have to clean it up as well. Case of breaker maintenance. Sudden failure of a 400 kV SF6 breaker. It was built in about 1980, failed in about 2018. It was doing okay, and then the station changed. The station changed from being a coal-fired, virtually base load power station, which had breakers which would operate maybe once every few days, maybe once a week, not many times a year. And suddenly the station has changed on privatization of the industry to an intermittent station. They'd be called on by the grid control to offer spinning reserve. They'd be called on by their own asset management folks to make money with the generation. And the number of operations these breakers had rose astronomically. But no one changed the maintenance. No one changed the capability assessment of the breakers. We've maintained it, it must be good, let's use it. The arc flash was huge. Pieces of porcelain bigger than huge, were going 100 meters across the station and landing in different parts of the station. It's a huge safety issue, and they had to take all of these breakers out. They had about a dozen of them, replace them as soon as they could. So just because you've always maintained it a particular way doesn't mean that's the right thing to do. You now have to look at the capability of the unit longer term. You may be aware that Heathrow Airport had a bit of an outage earlier this year. It was a big outage. There is a huge report from NESO, the National Energy System Operator, which you can download from the NESO site. I think I've got a reference in here. There was a bushing failure on one transformer, caused a fire, protection tripped, and the transformer was taken out of service. But by that point, the transformer was on fire. That fire then caused the remaining transformers on the station to be tripped out as well. Now you can look at the station there and say, why are those transformers not separated by any kind of a barrier? Why is it possible that fire on one will then have effect on the other transformer? And that's because they built them to regulations of 1968. Transformer was built in 68 and failed in 2025. So what's that? 57 years old. Got a good life out of it. But the actual detail is a little bit more interesting. You can see from the arrangement that those transformers are big. They were quite substantial. This is an overview of the arrangement of the substations which serve Heathrow Airport. There are 3. Any one of those stations could take the load. North Hyde is the one where this went down. Iver and Laleham stations, they could both supply all of the energy that Heathrow would need individually and separately. One of the problems, and I'm giving half of the story away here, is that we don't know what the internal capabilities of the Heathrow operation is, and that's in the little green rectangle where you've got Heathrow Central, Heathrow North and Airport Road. That's theirs, that's a private network. We don't get into that as part of National Grid. So the background, 2012, doing a moisture in oil in a bushing, 8 parts per million. 2018, 48 parts per million. National Grid Electric Transmission's own statements and policies said this is an imminent failure, it needs to be replaced. That's their statement, that's what gone. They didn't do anything at that point. When the thing was out for test, they didn't take a replacement option. On the right, you can see one of those bushings. It was actually built in 1967, installed in 1968. 2022, they had an option to take it out, and they didn't. 2024, again, option to take it out, but they didn't. This was a Category 1, imminent, urgent situation, but they didn't do anything. Are they at fault? You have to be careful. They did an assessment of the transformer. 0 is new, 100 is end of life. This transformer scored 12.7, which means it's relatively new. It's 57 years old, but it looks in very, very good condition. apart from the fact that that end-of-life score does not include an analysis of the bushings. Now, you might think that's a little disappointing, but if you own a car, and I do an analysis of your car, and I look at the engine and the transmission, and I look at the brakes, and I look at the air conditioning, and I look at the radio, and I look at all the different pieces and say, they all look good. Your tyres are bad. You don't say to yourself, okay, I'm going to go and buy a new car because my tyres are bad. You maintain the tyres. You might get new ones, you might put air in them. They are a maintainable item. The main transformer is not maintainable. It has monotonic degradation. It only gets worse for the paper insulation. But they hadn't actually included the bushings as a simple item to actually address. So part of the company knew the bushings were bad, and part of the company didn't know that the bushings could take the transformer out of service. We did a little forensic test report on this thing, and we said, yep, it is definitely the bushings, because the bushing that failed, we can see the problems. The other two bushings don't show the same issues. And there was nothing going on in the tap changer. There was nothing going on in the main tank. There was nothing in the DGA there to indicate it was a main tank problem. It was the bushing, and we knew about that for 7 years. We didn't do anything. In the background, quite well known in this story is the fact that the airport knew that if the whole station went dark, as it did, they would be out of power for quite some time. Now, quite some time in an airport is 10 to 12 hours. So they knew that. Away they went. They're quite happy with that. No one told National Grid. No one told the distribution company that National Grid sent the power to for Heathrow. National Grid was not aware that having the whole station out would mean Heathrow would be out of power. They said, well, we've got 3 stations supplying this. Why aren't they then switching to another point? No, that's not what they did. Those nice people at Heathrow knew that if they were out of power, they'd have a problem, a significant problem, billions of dollars type problem from hundreds of planes around the world which are flying around that have to be redirected. But they said this is a very high impact, low probability event, and we're not going to spend the money to fix it. We don't think it's going to happen. So, as an example, for a big decision, I have a modulo 6 random number generator, also known as a dice. So I'll come to you individually as a person, I'll say, okay, we're going to roll this dice. If you roll 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5, you win $100 million. You roll a 6, you lose $100. Would you like to play? Absolutely, we can play. You can do the expected outcome, you can do the analysis, you can see the risk magnitude. All of that analysis tells you, yep, roll the dice. What happens if we say the other way around? You roll a 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5, you win $100 million. You roll a 6, you give me $100 million. The expected value is still hugely positive for you. But can you afford the loss? Can you afford to give me $100 million? I know I can't give you $100 million, that's not going to happen. But can you actually afford the loss? So the calculations that Heathrow did were not about can we afford the loss. They were thinking just in terms of expected value, likelihood, it's never going to happen, but it did. So they got problems. The recommendations from NESO for this included, we should do more condition monitoring. What's condition monitoring going to do to help you? When in 2018 we knew it was bad, category 1, and it's still bad in 2025. So part of the game here is about, well, if we do monitoring, we need to make sure that if the bushing is about to fail, we get some warning. How much warning will you get? So we could have a look at the current, we could look at power factor, we could look at all sorts of things. Is it going to give us enough warning? Likewise, digital twins. So listening to some very nice presentations yesterday on asset health index and digital twins. A digital twin doesn't tell you anything you don't already know. You can implement a digital twin using pencil and paper. The advantage of the software version is it's quicker. It doesn't mean it's right. It's a model, but we'll come to that in a minute. right now. Seagray, we have a working group on digital twins. It's a nice working group. One of the key elements of looking at a digital twin is that we take data in, we analyze it with well-known algorithms, we generate new data, however we want to do that, and we're going to use that to make some predictions or make some analysis or make some diagnosis. We then have to check how far is that data, analysis, diagnosis from reality. That's the reality gap, and they are all going to have a reality gap. Which equations did we apply? Which manipulations and analysis did we do? And to quote Mr. Einstein, as far as the law of mathematics refer to reality, they are not certain. I mean, admittedly, he's talking very specific equations, but it's a general. And as far as they are certain, they do not refer to reality. So that's quite a useful thing to keep in your mind when we look at digital twins, is that there is going to be an error. So here's a digital twin discussion. It's a model of a physical system. So we know what the physical system is. We take some data in, we can make some predictions, we get some visualization, we make pretty pictures. Color it red, yellow, green. On the right, I'm showing predicted values of temperature according to IEC and IEEE using their models for a large power transformer in terms of how hot the top oil will get, and then looking at the error between those predictions and what was measured. So you can see in brown, the IEEE rarely goes above 0 degrees error, but is frequently underestimating things. The IEC tends to be a little bit more symmetrical, so it often overestimates and it often underestimates. Two models of the same thing, two digital twins of a very simple application, and they both have errors, and those errors are different. If you use the IEEE model, you could be having a transformer where you're underestimating the temperature by 6 degrees on a regular basis. That tells you that you're losing life at half the rate it is really losing life. Your digital twin is underestimating by a factor of 2. How's that going to help you when you come to an end-of-life decision? So, some people may have seen this a little while before. All models are wrong, some models are useful. That was a quote from a statistician in 1976. And that followed up soon afterwards another gentleman. We know all models are wrong, but how far wrong does it have to be before it's unacceptably wrong? And as an example of that is a model of reality. This reality is the route I'm going to take from Turin in Italy to Vienna in Austria. And that tells me where do I go and how do I get there. Excellent. It's unacceptably wrong, in my opinion, that if it tells me to turn right and it's a no entry, that I'm not allowed to go into. Now, it's not a criticism, but I've seen some very creative driving in Delhi over the last few days. But generally, don't turn into a no entry, that's fine. But there are two things wrong with that map. Two things which are obviously wrong, but we all accept. We know it's wrong, but we don't even think about it. I often ask people, tell me what two things are wrong with the map. No, what? It's not wrong. I can use that map. Yeah, you can. Because it has things which are unacceptably wrong. And we have to look at what we're trying to work out. And what we have is reality, and then what we have is a virtual version of it. Virtual version is wrong in one way, because if you go out to that road on the map, it's not blue. Didn't even think of that, did you? It's not blue. It's a dark grey colour for the most part. And the other thing is, if that is about 1,000 kilometres between the start and the end, then what we've shown on that is a road which is about 15 kilometres wide, about 10 miles wide. It's not that wide. So there are two things which are wrong, but we accept them because they don't affect our use of it. So you've got to be very careful with digital twins, that your digital twin has errors. How big are they? Have you demonstrated how to deal with them? And is it acceptably wrong or unacceptably wrong? One of the problems is a lot of people don't realize that all models are wrong. They think they're perfect. We have a model, therefore good, therefore this, and no. You have to question. Well, some discussion yesterday about asset health indices. An asset health index is a way of compressing data down so that I can then remove all of the thinking I have to do and just say it's a 1, or it's an A, or it's a okay. So what I've done here is just give an example where I've taken different components within a power transformer. I've actually added in a subject matter expert score, because as far as I'm concerned, that is the vital one. And for each one, we're going to score them on a range of 1 to 5. 1 is good, 5 is bad. We get to choose the range. We get to choose how we do this. We get to choose what analysis is done on each component. We get to choose how that is actually performed. What we need is calibration for time. So all code 3s, for example, are going to be do something within 6 months or do something within a year. They're all the same. They're all going to be calibrated for monotonicity so that all 3s are worse than all 2s. All 5s are worse than all 4s. What do we mean by worse? They are more urgently in need of intervention, whether it's maintenance, whether it's replacement. Your asset health index can only answer one question at a time. You can't have a health index which is going to be universal. It's not going to address maintenance needs at the same time as a replacement plan, at the same time as a possible failure mode. What we need is to say failure modes are identified. How long do we have? So if I'm looking at, for example, a bushing, I need to have the monitoring data to know, is there a failure mode in operation? How far along? What do I need to do? So we scored these things. 1 is good, 5 is bad. Any 5 is more urgent than a 4. Any 4 is more urgent than a 3. Any 3 is more urgent than a 2, etc. So if I now had 2 more transformers and said to you, okay, if you were given this data today, which transformer would we investigate first? Would anyone like to offer a suggestion? This one, this transformer, number 3, because it's got a 5. It's like having a car. If the check engine light comes on and says, urgent, you need to look at this, I'm not worried what the transmission's doing. I'm not worried what the brakes are doing. I'm not worried what everything else is doing. This is the most urgent thing. I need to do that first. I can't then do some mathematics and come out with some analysis, which means I've taken a weight of this and some of that and something else and then added them together and given me a number. If I did that in this case, I would have this as the least urgent overall, on average. Things don't fail on average, they fail in particular. And you need to know what in particular you've got, how long have you got, and what you need to do. So if you're using a health index, you need to understand it. You could say, well, there's a bit of artificial intelligence in there that we've used in our digital twin to give us a health index. Doesn't matter, that needs to be a glass box that the artificial intelligence is in, not a black box. Everything needs to be justifiable and auditable so that when you make a decision, you know why, which data, what did it do. So, closing. These are 1 through 7, different stages of a transformer's asset life. I usually say to people, transformers don't have life cycles. Life cycles are things that we discuss on National Geographic or the Discovery Channel when we start looking at jungle animals and then how the parents get together and how the babies are born. There aren't any mummy and daddy transformers which get together and have baby transformers, as far as I know. So they have a life. What has a life cycle possibly are the designs that we have where we start to extract the best from different designs. But we can identify end of life. But through this bullet point at the bottom, where do we find the expertise we need at each stage? How do we know that what we're getting is specified correctly? Back to the Welsh and the English. How do we know that what they've built is exactly what we asked for? How at the start did we actually identify and justify that we need a new unit? All the way through. Who's going to install it? Who's going to test it? Do we have the insurance in case this drops off a truck at some point? All of that has to be done. We spend quite a lot of time at Doble now doing factory witness testing. We started during COVID. We have on-the-shoulder cameras. And so we're looking at every part of the transformer and relaying that back to the potential owners to make sure that they see what we see and everything is recorded. Last thing I'm going to look at, with a bit of luck. By the way, if anyone wants to take the email down, please do. Send me an email. Quite happy to talk. If at any point it sounds like I know what I'm talking about, it's because I've got hurt so many times and got it wrong so many times. And we're going to go through some analysis that is commonly done using DGA, dissolved gas analysis. And we're looking at the Duval triangle. I know Michel quite well. I know that he's got a lot of work into Duval triangles, Duval pentagons. It's all good. It's a tool to use. So first thing, I've got a result. We've done some DGA. We've gone to the lab. They've come back. They said these are the numbers. So for those who aren't too familiar with Duval triangles, we're looking at 3 gases. In this case, it's methane, ethylene, acetylene. They each have a ppm value. We add those together. We call that 100%. How much of each one do we have as a percentage? So in this case, we have 3 values, and it puts us in a D1, discharge of low energy. First thing to note, which I always spotted almost immediately the first time I saw this, was there is no point in there which says your transformer is good. Wherever you plot a point, it will give you a diagnosis of a problem. Question is, how accurate is our laboratory? Most laboratories will admit to being good to IEC, which is you should be better than 15%. That does not mean that the actual value in the oil is within 15% of what we have measured. It means that what we have measured should be within 15% of what is actually in the oil. So now we can go and do a step and say, well, for example, if I had this ABC, is that capable of giving me the result we've got? DEF, another set of 3 results, is that capable of giving me the result we've got? And we go through. All of these particular points plotted are a set of 3 gases which could have given me my original piece of data. They're all valid to say this is what could be in that transformer. That's at 15% accuracy. That's a decent laboratory. Good laboratories will do 5%. If you have a poor online condition monitoring device, and this is according to Seagray, that could be 35% accuracy, at which point you've got a problem, because now there are more possible sources outside of D1 than inside of D1. It's more likely to not be D1 than it is to be D1. But if all you have is that one point, there's a lot of confidence to say that's D1, because look, that's where I've plotted the point. If you go for 5%, it's a lot more accurate. So you have online DGA devices which use gas chromatography, and they tend to be 5 or 6%. Infrared devices tend to be 15%, and in practice, more like 35%. So you've got to be careful, and that's a Seagray report. Technical brochure 783 came out in 2019, and you get accuracies of worse than 50% when you're at low levels. So at which point, how's your digital twin going to cope with that? How's your health index going to cope with that? Who knows about that? Who is actually able to question the data? So to me, it all comes back to it's an asset management world. Technical suggestion, asset management decisions, but question everything. The one slide I would have put in here if I had a moment was what's known as ABC. Assume nothing, believe nobody, check everything. And if you're going to remember one thing from today, I would recommend that be it, ABC. Assume nothing, believe no one, check everything. And I'll leave you with that thought. Thank you. I'm going to keep my dice. Shall I leave it? Do I leave?
Do you have any questions?
Was that clear? Good.
It's not clear. Sir, please stay. So may I request Mr. Neeral Patel, CMD Atlanta, to kindly felicitate Mr. Tony. Thank you, sir. Moving towards our next session, I would request Mr. Jitendra Mamtora, CMD, Transformers and Rectifiers, to kindly present a keynote address.
Good morning, everyone. Distinguished guests, industry leaders, colleagues, and friends. It is a privilege to be with you today in a room full of people who literally power the world. We often say that the power sector is the backbone of the economy. But if power is the backbone, then transformers are the vertebrae, invisible, critical, and everywhere. From a small distribution transformer in a village in Bihar to a 765 kV transformer or 1150 kV transformer at Bina substation, feeding an industrial hub in Europe, our products shape how reliably and efficiently electricity reaches the people. Today I want to talk about a simple but powerful idea. How can Indian transformer manufacturers move from supplying equipment to shaping global power systems and in the process dramatically grow our exports? I will structure this talk around 5 key pillars: understanding global demand shifts, competing on more than price, quality, reliability, and brand, technology innovation and standards as growth engines, building export readiness, capabilities, certifications, and partnerships, policy, financing, and ecosystem support. Understanding global demand shifts. If we want to win in exports, we must first understand where the world is going technically, politically, and economically. Global drivers of transformer demand. 3 big trends are reshaping demand for transformers worldwide: energy transition and decarbonization, massive investments in renewable, solar, wind, and hybrid projects. Grid integration of renewable is driving demand for grid-connected step-up transformers, inverter-duty transformers, high-impedance, low-loss units suitable for variable generation. Countries in Europe, the Middle East, Southeast Asia, and Africa are all planning large renewable capacity additions. Transmission expansion and grid modernization. As cities grow and industries expand, utilities are upgrading from 132 kV to 765 kV, and now we are talking about 1150 kV, 1200 kV systems. Investing in EHV and UHV systems, focusing heavily on grid reliability, interconnections, and cross-border links. This increases demand for power transformers of 220 kV, 407 and 765 kV, and now also we are talking about 1200 kV. HVDC converter transformers in the future, or we have already started using HVDC converter transformers and HVDC lines. Special application transformers, phase shifting, auto transformers, shunt reactors, etc. 3. Electrification of transport and industry, railways, metros, data centers, EV charging infrastructures, and green hydrogen all require specialized transformers with higher overload capacity, better thermal performance, specific harmonic insulation requirements. These changes means the global transformer market is not just growing in volume, it is evolving in complexity. There is room for players like India who can combine engineering depth with cost competitiveness. Where are the main export opportunities? Some particularly attractive regions for Indian manufacturers include Africa, Middle East, Southeast Asia, Latin America, and Eastern Europe. The key message here is global demand is real, growing, and aligned with our capabilities, but we must position ourselves correctly. Competing on more than price, quality, reliability and brand, that is what our aim should be. For too long, many Indian manufacturers have tried to win primarily on cost. Price competitiveness is our strength, but being the cheapest is not the long-term strategy. In high voltage equipment, the decision makers worry less about the lowest initial price, but more about failure rates, life cycle cost, energy losses, delivery reliability, and service support. A single transformer failure in foreign utility can do more damage to our export prospects than 10 successful supplies can repair. To shift the global perception, we need to adopt and strictly adhere to the international standards, which are IEC, IEEE, EN standards as applicable, strengthen our testing capability. Imagine a future that phase Indian transformers globally evokes the same confidence as German engineering or Japanese reliability. That must be our collective ambition. We should walk into a tender or customer negotiation with not only the initial price, but a compelling story on lower no-load losses, load losses, reduced lifetime energy cost, improved installation systems, etc. And all the other parameters which affects the life of the transformer. Another thing, besides the engineering, quality, etc., they will customer when they ask you, can you supply us the transformers regularly in time? That's where we fail. I remember one incident when we were supposed to deliver one transformers to Canada, and we had an agent there, and we were selling to the agent was selling to the utility or the end customer. We got delayed in manufacturing the transformer. The agent, he air shipped the transformer from India to Canada, with the cost of that was more than the cost of the transformer. This is what, we need to adhere to our commitments for the supply, quality apart. Quality is the first requirement. We also have to look at the innovation. See, if you ask me personally, this is my favorite subject, that the technology in India has come from either Europe, America or Russia, and then it is a floating technology. And the main concern for the manufacturers overseas is that they want to save on the labor. Labor cost is as much as the material cost. So they have always preferred to put in little more material than what they should. So we have to work on this to ensure that our transformers are not only economical, not only from the price wise, but design wise optimization has to be done. Now we are talking about digital and smart transformers. Integrated sensors, which has become a part and parcel of the transformers requirement and the requirement of the utilities and the customers. Online condition monitoring, integration with utilities, SCADA and asset management performance, predictive maintenance analysis. That is what was said by Tony from Doble. Aligning with international technical standards, we need to work on that. We need to work closely with the standards so that we know exactly what they want and why they want. Technology alone does not guarantee exports. We need organizational readiness, factory processes and quality certification. International buyers look for ISO 9001, most of us has that, ISO 14001 and ISO 45001. In some cases, ISO 17025 for in-house testing labs. These are not just certificates on the wall, they demonstrate consistency, traceability and control which large utilities and EPCs expect. Supply chain robustness. A global customer will ask, can you deliver on time, as I said earlier? Every time. Do you have multiple reliable suppliers for critical items? How do you manage logistic, packaging, and transport of large units? So everything, we have to consider all this. Institutionalizing the design and engineering excellence. For export, we must move from heroic individual effort to institutional capability. Strong design teams with short-circuit calculation skills, thermal and dielectric design expertise, finite element modeling where needed, knowledge management, capturing and feedback, failures, successes, and capturing all these details. We have to have the strategic partnerships. We can partner with global EPCs and their preferred suppliers for projects in Africa, Middle East, and Asia. Local agents, representatives in target countries who understand regulations and networks, explore technology collaborations for niche products, especially HVDC transformers, special traction transformers. Joint ventures where it helps, and we have SS. Then again, another thing is policy, financing, and ecosystem support from the government. While industry must lead, policy and ecosystem support can accelerate our journey, leveraging Make in India and export promotion schemes. The Government of India has launched several initiatives to support manufacturing and exports. As an industry, we should proactively use export credit and insurance facilities, incentives for setting up and expanding manufacturing capacity, support for participating in international trade fairs and exhibitions. Industry associations can play a big role in branding Indian transformers collectively, conducting roadshows in target countries, coordinating with embassies and trade missions. Most of the things are done during IEEMA. IEEMA does this. Financing and risk management has to be looked after. What we must do differently starting now. Let me try to summarize the key shifts we need to embrace, from price competition to value and reliability competition, from local standards to global standards and benchmarking performances, from commodity products to engineered, innovative, and sometimes customized solutions, from isolated efforts to ecosystem and partnership based upon export strategies, from transactional thinking to long-term relationship with customers and countries. Practically, this means investing consistency in R&D and test facilities, training our young engineers in international standards, design, tools, and digital technologies, building a culture where every drawing, every bolt, every test report is prepared as if it is going to global utility, because increasingly it will standardizing together for an industry to brand transformers from India. Africa's electrification target has been largely met. Southeast Asia has integrated large amounts of renewable energy. The Middle East has diversified its grid and industrial base. Green hydrogen, EVs, and data centers and digital infrastructure have exploded in scale. In this future, I would like to see Indian transformer installed in every major substation in Africa. Indian-made transformers as standard equipment on renewable projects in Southeast Asia. Indian companies participating in high-end projects, HVDC, offshore, evacuation, metro, and rail, not only at home but worldwide. This is not a dream, it is entirely achievable because we already have an engineering talent, we already have a strong manufacturing base, we already have the cost advantage. What we need now is ambition, discipline, and collaboration. To everyone in this room, whether you run a factory, design a transformer, handle testing, manage procurement, or lead company, you all are part of a sector that is critical to the future of not just India, but the world. If we get this right, we will not only boost exports and create jobs, we will help our inclusive growth and clean energy across continents. Thank you, and I look forward to seeing Indian transformer manufacturer not just participating in the global market, but leading it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for the informative address. So may I request you to kindly stay here only, please. Now may I request Mr. Vishnu Agarwal, founder and CMD, Technical Associates Transformers Limited, to kindly felicitate the sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Moving towards our special So moving forward towards the today's special session, that is Lifetime Achievement Award, and I would like to call upon the stage Mr. R. Prakash to kindly take it forward.
Good morning. Thank you for making the second successful day of Trafotech. It's a great pride, privilege, extreme happiness to be here to announce the Best Lifetime Achievement Award for the legendary leaders in our transformer industry, who none other than the legend, icon, master J.G. Kulkarni Saab. If a transformer industry has a face, if a transformer industry has a face, please sit down, has a mind, has a soul, has a body, it is called JGK. When the transformer quality was a stigma, When the transformer industry was a stigma once, he brought the great Six Sigma to make it a successful quality initiative, one of the most turnaround quality initiative of the industry. His popular statements, I often say, his popular statements, Japanese quality, Chinese price. What do I say? He completely narrowed down a shell of what it means to deliver a good transformer and good electrical product to the industry. I am very happy to read his full citation. 2 pages of paper is not adequate to talk about his achievement, his life, but I will try to do my justice best of my ability. Mr. J.G. Kulkarni, very fondly called JGK, born on 27th October 1954, on the day of Diwali Padwa, in a very small village of Satara district of Maharashtra. His father was working in the government of Gujarat with an initial posting in a very small village near Kutch, which is close to India-Pakistan border. The place was so remote with no school education beyond 4th standard, where JGK Saab started his education in a Gujarati medium with no English medium school available. Yet another proof, English medium is not the road to success. And later he moved to another village near Surendranagar, where his education continued in a municipality school from 5th standard till 7th standard in a Gujarati medium. Then he moved to Vadodara and completed SSC, 11th standard those days, in Gujarati medium again. He got selected in the university science stream and performed exceptionally well and qualified to get an admission in BE Electrical in the great MS University Vadodara. All along 5 years of the BE, JGK Saab was a rank holder among the top 3 with a distinction. On completion of BE, he joined Jyoti in R&D department in HVAC laboratory. Of course, the job was not very exciting, but the luck was on his side. He got selected in the Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, and completed the master's degree in engineering with the highest CGPA, and that is where the life started with the Crompton Greaves. CG picked him from the campus for their upcoming EHV Nashik plant. Continued with the technical functions till 1997, and he was asked to lead the profit center in Nashik and got elevated as vice president of switchgear in 2001. With a consistent business performance, he got elevated to VP of Power BU, Business Unit of Asia, in 2006, and he got located in Bombay for managing business of switchgear, both Nashik and Aurangabad, and 2 PT plants, power transformer plants in Mumbai and Bhopal, and DT in Malanpur, Crompton, Malanpur, Gwalior, and PT plant in Jakarta, EPC in Gurgaon, and Jalgaon distribution franchisee of MSCDCL. And finally, he became executive vice president and president of Global Power BU based out of Belgium in 2012 for power plants in Belgium, Hungary, Ireland, USA and Canada, including Jakarta, in all power business units in India. During his last phase with CG, he managed the business of power products and solutions globally with a revenue stream of 7,000 crores. He consistently managed the profitable business growth through 19 profit centers, of which 10 in India, 9 spread across Europe, America and SEAP regions for products and solution business in power transformers up to 765 kV. The kind of product range which he has completely managed was distribution transformers, 765 kV transformer, EHV and MV switchgear from 11 kV to 765 kV, substation of EPC till 765 kV, SS Automation and Power Distribution franchisee. And his significant game-changing contribution was strongly positioning CG in India for ultra-high voltage of 760 kV and 1200 kV level. Apart from leading in India and global role, he was a managing director of CG Holding Belgium and a board member of various CG subsidiaries and JV companies like CG Lucy Switchgear, CG Electric System Hungary, CG Power System Indonesia, Crompton Prima Switchgear Indonesia, and CG ZAV Power Automation Solution Limited, which is another game-changing company in India. He immensely contributed in various domains internationally, including quality system and TQM, including the very popular Six Sigma, which he has completely changed. Apart from his role and industry as in Crompton and other companies, his association with IEEMA was another game-changing one. That is his contribution to the industry. His association with the IEEMA began in 1997, and he was an executive council member and for a few years, and finally became a president of IEEMA in the year 2012 and 2013. Then, after the pass of 2 years, even after he became a president of IEEMA, he decided he wanted to contribute to industry by becoming a chairman of SME division. Today, all of us knows SME is the heart of the Indian industry growth and success. So he was the chairman of SME division for a few years, and currently the mentor and coach of the SME division. During this period, he published an article, very beautiful article in IEEMA journal, 7 attributes of a successful and SME entrepreneurs, which enable them to achieve enduring success. It's a very worthwhile article for all of you to read it, and I request you to read it actually. During the entire professional tenure, he got an opportunity to learn from the global thought leader. To name a few: Ramcharan, Stephen Covey, Jagdish Seth, and Goldratt. To give you a personal story, that he was personally leading in Crompton for the 7 habits of, the famous 7 habits of success from Stephen Covey, and he was personally educating the people, how this can be implemented. Goldratt, the great Goldratt, the famous author of the Goal. He personally, once Crompton was thinking of hiring him as a consultant. After seeing J.G.K. Saab's success of implementing his principles, the great Goldratt himself said, I don't think J.G.K. need my consultancy. He himself another Goldratt in India. That was a great statement to show this thing. Apart from that, he's another voracious reader of management books. He has a collection of more than 1,000 management books, leadership books in his house, and he himself a leader. He himself a book of the leaders. Currently, he is serving as the vice chairman of Cable Corporation of India, a board member in Skipper Sail, CRIFS, and chairman of Modison Limited, and a business advisor for small SME in power sector. He resides in Mumbai with his wife, Madam Savita, which I thank her for her enduring support, and his son, Ruturaj, an automotive engineer working in Michigan in a renowned US automotive company. Despite his age of 71 years, like a true other leaders in the transformer industry, he is always active, agile, still willing to learn, still willing to teach what you want to learn. It's a great privilege and pride to invite him to receive the award. The award feels honored to bestow this Best Leadership Award for Lifetime Achievement to Mr. J.J. Kulkarni. Give him a big round of applause. I request friends to brought him together to the dais to receive the award. Give him a big round of applause, friends. I request another legendary icon of our industry and a close friend of JGK, Mr. Shrikant Potnis, to come and present his shawl in the memory of his Lifetime Achievement Award. Please, sir. Hare, sir. I request both Mr. Potnis and Reshumadanji to offer the shawl to the great leader JGK. I now request one of the top technopreneurs of the country, Mr. Jitendra Mamtora Saab, to offer the award to JGK Saab. I now request the recipient of this award, icon, the stalwart, whatnot, JGK sir, to make the acceptance speech.
Thank you very much, Prakash. Now I know why you are an excellent marketing guy. Yeah, you can sell the product with less feature, but convincing customer that it has high features. Thank you very much. So good morning to all of you, my friends from Transformer family, IEEMA, friends and all colleagues, and my well-wishers. I think, let me tell you, Imtiaz is here? Oh, great. Yeah, so let me tell you, 26th of November morning, 10:33 a.m., a call from Dubai, Imtiaz. Sir, I have a good news to share with you. I said, excellent. I thought he must have got a big kind of a contract in his company or something he would like to share. I said, excellent, tell me, I will be very excited and I would like to compliment you. And he says, sir, it is not about me, it is about you. I said, what? About for what? And then he shared this, and that's the reason I'm in front of you today here in this Trafotech Global 2025 in presence of you. Thank you very much. So again, let me start. Today is a golden Friday, a delightful day in my 45 years of professional journey. Completed 45 years of professional journey, and today is a real delightful day. I must thank organizing committee members of Trafotech. I must thank Chairman of Power Transformer Division and Vice Chair, and Mr. Vikrant as a technical committee head. This award is a strong reminder to me. I call it as not only a contribution achievement, but I call it as not an award, but I call it as a contribution, and that is something which has to continue from me till the time I am active. And that is what is my promise to Indian industries and all my colleagues anywhere on any products I will be available. I sincerely feel and acknowledge the credit of this achievement to two large institutions. Both these institutions existed on Indian soil before I was born. One of that is Crompton Greaves Limited. I think Prakash talked about it, but the significant aspect is this company invested so much of time for my development, empowered me to take decisions, allowed me to take challenges, n number of things. I still believe that they allowed me to learn product from 11 kV to 12,000, 1,200 kV. I could get an experience to really handle all four categories of insulating products. Product which is a vacuum, product which is an oil, product which is a gas, product which is a solid insulation. From one location to multiple locations in India, and then subsequently to the global locations. I think that is something creditable. And 35 years of working in CG, I never made my CV. Why? Because this company gave me something which money cannot buy. And that's where I really dedicate this award to both these institutes, and one of that is CG. Second, you know it by now, it is IEEMA. 29 years of association, starting many years back, sitting in a conference room of a divisional meeting of some product and understanding what the things are happening in terms of product and product divisions and what needs to be done. And that's how I kept on learning, and went ahead, became executive council, and then the president. IEEMA taught me many things: people, policies, practices, and platform to really contribute and connect and conceive beyond the boundaries of my own company. Here I came across very wonderful people, past presidents, all executive council members, and all the entrepreneurs and the leadership team across the industry. I kept on meeting on time and again, gave me tremendous learning of a kind which unbelievably I would not have got it otherwise. Last but not the least, the secretariat of IEEMA, where such a dedicated team which converts any event at a level of global standard, working at the background of the screen and delivers it to all of us. I think a great job secretariat under the leadership of Charu, I don't know whether she is here, is being done by all the secretariat team members in Mumbai, in Delhi, and various other locations. Let me share with you what IEEMA gave me. If someone asks me, then I say that very simple. What is my net worth is the network I have. And that network is created by IEEMA and not otherwise. And so that's more valuable than the financial net worth I have. And that's where I respect IEEMA for such a wonderful experience they have given me, and remember me even at the age of 71 also, to be available for any event or situation. My journey, professional journey, would have been incomplete without IEEMA. If IEEMA would not have been there, my journey would not have been complete. And I really thank them. Coming back to Trafotech 25, I am very excited when I saw the theme of the event as Made in India for the global market. It's a very inspiring, exceptionally well said, in a very simple statement, a big achievement which Indian industry across all the products, and particularly power transformer industries, have to now think of ambition. This is an intent. This is a theme, but the theme has to be converted into an intent. And this theme is something which is not optional now. It has to be done. There is no option. This theme, if one has to really convert into an intent which is clear and measurable and definable, then I will call it as, for transformer division, power transformer division particularly, my wish is, and at a draft level I am saying it, that the power transformer industry in India by year 2035 will achieve 35% of the global market share excluding China. That is an ambition with which and where is Prakash? And Prakash will be leading this initiative, and I know by 2035 you will be likely to be the president of IEEMA. So with that, let me tell you that made in India global market is not an option, but this 35% market share, this number has come from my mind just like that. And you can say that it's a stupid number and what madness you're talking. Let me talk. I call it as a BHAG. You know BHAG, big, hairy, audacious goal. It is that kind of goal. If we start thinking about it, the actions will follow and actions will lead to the result. Every one of us sitting here who are the entrepreneurs, leadership team members of the transformer industry have ability, passion to deliver it. We have heard it over the last 2 days. The kind of initiatives which companies are taking it, kind of capacity which is being built in India, kind of government policies which have become conducive for us to really achieve it, then why can't we achieve it? So I am living with this theme, I am living with this intent that 2035 Trafotech, we are going to celebrate with 35% market share in the global market for Indian transformer company. And I will be personally, and Prakash, you will have to ensure that I attend that event, and I will be personally available to really see this event to be of that kind. Thank you very much for such a big honor, and thank you. I am really delighted. Best of luck. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your throughout support to IEEMA. Now, may I request Mr. Imtiaz Siddiqui to kindly take it forward, please.
Good morning, friends. I am in a very difficult situation now, and you all have to bail me out. I wanted to speak before Prakash Bhai, because I know that I will not be able to manage or, match his energy, that too after having a sleepless night to reach here on time. Okay, so I have been given this responsibility to introduce the Lifetime Achievement Award for Technical Services to the nation. And I am in a fix. I am both proud that I have been given this opportunity to introduce him, but at the same time I am also nervous, because how can a torch throw a light on sun? This is impossible. So definitely, when I am in any kind of fix, I go to my favorite activity, looking at the Urdu couplets. And I found a couplet for him, and that couplet says that यूं तो दरिया में होते हैं कतरे ही कतरे सब, यूं तो दरिया में होते हैं कतरे ही कतरे सब, कतरा वही है जिसमें के दरिया दिखाई दे. For my colleagues who doesn't understand Urdu or Hindi, every ocean is full of droplets, but the real droplet is the one which can, manifest the entire ocean. So, ladies and gentlemen, I take this opportunity to introduce Mr. Virendra Lakhiani as the Lifetime Achievement Award winner for Trafotech Global 2025. I am humbled because I got an opportunity to work with him in the initial days of Trafotech, where he has guided me a lot how to manage such large events. In my last Trafotech Global Award ceremony, I made a confession that I have learned the process, and the presentation from Mr. P. Ramchandran Saab. And today I am making another confession that how to handle a critical situation during the event and take the decision on ground, I have learned that from Mr. Virendra Lakhiani ji. I have never seen him worried, even if things are not going the way. With his calm demeanor, with his cool approach, he will give us a solution which probably nobody will even think that there was a glitch or there was a problem. So thank you, sir, for teaching us, or especially teaching me all these nuances of life which helped me to reach where I am today. It's difficult to, as Kulkarni Sahab has said, it's difficult to match the, eloquency of Prakash Bhai, a marketing man, and that too for a technical person. So I will first read the citation before you, and then I will invite for the shawl ceremony and award presentation. So Lifetime Achievement Award citation for Trafotech Global 2025 presented to Mr. Virendra Lakhiani in recognition of exceptional contribution to transformer technology and power engineering excellence. The Trafotech Global 2025 Lifetime Achievement Award is conferred upon Mr. Virendra Lakhiani in honor of his pioneering leadership and transformative contributions to India's power sector and to the advancement of global transformer technology. As a visionary engineer, Mr. Lakhiani has been instrumental in shaping India's high voltage transformer capabilities, most notably through his leadership of the team that designed and developed India's first 1200 kV transformer, a landmark achievement that positioned India among the elite nations with ultra-high voltage transmission capabilities. This groundbreaking accomplishment stands as a testament to his technical acumen, innovative spirit, and commitment to advancing India's power structure. Throughout his distinguished career, Mr. Lakhiani has embodied the highest standard of engineering excellence, mentoring generations of power engineers, and contributing invaluable expertise that has strengthened India's electrical grid infrastructure. His deep technical knowledge, combined with practical field experience, has established him as one of the most respected authorities in transformer technology worldwide. His legacy encompasses technical achievement, thought leadership, knowledge dissemination, and the cultivation of engineering talent, all of which continue to drive innovation in the power sector. Mr. Lakhiani's dedication has not only advanced transformer technology, but has inspired countless professionals to pursue higher standard in power engineering. This award recognizes Mr. Lakhiani as a luminary whose contributions have left an indelible mark on India's power sector and whose vision continues to illuminate the path of future generations. Presented with the highest esteem at Trafotech Global 2025. So, ladies and gentlemen, his experience is almost my age. He has started his career with BHEL in 1970, and I was born in 1968. So, anybody serving the industry or the transformer fraternity for more than 5 decades deserves a standing applause. Thank you very much. Now I will request the recipient of last year's last Trafotech Lifetime Achievement Award winner, Mr. Ramchandran ji, to come to the stage to welcome Lakhiani Saab and present the shawl to him. Now I request another stalwart of our industry, Vishnu Agarwal ji, to come and present the citation and the memento to Lakhiani Saab. Vishnu Agarwal ji. To match the energy of Prakash Bhai, I will seek support from Ramchandran sir to add to what I have said so that we can have an equivalency. Ramchandran ji.
Good morning. I met Mr. Lakhiani almost 55 years ago in 1970 when he joined BHEL, not BHEL, at that time it was Heavy Electrical Engineering Limited. So I went to Bhopal. That was my first time I am traveling to North India out of Kerala. So I went there to present a paper on transformer engineering. That is, I am still doing. So Mr. Lakhiani was just joined HEL. I met him during that time. And after that, it is a long period, almost half a century, we were working together also. Apart from the citation, I just want to say in common words what his contribution to transformer industry in India. He has been a very hard worker, dedicated, sincere worker for transformer industry. Most of the transformer manuals, whenever it was edited, his hard work contributed to its present form. Not only BHEL, after leaving BHEL, he has at least supported at least 3 or 4 major transformer companies to come up and to meet to the level. The transformer, even though you have all the knowledge, all the manuals, or the technology, there are small things that some people, some experienced people have to contribute that. Otherwise, always new companies will find this difficulty that when introducing that way, Mr. Lakhiani was able to help at least or contribute to come up the technology of at least 3 or 4 companies in India. That is his great contribution to the transformer industry and transformer engineering in India, and also the technical manuals also. His contribution is a good speaker, he can write well, and he has contributed a lot for improving the transformer technology in India. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ramchandran ji, for giving words to my thought. And before I request him for his acceptance speech, I remember a couplet from Dr. Bashir Badr which says that, and it is very true to him because of his humble background from where he started and today where he is. ये फूल कोई मुझको विरासत में मिले हैं, ये फूल कोई मुझको विरासत में मिले हैं, तुमने मेरा कांटों भरा बिस्तर नहीं देखा. So I know it's not easy to be here where he is today. Sir, with utmost respect, I request you to deliver the acceptance speech.
Distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, members of IEEMA Trafotech 2025, ladies and gentlemen, friends, a very good morning to you all. It is with profound humility and immense gratitude that I stand before you today to accept this Lifetime Achievement Award for Technical Excellence in the Transformer Industry. This honor is not just for me. It is a recognition. It reflects the collective effort of many engineers, workers, mentors, and visionaries who have been part of my 57 years in the industry. When I began my career, transformer technology was driven mainly by manual craftsmanship, incremental design improvements, and years of hands-on experience. From my early days of slide rule to sophisticated software simulations now, the transformer design have become a long way, have come a long way, faster, more accurate, based on FEM-based calculations, and more reliable. When I joined this industry in 1968, the EHV transmission was 220 kV and 400 kV was UHV. Soon in 70s, 400 kV became EHV and 765 kV assumed position of UHV. Now 765 kV is EHV and UHV AC 1200 kV is going to be commercialized soon. I was fortunate enough to have been associated with evolving and challenging transformer designs of all EHV and UHV systems, including the 1200 kV experimental line at Bina. Transformer technology over the years in India has evolved significantly, from mineral oil to esters, from stacked cores to amorphous laminations, from fluid to dry, from empirical design to AI-assisted modeling. Every advancement tells a story of shared knowledge. As we look ahead, the transformer industry faces both a challenge and an extraordinary opportunity. We are at the confluence of rising power demand, renewable integration, smart grids, and lighter environmental standards. Transformers must become more efficient, quieter, lighter, and more sustainable. They must integrate seamlessly with power electronics, digital monitoring, condition-based maintenance, and data-driven asset management. I'm sure transformer engineers of today's generation will meet all emerging challenges in near future. I consider myself a student of transformer engineering. Like Newton, I am counting smoother pebbles at the seashore, whilst the great ocean of transformer knowledge lies all undiscovered before me. I am still learning, and perhaps one lifetime is not adequate to understand this simple, static, yet complicated product the transformer is. My sincere and humble thanks to IEEMA and the Trafotech Global Conference for honoring this honor, for bestowing this honor. For decades, Trafotech has been our country's intellectual capital. It is where theory meets practice, where ideas are stress tested, and where friendships are forged across states and continents. To be recognized by the very community, my community, carries a warmth that is truly special for me. This award is not merely a personal honor, it is testament to the collaborative spirit Trafotech's foster. First and foremost, I would like to thank the transformer industry itself, the magnificent field of humming steel, copper, and insulating oil, of electromagnetic and electrostatic fields, and meticulous engineering has been my intellectual playground, my professional home, and my passion for decades. Over the decades, I have had the privilege of working alongside some of the brightest minds in the industry, my mentors, my lighthouses, Shri C.R. Warrior, Shri D.V. Narke, Shri T.K. Mukherjee, Shri Vijay Ramesh, Shri Jitu Bhai Mamtoda ji, and Shri Vishnu Agarwal, to name a few, who have been industry stalwarts and constant sources of inspiration for me. In fact, I owe this award to them. I also wish to acknowledge my colleagues, peers, and teams of engineers across the years who have shared their knowledge, challenged my assumptions, and stood alongside me through both successes and failures. Above all, I dedicate this award to the younger generation of engineers and researchers who are now taking forward the vision of transformers for a sustainable, smart, and resilient future. Thank you all for your trust, your encouragement, and for making this industry, for me, not just a profession, but a lifelong passion. The journey of this length is possible without, no journey of this length is possible without an anchor. To my family, my wife, my children, I offer my most profound and personal thanks. You have lived with my preoccupation with flux densities, current densities, and loss optimization, with my travels for conferences and factory visits on odd times, with my midnight burning lamps. Your unwavering love, patience, and sacrifices have been the constant power source in my life. Thank you, IEEMA. Thank you, Trafotech Global 2025. And thank you for this meaningful recognition, and incredible honor. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for your acceptance speech and wonderful insight that you shared with us. One last request. I don't want to leave this opportunity when two stalwarts are there. So I would request JGK Sahab and the whole team to come here and have a group photograph before we break for the tea break. Thank you.
Also, Puru,
Yeah. Hey, Anand bhai, Puru. Vishnu ji, please. Jitu bhai, Ramchandra Sahab.
in the Trafotech, Trafo is Ramachandra Saab, Tech is Lekhiani Saab.
Thank you everyone on the dais. Now we are breaking for tea and we will be back by 12:10.
Various needs in the electronics industry, contributing to the miniaturization of components and energy saving. In all these ways and more, we have striven to create highly functional materials that solve our customers' issues and achieve a sustainable society. We promise to uphold our commitment to quality as a materials professional, to open new doors in different industries with our progressive will, and to be proactive in making the world a better place. Proterial will continue to solve social issues through materials by further evolving the structural and composition control technologies centered on metals that we have cultivated over more than 100 years, while adding new capabilities and innovations. Moving confidently ahead with quality for a sustainable future. Proterial.
Power. It drives progress, connects industries, and shapes the future. As the energy landscape shifts from conventional fuels to green alternatives, Atlanta Electricals is at the forefront, ensuring stability today while enabling the transition to a sustainable tomorrow. At Atlanta, we don't just build transformers, we strengthen the backbone of a reliable, evolving power grid. From solar and wind to conventional power, our transformers ensure seamless transmission across industries and communities, helping shape a smarter, cleaner, and more resilient energy future. For decades, Atlanta Electricals has been at the heart of power transformation, ensuring industries, infrastructure, and transmission networks run without disruption. With a presence across 19 states and 3 union territories in India, we have installed over 78,000 MVA and more than 4,000 units, while steadily expanding into global markets. At the core of our operations is a manufacturing ecosystem built for precision and scale. With 5 advanced production facilities, we are equipped to meet the evolving demands of modern energy infrastructure. Every transformer we make is designed to last longer and perform better. Our diverse transformer range supports critical sectors nationwide, from power transformers to furnace transformers and special duty units to inverter duty transformers. We have solutions for all customer needs. We also power transportation through trackside railway transformers, and our green ester oil transformers offer a sustainable, safer and longer-lasting solution. India is moving towards its vision of becoming a developed economy by 2047. And Atlanta Electricals is not just keeping pace. We are thinking ahead. As we move toward a brighter, greener future, Atlanta remains committed to powering progress and transforming lives. Together, we will build the energy systems of tomorrow.
At dawn, the world wakes up to new possibilities. Streets hum, dreams take flight, and progress reaches new heights. A quiet force drives it all. CG Power and Industrial Solutions Limited, an engineering conglomerate with a rich and diverse portfolio of products and services, has been the driving force for more than 88 years, powering economies, industries, and your everyday lives. CG Motors, the force behind every motion. 1 in every 3 motors in India carries the CG name. We don't just power industries, we set them in motion. As pioneers of India's first complete range of IE2, IE3 and IE4 motors in India, we continue to redefine efficiency, reliability and performance. Our range of commercial motors is built for performance and durability, powering everyday applications across industries, appliances and compact machinery. Built to perform in the most demanding conditions, our large motors and generators power everything from heavy industry and transportation to utilities and power plants. CG Consumer Products, the force behind reliable comfort everywhere. Since re-entering the FMEG segment in 2019, we have been delivering a wide range of consumer electrical products, including industrial and domestic fans, pumps, water heaters, and air coolers. From factories to farmlands, homes to highways, CG moves the world forward. CG Transformers, the force behind powering progress. As one of the top 5 leading Indian manufacturers of high-performance power and distribution transformers, we have been powering the nation's progress while supporting global power infrastructure. Our transformers power industries and communities, accelerating economic growth and enabling innovation. CG Switchgears, the force behind your everyday reliability. Our advanced switchgear solutions ensure seamless power transmission, keeping industries, homes and communities running smoothly. From cutting-edge condenser bushings and current transformers built to perform even in high altitude and seismic zones, to gas circuit breakers, surge arresters and indigenous gas-insulated switchgear, 11 kilowatts to 245 kilowatts, our products meet the highest global standards such as IEC and IEEE. With customized automation systems, we ensure reliable protection and uninterrupted performance. From sunrise to sunset, we empower lives. From progress to promise, we help shape ambitions into reality. CG, the force that innovates today, inspires tomorrow, and builds legacies.
Powering progress, lighting lives, and shaping the future. The company currently manufactures various types of transformers up to 100 MVA 132 kV class. Dry type cast resin transformers up to 5 MVA 33 kV class. Control relay panels along with substation automation services for substations up to 400 kV. For you, we make power equipments of high quality and global standards. For us, we build only trust. Danish, a unit of trust.
In a world where energy drives progress and shapes the future, Indotech Transformers stands out for its unwavering commitment to powering your world with reliable, sustainable transformers, leading the way in the global energy transition. Our
our manufacturing plant proudly features cutting-edge infrastructure and state-of-the-art equipment, a testament to decades of excellence. Our Winding Bay facility operates under dust-free conditions, ensuring the highest quality of production. In our NABL accredited lab, every transformer undergoes rigorous quality checks, ensuring reliability and safety you can trust. Our transformers extend their powers across nations worldwide. Our product range encompasses a spectrum of possibilities, powering your possibilities with reliable transformers. Distribution transformers, tailor-made for residential, commercial and industrial applications, come in various capacities. Large power transformers manufactured under sterile conditions offer capacities from 5 MVA or 11 kV up to 315 MVA or 400 kV, including substation, generator step-up or down and more. Inverter duty transformers for a wide range of solar applications. Skid-mounted substations, a game changer in wind energy, offer convenience and efficiency. At Indotech Transformers, we prioritize sustainability. Our commitment to values runs deep. We prioritize eco-friendly practices to reduce our environmental impact. Rooted in the principles of social and governance, we invest in our people, skills and careers, propelling our company toward greater growth and innovation. Because at Indotech Transformers, we nurture connections that power progress and light up a brighter, more electrifying future. Indotech Transformers, your reliable partner for a sustainable energy future.
Ever since our foundation in 1910, focusing on the fields of automobile, industrial infrastructure, and electronics, Proterial has produced materials of exceptional quality. Supported by our advanced technology and development capabilities, our tool steels and magnetic materials and power electronics materials with excellent properties have all realized improved productivity and efficiency for xEVs. Our reliable heat-resistant and corrosion-resistant alloys have supported aircraft development, while our electric wires have an extensive record in advancing railroads. Medicine has benefited from our ultrafine cables and ceramic products that reduce patient burden. Our soft magnetic components, clad materials, and lead frame materials have met various needs in the electronics industry, contributing to the miniaturization of components and energy saving. In all these ways and more, we have striven to create highly functional materials that solve our customers' issues and achieve a sustainable society. We promise to uphold our commitment to quality as a materials professional, to open new doors in different industries with our progressive will, and to be proactive in making the world a better place. Proterial will continue to solve social issues through materials by further evolving the structural and composition control technologies centered on metals that we have cultivated over more than 100 years, while adding new capabilities and innovations. Moving confidently ahead with quality for a sustainable future. Proterial.
Power. It drives progress, connects industries, and shapes the future. As the energy landscape shifts from conventional fuels to green alternatives, Atlanta Electricals is at the forefront, ensuring stability today while enabling the transition to a sustainable tomorrow. At Atlanta, we don't just build transformers, we strengthen the backbone of a reliable, evolving power grid. From solar and wind to conventional power, our transformers ensure seamless transmission across industries and communities, helping shape a smarter, cleaner, and more resilient energy future. For decades, Atlanta Electricals has been at the heart of power transformation, ensuring industries, infrastructure, and transmission networks run without disruption. With a presence across 19 states and 3 union territories in India, we have installed over 78,000 MVA and more than 4,000 units, while steadily expanding into global markets. At the core of our operations is a manufacturing ecosystem built for precision and scale. With 5 advanced production facilities, we are equipped to meet the evolving demands of modern energy infrastructure. Every transformer we make is designed to last longer and perform better. A diverse transformer range supports critical sectors nationwide, from power transformers to furnace transformers and special duty units to inverter duty transformers. We have solutions for all customer needs. We also power transportation through trackside railway transformers, and our green ester oil transformers offer a sustainable, safer, and longer-lasting solution. India is moving towards its vision of becoming a developed economy by 2047. And Atlanta Electricals is not just keeping pace. We are thinking ahead. As we move toward a brighter, greener future, Atlanta remains committed to powering progress and transforming lives. Together, we will build the energy systems of tomorrow.
Requesting everyone to kindly settle down. We are starting in another 2 minutes. We are starting with our next technical session, Best Practices in Transformer Design and Manufacturing. I would like to call upon the stage session chair Mr. Vikrant Joshi, co-chair TC, Trafotech Global 2025, and session co-chair Ms. Tanvi Srivastava, Shirdi Sai Electrical Limited. Also, I would like to call upon the stage the authors for this technical session. Mr. Pramod Rao, Technical Advisor, Yash High Voltage, Dr. Pramod Sharma, CG Power and Industrial Solutions Limited, Mr. Rahul Sahasrabuddhe, Hitachi Energy India Limited, Mr. Kavisanan, Siemens Energy India Limited, Mr. Vinayak Dolas, Siemens Energy India Limited, and Mr. N. Maheshwara Rao, CPRI. Now may I request the session chair and co-chair to kindly take this forward, please.
Okay, so good afternoon to all of you. We are starting now with the third session. Yesterday we had 2 sessions on sustainability and reliability, and then innovation and futuristic trends. Today we are drilling down further with more on nut bolts of the matter. So this session, third session, is about the best practices in transformer design and manufacturing. So I will just proceed with this session. We are late today and I have been asked to do some kind of time management. So I will request all the authors also to follow the time limits rather strictly. And we will take only 2 or 3 questions at the end of this session. And if any further networking or if you have any more questions to the authors, you may please network with them during the lunch or during the free time or any other time. Yeah, so let's proceed.
Yeah, so good morning all of you again. So this session is on the best practices in transformer and design and manufacturing. So the first author will present the topic Advances in Weld Assessment Approach of Traction Transformer under Dynamic Loading. This is from CG Power, and the author is also Mr. Ankur Pathak. The paper will be presented by Mr. Pramod Sharma, so I invite him on the dais. Please make it for 10 minutes. Thank you.
Hello. A very good morning. So first of all, I would like to thank IEEMA and Trafotech 2025. And today I am going to present, the topic is Advance in Weld Assessment Approach of Traction Transformer under Dynamic Loading. So first of all, the basic question arises is why weld assessment is so critical. If we want to analyze the static strength of any material, so what we can do in terms of experimental setup, we can install different type of gauges on different location and we apply a load, and finally we find out the deformation, and from that we find out the stress, from that we can find out the strength of the material. So for the static, that is not so much difficult in terms of testing. But if we talk about the dynamic loading and particularly for a fatigue, so here are two scenarios. The first scenario is that so we can give a load in number of cycles and we can find out the strength. But if we talk about the weld strength, the fatigue weld strength, so that is so critical. Because fatigue is it depends on many factors, the material discontinuity, it depends on the geometry and highly thermal distorted region, particularly in the haze zone. So experimental testing of a weld assessment of any type of material, that is so much time consuming and also costly. So here I have suggested one alternative method of assessing weld assessment for different types of weld, like a fillet weld, double fillet weld, simple weld meshes. So that we can do. So the main problem is why weld assessment is critical for traction transformer. Traction transformer, as we know, it varying load condition is already there, because during starting and stopping a lot of dynamic loading happens, and also the geometrical discontinuity and material inhomogeneity. So that's why considering all factors in the same platform and the experimentation particularly on the sensor location, that is very much difficult. So it is very much essential to verify the strength of weld. But as we know, actually there are different tools available in the market, but the cost of that tool is also so much high. So in terms of software, the cost is very high. In terms of testing, time and cost is also high. So in that case, I have suggested one additional approach. So what are the methodology and the standards we have followed? So as per the Eurocode ASEAN 12693, there are different loading conditions. Static for a different types of loading, and for a fatigue loading, there are different types of loading. As you can see in the figure, there are 7 load cases where you can find out X is the direction of vehicle moving, Y is the lateral direction, and Z is the vertical directions. So from our study, we have found the different case scenarios. So as we know, we have used ANSYS mechanical to find out the strength for different types of weld zones. And also, as per the Eurocode 3, EN 993, we have used different fatigue curves for different codes to find out the strength. So material, we have used A516 grade 70, and we have evaluated the utilization factor. Utilization factor, we can say it is a safety factor, all we can say. So for different types of region, where the different types of welds are there, we have find out the safety factor. So this is our model. We have used all MPC connections, or we can say bushings joint across the all damper locations. And to get the more accurate results, we have limited the skewness is less than 0.35 and the quality of all mesh element is greater than 0.85. Or the internal components we have used as a point mass because the geometrical simplification and also to get the more accurate results. So that's why to maintain the structure homogeneity and to get the better accuracy of the results, these are the formulations which we have done all across. So as per the Eurocode 3, these are the, as you can see in this figure, these are the figures. So this is the figure for different weld category. Suppose we are manufacturing any type of tank or any type of structural material, and we are welding across different zones. So the weld thickness for any material, it satisfies the 0.7 times of T minimum, where T minimum is the plate thickness. So as we know, the fatigue strength of different For a material, 10 to the power 6 is the limit, but for a different weld zones, because it is a highly thermal and magnetically distorted zones. So we have to, the strength consideration is very much critical factor. So, and also suppose any weld zone is not passing the static strength or the dynamic strength is the consideration. So in that case, we have also considered the 2% of the, is the local plasticity. So if by applying all fatigue strength and all the 2% stress is not crossing about, then we can say it is passing all the criteria. So as you can see is the figure 36 to 164. Actually, this is the FAT, fatigue strength cycle. For a different weld categories, it is a different weld cycles. So these are the, so what we have done, we have located all weld regions and we have found out the all critical regions. And the continuity of the structure is in such a way, so we have maintained accrease 4 elements throughout the thickness. So if I say that you have to find out the fatigue strength during experimental, that is not possible, and because it is so difficult. But in case, and alternatively, if we use a FEM code, that is also is very much difficult. What we can do is an alternative way, we can find out the maximum principal stress criteria. That is so much easy, everybody knows about it. So in, as per the Eurocode, special guideline is mentioned. If you don't have the experimental setup, or if you don't have any kind of FEM code, so we can also find out the fatigue strength for different weld categories. So what we have done, we have across the all plate thickness, we have mentioned at least 4 elements across its thickness, and all the fluid regions we have find out the safety factor. So the criteria which we have mentioned, the distance from the notch is 0.7 times of T minimum. So out of that, we have evaluated the 4 most critical zones across the whole traction transformer tanks. So from the, finally we have got these results, all from the static and the dynamic consideration, we have maintained the whole structure maximum utilization factor is 0.75. But for the static load cases means the vehicle is accelerated is 5G acceleration. So actually that is the worst cases. And in that case also we have found out the utilization factor is 0.62. But for in case of weld seams, the fatigue strength is 0.45 that we have evaluated. For the base material, it seems to 0.6, means the structure is safe from all point of consideration. So from this summary, we can say, if we don't have any high commercial FEM code, and if we don't have any costly setup to find out the fatigue strength of any material or any tank, so there is an alternative approach. So we can find out the fatigue strength and also the safety criteria as per the given guidelines or the Eurocode or whatever the standards are there. So what it will do, it will reduce the cost and also the time for the testing. So this actually by this method we can also improve the design improvement and the life extension. So this method generally, actually there are many more methods are available, but from the different literature and the literature survey, I find out that this method seems to be very, very beneficial. So I think the time is over, not I've cleared. So I think that the weld structure evaluated against as per the Eurocode, and as we have evaluated FEM based, so it avoids multiple physical tests. It means you don't need to simulate and you don't need to test again and again. So, and also in terms of time and cost we have done. So it is also a recommendation to whatever the design team or the FEM simulation, whatever they are doing. So instead of going any highly commercial software, that is we can see ENCODE is there. So we can use this approach also. So thank you very much. I think it is done from my side.
Thank you, Pramod. It was a very good presentation. Should I take up question or later? Yeah, so anyone who has questions, they can note it down so that because there will be another presenter now. So this session was about this weld assessment, which as design fraternity, we understand that it is a very critical component to be assessed. So that was well covered. Now we will move to the very good topic, which is very close to my heart, because this is for the application of failure mode and effect analysis. This is FMEA transformer manufacturing. So this is being presented by Rahul Sahasbuddhe, and co-author is Mr. Abhay Agrawal from Hitachi. So please, thank you.
So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rahul Sahasrabudhe. I'm from Hitachi Energy India Limited from Vadodara. So like we are talking about growth in the transformer. We are having a golden time, I would say. Every transformer manufacturing have a lot of, I can say, huge order backlog. But now it's our responsibility to execute them and serve our customer in a well manner without having any delays or any failures on the factory side or anything, any kind of rework inside the factories. So at Hitachi Energy, we have introduced this methodology of failure mode effect analysis, not acting after getting problems on the factory or on the customer side, but we are acting as an preventive approach where we can find out the failure modes. We can take necessary action to prevent them before it happens on anywhere, like so as to serve our customer in a better manner, so as to reduce any kind of delays, any kind of failures. So going forward, why FMEA matters for transformer? Because transformer is a critical asset. A single failure can mean extend grid downtime, safety incident, warranty exposure, and reputational risk. FMEA gives us a structural way to anticipate failure mode, assign risk, and act before issue reach to the field. So let's think about your last unplanned outage. What upstream design or process failure mode could have been predicted? We listened to the speaker yesterday that we don't have a, we don't like to have any outage. That is not at all advisable, and we don't anticipate it. So FMEA, what does exactly FMEA formalize? So FMEA is a team method to identify potential failure mode, their effect and causes. Then prioritizing action, it is aligned with ISO 9001 for quality system, IEC 60812 for method guidance, and we are following AIAG VDA for detailed practices. So there we can evaluate the severity of that incident or failure mode. Then the occurrence we can interpret based on our knowledge base within the organization, and we can also put the detection criteria. Then by multiplying with these three coefficients, we get the RPN number, that is risk priority number, which help us to prioritize our action, because we could find n number of failure modes, what can go wrong. So there we can also apply action priority, which is the latest advancement in AIAG. So that is also a different approach along with the RPNs. And this FMEA evolution didn't happen overnight. It evolves over a decade. It started with US military, extended through aerospace and automotive, and is now in common in heavy industry and power. In Hitachi Energy, we used to have this in R&D activities in earlier time, but recently we introduced to the operation as well, because we believe acting as an preventively will help us to execute more in a well manner, well quality, without having any delays, and serving our customer in a better manner. So how do we apply it in our day-to-day engineering and processes? we use FMEA in new initiatives like new designs. Whenever we find some novelty in design, novelty in process, we apply it, we prepare it and execute the workshop. We adopt to the existing design to the new environment. For example, we have some variety in the environmental or demanding environment. So there we can have a FMEA. Also to control engineering changes, and also as a part of continuous improvement. The point is to make that FMEA the default lens for risk management. So it should be like before we cut the steel or schedule a test, we should have a FMEA done so as to be act as a preventive way. To make that work, we need a right team. We have to identify the right person who should contribute on the identification, because it is not a single person effort. We should have a team from the cross-functional teams where we can involve design, manufacturing, quality, service people and maintenance guys as well, along with the logistic and supplier quality as too, because every person has something in his mind where we can tap on the failure modes and we can address them in a well manner so as to reduce any possible risk coming out of any of the analysis. And being a moderator or a facilitator, we have to drive a pace and consensus to keep small team of 3 to 5 people, not having everyone is attending the workshop or just doing the FMEAs. We should focus on the SMEs like subject matter expert particular to that particular area of analysis, and accordingly facilitator has to ensure we should bind all the SMEs on the workshop. Now I will try to explain the mechanism or the steps we do it in FMEA. As an facilitator, we have to very good in the planning part. Basically, we have to define a scope properly, triggers, boundaries for this FMEA, because we can start discussing any topic for many days, and that should not be the idea for FMEA. We should be very particular with the topic. And next is we have to do the structure analysis. We have to break down the product or process it into the focus element. It means like what happens, that will be the effect, failure effect, how it can happen and why it could happen. So we have to find out the causes. We have to formulate the failure modes, and based on the effects what we forecast, we have to give the severity to it. So severity will drive the action priority. Then we have to do the failure analysis together with the team by brainstorming those cause, effect and failure modes. And then with the team we have to give the coefficients for severity, occurrence and detection so as to arrive the RPN number for prioritizing our action. There could be n number of it, so we can get a good idea. Then optimization as an action with the owners so as to ensure whatever we have discussed, whatever we have identified, it should be put on the ground, not just on the paper. We should not have done approach to just to discuss, put it on paper, but in reality nothing happens on the ground and we still have a failure. So as to avoid this, we can define the owner for those, and as a result we can have a documentation, and this can be as an output we can update our design bombs, we can update our SOPs, we can update our design checklist so as to prevent anything could goes wrong. So I put some of the case study from our recent analysis. So first case study is from the design FMEA which we executed in the recent time. So there was a case for a short circuit design where we identified there could be a mechanical breakdown of cleats and lead structure. So there we have earlier we have single bolt, then later on as an action we identified with the 2 bolts. So accordingly we put the RPN numbers and we take the necessary action. Second case is from the PFMEA, which is very critical one. We had a novelty in design, but in process FMEA we identified that we do not have a lifting mechanism because we have a very huge cleats and lead structure on top of active part. So later we identified, okay, this can be a, yeah, okay, sure. So we put this spreader beam and we avoided any problems. So as in conclusion, structure FMEA may help us to prevent failure early, enhance reliability, lower life cycle cost and embed continuous improvement. Done well, it become a part of engineering culture, not to form filling exercise. Thank you for your attention.
Yeah, thank you, Rahul. So just like this paper, I'll just give 1 minute, I'll speak on it because this may look very complicated, but it's a very simple tool to be used in a simple manner so that, as he said, it should be on the ground, the action has to be on the ground, not on the paper. But the main thing is like when we started as engineer, my seniors used to ask only one thing, which was a simple thing: is there any new design points? So that was the time so there were processes like this, but now this is a structured quality tool which can be used for design and even for process for preventing any file failure. So let's build that culture of quality in design and manufacturing by using some good tools which are available worldwide. So now we move to third paper, which is successful fire integrity test on traction transformer. A case study is being presented by Kavi Swanan and Dr. Govind Srivastav is the co-author from Siemens. Yeah, please, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. Today I'm excited to share something truly significant. And as per my knowledge and within the available information, so we have achieved a remarkable achievement through which India's first successfully EN 45545 compliant traction transformer through which fire integrity test is carried on. So as we all know that in the railway sector, safety is a key factor, that is a human safety is a key factor. So if a fire incident occur, it is assumed that there's a traction transformer will act as a barrier, fire barrier. So to avoid this assumption in the documentation, so we just validated through an actual practical result by conducting a fire test on our traction transformer with a mineral oil filled, so which have the integrity of E10 classification as per EN 45545 standards and complying EN 1363 part 1. So how it will be react and what will be the result to know that railway safety protocol and strengthen that safety protocol for any other requirements. So what is EN 45545? EN 45545 is a unified fragmented standard, which is a combined of British standard, German standard, and mostly combined to make it at a single fire safety standard in Europe. And this standard is divided into 7 parts, and the first part is depending upon the operational category and the vehicle design, it is considered which kind of test should be considered for the fire test. And second is the material which is being used not only in a transformer, in all part, that what are the tests should be considered for interior and an exterior part of that. And third is the fire barrier resistance requirement. What are the integration to be carried out for the specific assembly for considering door, windows and everything. And fourth is the railway safety. While designing, the fire safety should be considered. For example, to evacuation of a passenger should be easy, that the door design, window, emergency window is considered in this standard. And fifth is whatever the electrical equipment is used in in railway, it should be a proper insulation having a proper ventilation. And sixth is nothing but a control system, safety control system, where the fire suppression is to be done and what will be the fire extinguisher, where it will be used, having the barrier like pantry and everything else. And seventh is fire safety for the flammable liquid, where it is not in a part of our test process. So as per the EN 455, there is a 3 category, that is hazardous level 1, 2 and 3. Hazardous level 1, which is a train is going through an open track through which evacuation of a passenger is very easy and at any point, and a stoppage is possible anywhere and wherever possible. So this comes under the category of urban trains. Second is the medium HL2, and HL2 is that train which is traveling through an elevated or a tunnel which having the less than 5 kilometer length tunnel, and it is quite difficult to evacuate the passenger as compared to the HL1. It will take moderate as compared to the severity consideration. And HL3 is that if a train passing through the tunnel which is having the maximum length having the 5 kilometer, greater than 5 kilometer, and evacuation of the passenger is quite difficult. They are evacuated at a particular area which was assigned by the authorities. So this HL3 considered for the high speed trains, and HL2 is considered for the intercity trains. So what are the parameters we consider for testing? The most critical part which we are consider is that the openings which are provided in the traction transformer, which is because it is not fully enclosed. So most probably main tank cover assembly and high voltage bushing flange assembly, low voltage bushing works, and pressure relief wall mounting flange assembly, through which the flame can be easily penetrated to the tank if a fire is explored from the externally. So this was the setup, and our setup was mounted on the furnace on the top of the furnace with appropriate setup was done, anchoring and proper insulation was done, so that temperature from the bottom side is monitored and the fire is exposed from the bottom side, so that the flame will whether the flame is getting exposed to the outer side of that the specimen. We are checking that one. And what are the critical monitoring points? There are actually 4 monitoring points. Sustained flammable test. The flame which are carrying during the test, it should not be sustained up to 10 seconds, because that it cannot be extinguished actually. Then it will be helped to fire the other part which are near to that. So temperature monitoring, it is a temperature graph plotted between the temperature versus time within the tolerance. So graph should be within the tolerance which will be get after testing. Gap gauge test, after concentrated heat get concentrated on the confined area, there will be possibility of that crack will be formed. So during that crack formation, they have the 25 mm gauge or a 6 mm rod, which through they check that integrity, whether the flame is passing through one side to another side. Cotton pad test, they carry a cotton pad test that fixture is made for the cotton, through which a 1 meter rod is used, and it is focused on the particular flame critical area, so that that cotton should not catch fire. That means your test will become failure. So here's the result. There is a 0 flame penetration incident. Hot gas passage event is 0%. Structural integrity proved to be 100%, and gasket performance is 100%. And if you see that graph, which indicates that red one is the required standard curve, and beyond that, that purple curve is our result, and which is under the tolerance. So this test prove our design excellence and the proper materials choices made to be successful, and it has a benchmark for the railway fire safety in India. But let be clear, it's simulate for the external fire only. There is no internal fire to be considered, and this consideration can be used in future for E10, E15, E30 integrity for the advanced train, through which by selecting the proper materials and having the proper engineering throughout it. So I will just like to conclude that in short, we have moved from the assumption to the assurance, and this achievement aligns that the safety protocol is truly achieved globally by using the global standard, And Indian Railways achieved that strengthen the passenger protection, and it will be a huge implementation in future for any further railway designs. Thank you.
Thank you, Kavishnan. So this paper was very good, where the actual test has been conducted to establish the study. And this also, although traction transformer is being emphasized, we can also learn from it for the power transformer safety issues. So now next paper is on corrosion protection and costing techniques for transformer tanks. This is being presented by Vinayak with co-author of paper as Richard D'Souza. This is also from Siemens.
So good afternoon. Good afternoon everyone. Good afternoon dignitaries present on the dais and dignitaries on the Trafotech today. So I am Vinayak Dolas. I am representing Siemens Energy India Limited, Transformer Works, Navi Mumbai, Airoli. So today my topic of presentation is corrosion protection and the coating techniques. So what we are discussing today, so we will be discussing the corrosion and its impact, what triggers the corrosion exactly, what are the surface preparation techniques and the coating techniques, how the measurement of the coating DFT is done and what are the acceptance tests, what are the paint defects and the paint repair, and the final conclusion. As all of us are aware, what is corrosion? Corrosion is the basically reaction of the metal with the oxygen or environment, causing the flaky substance and exposure to the basic parent metal which is available beneath of the parent material. So the impact of the corrosions are very, very huge. I mean, both safety point of view as well as monetary point of view. It has a catastrophic failures and it can lead to leakages or damages or premature failure of the structures and integrity of the critical system, and it poses a very high safety hazards. The global costs estimated, I mean, to be billions in dollars, I mean, to repair this corrosion. Yeah. Okay, so what triggers the corrosion? So basically, corrosion basically starts from, I mean, not really starts. I mean, we have to take care of these aspects like engineering aspect. What are the engineering aspects? In the engineering aspects, we should ensure that like the water accumulation areas shall be avoided. You should have a very, the hidden areas, like I can say, the gusset, the stiffeners shall be such a way, designed in such a way that integrity shall be avoided. The integrity shapes, the inaccessible area shall be avoided. Tank raw material rust grade, yeah, it plays a crucial role because whenever we ask the supplier, tank supplier, to have a material during inspection, so he offers the tank material, but we are never looking into what are the rust grade. So there are rust grade available as per ISO standard at 8501. We are going to next slides. Welding distortion plays a crucial role which triggers the corrosion, like welding aspect, undercuts, porosity, blowholes, improper surface fusion, welding, and there are also various P1, P2, P3 topics as per ISO 8501-3, which regulates this, the rules for the proper weldings. Improper surface preparation, yeah, it is very much a crucial topic. Without proper surface preparation, we do not have any paint surface. I mean, the paint has to be adhered on the paint surface, and it, it will start peeling off. Improper use of abrasive blasting abrasive. Blasting abrasive, yeah, it plays a crucial role because, I mean, there are two types of blasting abrasive as per ISO. We will go to the next slide. I mean, there I can elaborate more. Process control and handling during transformer assembly, because once the tank is received at our factory, or I mean transformer factory, we should be handling it carefully. I mean, whenever we tank the job, whenever we do the bolting, the due care has to be taken. Improper packing process, both from the supplier to OEM and from the OEM to the factory, the utmost care to be taken during packing. I mean, the rubbing shall be avoided, metal to metal contact shall be avoided. The sealing of the pipes shall be done, you know, to protect the hot oil resistance paint to get corroded. Yeah, environment conditions and effects. Saline atmosphere like C5, C5M, C5H, CX plays a crucial role here. Corrosivity category, as all of us know, those are defined in ISO 12995-5 in table 1, where the corrosivity category are defined from the C1 to C5, and latest addition is CX, that is offshore. Yeah, surface preparation shall be, I mean, there are various techniques for the surface preparation. The surface preparation techniques are mentioned in ISO 8501. What are the surface preparation techniques? I mean, we are talking about here. Those are abrasive cleaning, or pickling, or acid cleaning, or water jet cleaning. These are the surface preparation techniques. Those are mentioned in ISO 8504. Abrasive quality, as I mentioned in the earlier slides, it plays a crucial role because for metallic surface, the abrasive can be metallic, but however, for non-ferrous materials, the abrasive must be of non-metallic. So quality of that materials shall be in line with the ISO 11124 and ISO 11126 respectively. The degree of the degree of abrasive cleaning, that is surface preparation. Yeah. So both, I mean, cleanliness level as per ISO 8502 and the surface preparation, that is SA2, SA1, SA2, SA2.5, SA3 shall be as per ISO 8501-1. Also, there are Brazil tests sometimes we need to do. I am not mentioned in the slide, but for offshore, like CX category, nowadays we have to do the Brazil test, that is the salt contamination test on the surface. Dust level measurement also needs to be performed whenever we have a short blasted surface. Dust level measurement shall be as per ISO 8502-3. Primer, and after that we have to go for the coating. So there are 3-coat system, 2-coat system available in the markets. So basically it is primer application. So then we have an intermediate coat, then a top coat, and after top coat, then for interior coating we have a hot oil resistance paint. Mixing of the paint and drying time of the paint also plays a crucial role here, because after mixing, the shelf life of the paint to pack system is of utmost importance. Humidity factors, the oven factors, the oven temperatures, the short blushing good temperatures also plays a crucial role here during painting. The spray coating techniques, there are a lot of techniques, like we have to take care of the automized guns. The operator must be, you know, very trained to as per NES level 2 or NES level 1. The supervisors, paint supervisors must be, for the offshore I am talking about, or C5M or C5H. The offshore shall be, the painter supervisor shall be approved as per NES level 1, recommended. Measurement of the NDFT. So NDFT measurement is basically we have a ultrasonic principle based gauge, where we have to calibrate the gauge first, and then we have to follow the 80-20 principle here. I already mentioned what is 80-20 principle on the slides. An adhesion test has to be done as per ISO 2409. Okay. So adhesion test is like X cut test and the hash cut test. So paint defects. Paint defects are what? Paint defects are like normally we see paint fading, peeling, graining, blistering, rundowns, okay, wrinkling, and cracking. Repair work has to be generally done whenever the 1% of the coated surface rust grade, I mean with the rust grade of RI3 is reached according to ISO 4628, and then we have to do the repair work. So what is the conclusion here? So corrosion protection is critical for the reliability and safety. Proper engineering and fabrication and packing practices has an importance role here. Regular awareness and training at most to the supplier, I mean to the OEMs, to the supplier who is performing the fabrication work plays a crucial role here. Surface preparation process, not only the process, the infrastructure also has to be upkept. The compliance to the ISO standards will ensure the quality and longevity, and the regular inspection and maintenance reduces the risk and cost. So that's it from my side. Thank you everyone. Thank you for listening.
Yeah, so thank you, Vinayak. So he has actually put all his experience of the best practices, although knowledge is available on standards on the corrosion protection, But in this paper, he has summarized and put all his all the available good practices. And of course, yesterday we were discussing the 1 mm and 1.2 mm. So I think the corrosion is can be prevented by good painting and corrosion practices, not by thicknesses. So that was my that was over-the-counter comment from my side. So now I had moved to the 5th paper, an insight into mechanical stresses in the core and windings of power transformer by Mr. Maheshwar Rai from CPRI, and co-author is S.V. Kulkarni ji and his team from IIT, Sahi Ramji, Amit Bakshi, and Shiv Nadar from IUE Delhi, NCR. So thank you, Mahesh. Please.
Yeah. Good afternoon to one and all. Before understanding this insights of why, first of all, the mechanical stresses need to be understood, why insights are required, I'll just bring some of the major points here. Actually, I am the in charge of short circuit laboratory from CPRI Bangalore, and I have registered for my PhD at IIT Bombay. Actually, sometime before, I do not know whether Lakhiani sir remembered or not, he has written one blog. Somewhere I have seen the blog and I have shown to my professor also, that a given transformer can withstand how many number of short circuits. This question is not only present now, it was there since a long time. And this question I was trying to make it understand from electrical point of view, but answers are not straightforward available. So a similar kind of questions in the literature is available, like a given transformer can withstand how many inrush currents. So generally people ask, sir, after 9 short circuit tests, can we keep the same transformer in service condition? Of course, for this question, most of the people knows the answer, but still after 9 short circuits, if I give 9 more short circuits, what's going to happen to my transformer? So in order to do this particular understanding, there is a, from mechanical domain, there is an analysis called fatigue. So Dr. Pramod just now, he has explained about a mechanical component, that what is the fatigue resistance he has mentioned now. So the fatigue resistance for a mechanical component is a straightforward. You can do the simulation. So fatigue here in the sense, a given component can take care of how many cyclic stresses. So cyclic stresses, it is not necessary to be a short circuit, it is not necessary to be an inrush current. Suppose if I am going on a car, so the car is rated speed is 80 km/h, let us say. At that particular time also, the car tire is wearing, correct? Upon that, if I am applying sudden brakes, assume that sudden brake is an impact. So now what is happening to the wear rate of the tire? It is goes up. Similarly, in case of a transformer also, so at normal rated conditions also, you will call it as a cyclic stresses, but reasonably low conditions. But as you give number of short circuits, these cumulative stresses will really affect into the picture. So morning, Mr. Tony, he has given some transformers failures. Before transformer failure, will not come to know when it is going to fail. But understanding of a cumulative damage can give you a certain kind of understanding. That is what the framework we have developed here. That is what I want to present in this. So in this particular presentation, I would like to cover this all, before understanding all these cumulative stresses, core stresses are required, winding stresses are required, and FEM based simulations, and majorly the mechanical properties of the materials is very much required. Because if I ask you anyone that what will be the radial force magnitude of so and so transformer, what is the axial force of so and so transformer, nobody will be able to remember, because it is not a base value, it depends upon winding configuration and the type of design, and a lot of variabilities is there. But whereas if an electromagnetic force acts on a material, leads to a deformation, that is only manifested as a stress on an equipment. So that is where stress understanding of each and every material plays a role, and furtherly cumulative damage and conclusions. And coming to the magnetostriction, Of course, magnetostriction is by application of the flux, by application of the magnetization. So there is a dimensional change that is happening inside the core material, even though it is negligible, but still it is there. But during short circuit, I think most of the guys, you have observed that, you know, the magnetostriction effect, you will be able to hear during the short circuit conditions. So that is where, you know, core gets little more displacements. So this particular magnetostriction is a measurable parameter, is a magnetic strain with respect to flux density. The way BH curve is there, similarly this curve is also not a uniform line. It is like a like this kind of shape, butterfly shape. So the magnetostriction basically represents the expansion, and the positive values represents the expansion and negative values represents the contraction. In the rolling direction, of course, all the dipoles are kept it in the rolling direction. In that plane, the displacement, the strain that is going to happen is very minimal. But whereas in transverse direction, the strains that are occurring will be very huge. So the transverse direction, will it happen over a long period of time? So will there be any fatigue for the core material? Yes, there may be some fatigue, but my concentration is on winding. Otherwise, there is some magnetostrictive strains during the abnormal events also. So coming to the winding stresses, I don't need to much explain because most of the people are well versed this radial forces, axial forces, this dust stuff and all. So this is a typical time domain representation of stresses in a transformer, and I have just tried to give the current response and force response and then stress response. Of course, SIGRE guidelines are there, IEEMA guidelines are there to calculate, analytically calculate all the stresses. And one can evaluate all the stresses with respect to the limits. So from our understanding, from our research point of view, we are just going beyond the IEC procedure because the stress compliance from IEC point of view is required. That is so called proof stress is the basic limit. Apart from that, the very important critical parameter is the buckling stress. One need to calculate even though the stresses are well maintained. Apart from that, the von Mises stresses, the way many people have explained, is very so critical. It takes care of principal stresses and it takes care of shear stresses. So that is very much important. So this three-step verification is required. But apart from that, in the literature recently, you know, whenever there is a special design of transformers, so people are designing the representative coils, you know, model coils, and these model coils preserve the actual geometrical features, and then one can do these tests on the model coils and then extrapolate it. These will give differently good answers. Now coming to FEM approach, so of course most of us knows this particular point, and it is a typically all fields are connected here, magnetic, mechanical. Apart from that, we have a fluid flow, acoustic and thermal fields. All these fields are interconnected, and each and every parameter is associated. Of course, here my major concentration is mechanical and structural field, and I try to represent how a von Mises stress is here. And now coming to the stress strain characteristics. So we have done the stress strain characteristics of the all the materials, of course, and here the ETP copper I have shown. The transformer engineering only allows 0.2% proof strain. That is very important parameter. So for ETP copper material, when we found it, we got a certain value of near to 100 MPa, and it can be analytically validated from the literature. The equations are given. Similarly, for kraft paper and press board, this is the stress and strain equation. So the first term basically describes about the linear elastic range. That is where, you know, up to the main stiffness it talks about, and whereas the cubic terms talks about hardening phenomena when it is placed in the oil. So these material characterization plays a role in order to understand this. So coming to the formulation of cumulative damage. So here, how to understand the progressive deterioration in a transformer. So what we have taken is, first we have taken an ETP copper material, and first we have found its proof strength, and then we have considered 90% of its proof strength, and corresponding load is applied, and this particular load is applied, and we have placed in a chamber, and the chamber temperature is 100 degrees, it is maintained, and then we try to understand the ETP copper behavior, how it is basically how many cycles it is taking care. Why we have applied 90% is because the material should not go into plastic region, it has to be in elastic region only. That is where the transformer engineering accepts. So we have done the test till its failure. So you can call it as this particular test is fatigue.
Sir.
So yeah, only 1 more minute. Yeah, 1 minute, please. So this and based on this number of cycles to failure, we have calculated it is coming under around even 7 lakhs to 9 lakhs also. So such number of cycles either inrush or short circuit a transformer cannot take. So how to do it? So in order to understand this, there is a stress versus number of cycles to failure theory, SN curve. That is what he has already shown for a different material, but for ETP copper material, this we have to lower this particular curve. Directly lowering is not allowed. We have to apply relevant modifiers like SFRA and DP versus tensile strength and other moisture modifiers, and we have made the curve down, and then we have got reasonably good results. And coming to the conclusions, the cumulative damage formulation framework we have done, and fatigue experiments on ETP copper conductors basically suggest that the interactions of the insulation materials plays a major role. Thank you.
Thank you, Maheshwarji. Thank you, sir. So we call the last paper author, Mr. Pramod Rao, for evolving comprehensive testing methods to evaluate the performance of OIP bushing on ester oil fill tanks.
Good afternoon to all. First of all, thanks to Vikrant for accommodating this paper in this session, because I was supposed to go by evening flight, but that flight is also cancelled. Indigo flight cancelled. I am presenting this paper on behalf of Gautam, who could not come due to again the flight cancellations yesterday. Both the flights were cancelled. We did a comprehensive testing. We evolved a method to evaluate the performance of OIP bushings on ester oil filled tanks. Ester oil filled transformers are being manufactured in a very regular way. So what we did is we evolved it on OIP bushings. We used 72 kV 800 ampere 300 BCT bushings, and the bushing themselves were mineral oil impregnated paper. They were conforming to IS 12676. This is specifically, I am mentioning it because there have been several technical papers internationally, or whenever ester oil filled transformers are used, people recommend a higher kV class bushing, but that's not the case when we refer to dimensions conforming to IS 12676. Here the dimensions are standardized. What we did is we used test tank ID of 300 mm. These are the turret stroke earth clearances which are recommended by us. And we used natural ester oil by Savita, Biotrans HR, and synthetic ester oil of Savita Mech, Transol Synthetic 100. First of all, thanks to Savita team for sharing their oil samples with us for doing this evaluation. Main properties of oil most of us know, but just I have summarized here few properties. And we all know where natural ester is better and where synthetic ester is better. What we did is we did routine test on this 72 kV OIP bushings, first on mineral oil filled test tanks, and there once we found that they were okay, then we proceeded with mounting them on natural ester filled tank as well as synthetic ester filled tank. And what we did is we decided 1 cycle per week, like that we did 3 cycles of testings. And what we did is the sequence what we followed is capacitance tan delta measurement, AC withstand test plus partial discharge measurement right up to 1 minute level, capacitance tan delta again, and then after that We did lightning impulse test at rated level, 15 applications. Then lightning impulse test -1 application, 358 kV peak, 5 applications, 393 kV peak, followed by 14 applications of 358 kV peak. And then repeat the capacitance tan delta measurement, then do the AC withstand test and PD test. And the criteria what we followed is that the PD has to be less than 10 picocoulombs at 1 minute test level. And like this, we repeated these 3 cycles. And the main interest was when the bushing is mounted on a ester filled tanks, is there any effect, adverse effect on the performance? So this is the photograph of the testing going on, impulse as well as PD performance. The impulse applications, what we did was on natural ester field as well as synthetic ester field. We decided that we will follow the process of 325 kV peak, then 358 kV peak, 393 kV peak and 358 kV peak. And after every application of the cycle, what we did is we measured capacitance tan delta to check the stability of the bushing. And the graphs on the right side, they show the stability of the bushing. The impulse application, what we did was in the sequence, like from 100 kV to 325 kV, at every 50 kV peak steps, we went on applying the voltage. What we found is like that, when we were going to, we had to establish the extended margin, because after it has withstood 3 cycles, then establish the margin. So what we did is, we went on increasing the voltage beyond rated, and we did it in the negative impulse, particularly because positive impulse will have its own limitations of external flashovers. And the extended impulse testing, what we had planned was, once we go to 410 kV peak, we will apply 30 shots of impulse to see whether it is stable. In OIP natural ester oil, the first application of -410 kV peak, we found a flashover. But whereas in OIP synthetic ester oil filled test tank, it withstood all the 5+30 impulse applications at 410 kV peak. Then we investigated this OIP bushing, which was mounted on natural ester oil filled tank. Subsequent to flashover, what we did is capacitance tan delta confirmed that there is no abnormality in the bushing. We repeated the AC high voltage testing at 154 kV, and at 1 minute level it was showing PD of 2.46. Then we took out the bushings, did the visual inspection. There were no abnormalities in the oil and insulator, and it confirmed that everything is okay. Still, what we did is we took out oil sample from the bushing, from the oil sampling valve which is provided at the mounting flange level. And we found the moisture content was in control, hydrogen was also in control. Hence, the flashover confirmed that it was outside the bushing, it was not internal to the bushing. Synthetic ester oil filled, the OIP bushing tested on synthetic ester oil filled tank, it withstood all applications without flashover. Capacitance tan delta confirmed. Bushing withstood 154 kV after all this margin establishment testing. And oil sample was drawn from bushing again, and it confirmed that moisture content as well as DG, everything was okay. So confirmed successful withstand of all margin evaluation tests. Jointly with Savita team, some tests were done at their end, some tests were carried out at our end. And what we did is we comparatively evaluated materials used in bushings in mineral oil, naphthalene based, natural ester oil and synthetic ester oil. What we did is we used O-rings gaskets, epoxy oil and insulator, powder coated aluminum plates we had used to simulate the powder coated electrode what is used in the bushing. And what we did is we decided a proportion of 1000 square centimeter material in 2 liters of oil. And we had a control oil sample which was without the material immersed in it, and we evaluated it. Material was dried at 105 degrees centigrade for 164 hours, and at 130 degrees centigrade for 164 hours for synthetic ester and natural ester. And then the materials were immersed in oil at respective temperatures for 164 hours. And we evaluated oil properties with and without material for BDV, tan delta, IFT, neutralization value and color. So the result was the materials what are used in our OIP bushing were found compatible with mineral oil, natural ester oil as well as synthetic ester oil. Just to summarize, we evolved a comprehensive testing method and test sequence to evaluate the OIP bushing's performance on NEO, SCO, ester filled test tanks. Systematic evaluation, 3 cycles of 1 minute test, impulse application as a type test, plus 1 minute test, unique procedure to establish margin. Stable performance was confirmed by PD at 1 minute level and repeat capacitance tan delta consistency and DG on oil sample. Most important is OIP bushing with dimensions as per IS 12676 are confirmed to be suitable for use on natural ester oil or synthetic ester oil filled tanks. Thank you very much.
So we will take questions now very quickly. I can take only two questions, for example.
Myself, Akshay Dave from BHEL. My question is for last presentation, that is bushing. Whether same bushing is used for all 3 oils test or not, and is there any time lapse given between impulse test? Means there is a something 30 minutes or more time given for ester oil versus mineral oil, or same time given between tests?
Actually, we had, as I mentioned right in the beginning, first we tested the bushings, 2 bushings what we had selected. We tested it on mineral oil filled test tank. We qualified it for the high voltage performance, PD performance, and then we took it up for testing on natural ester filled and synthetic ester filled test tanks. Again, another question what you have referred is whether there was any time gap between the voltage sequence. It was only setup changeover time gap between power frequency testing as well as impulse testing. And absolutely no time was given. So, and it withstood all the strenuous applications of voltage. I hope it answers. Thank you.
Myself, Avdesh Pratap from BHEL, and my question is on the requirement of HL for traction transformers. As in your presentation, you have shown the HL requirement of traction transformer, where you have conducted the test on transformer tank. As we know that for traction application, railway has been asking for the requirement of HL qualification as per EN 45545. So does the test on transformer tank qualifies the requirement for the whole transformer, or do we have to conduct some other test also to qualify the requirement as per EN 45545 for the whole transformer?
Hello. Thank you for the question, sir. Actually, that EN 45545 procedure starts from the FCL report, through which most of the part which are going to be included in the traction transformer is considered. And after consideration of clause by clause, the whole part is which are mounted internally, externally is considered. And after submission of that, we get an identification whether what are the additional tests to be carried out or not. So once there is a requirement from our customer that this FCL means fire integrity FCL fire integrity certificate inventory list, which includes that all the parts to be covered under it. If one of that missed, so it should be carried out a special test through which if what we say, if some of the paints we consider additional testing should be carried out as per EN ISO 5658 spread film test, EN ISO 5659 part 1, which is have a toxic test. They have a particular value assigned in the standard as per the clause. Once it carried out and it is achieved as per the supply feedback, then we will consider as a whole transformer is a HL compliance.
Hello, my question is to Pramod Sharma. You said that the limit of 2% for the strain. So based on what you decided this one? And second, have you seen any failure earlier which you have analyzed and then verified that yes, to your 10⁻⁶ cycles of this one, it was not withstanding and it's failing? Have you verified that any time?
Hello? Yeah. So actually, you have asked a right question. First of all, as per the verification point of view, for a verified, actually just I have given an alternative approach. So verify means verified in terms of, we can say that suppose we don't have any type of commercial type of software. Actually just I have given in one idea. So if you want to assess the weld strength, so in that case the experimental setup is not very much difficult. So I have verified through some empirical formulations. So whatever the results we obtained from the empirical the formulations, that we have verified from this approach, not from the experimental, because that's why I am suggesting this approach. Experimental we cannot do. Software is very costly. Now I'm going to name this software, that is Encode. The cost of that software is very much lakh rupees. And for every time you want to evaluate, you have to invest a lot. So you don't want to invest in software, you don't want to test setup for that facility. But you have to verify from some analytical approximation. From that we have verified. These are well distinct. So I think.
Thank you. Yeah, so thank you very much. So this, we had a very good session about the design and quality aspects. Yeah, and we had some time limitations. Sorry for that. If you have any further questions, you can interact with the authors in the free time. Thank you. Thank you very much to all the authors also. Thanks.
Thank you to all the authors for the informative session. Now may I request the chair and session chair and co-chair to kindly felicitate the authors, please. To Dr. Pramod Sharma. To Mr. Rahul. To Mr. Kaviswanan. To Mr. Vinayak. To Mr. Maheshwara Rao. And to Mr. Pramod Rao. Now may I request Mr. S.V. Kulkarni sir from IIT Bombay to kindly felicitate session chair and co-chair. to session co-chair. Thank you to all the dignitaries on the dais. Sir, requesting you to kindly stay for a group photograph, please. Everyone on the dais to please assemble for a group photograph. Thank you to all the dignitaries and the authors. Now we are breaking for lunch and we will be back at 2:15 and the lunch venue is Assembly Dining Hall on your right. Thank you.
At dawn, the world wakes up to new possibilities. Streets hum, dreams take flight, and progress reaches new heights. A quiet force drives it all. CG Power and Industrial Solutions Limited, an engineering conglomerate with a rich and diverse portfolio of products and services, has been the driving force for more than 88 years powering economies, industries, and your everyday lives. CG Motors, the force behind every motion. 1 in every 3 motors in India carries the CG name. We don't just power industries, we set them in motion. As pioneers of India's first complete range of IE2, IE3 and IE4 motors in India, we continue to redefine efficiency, reliability and performance. Our range of commercial motors is built for performance and durability, powering everyday applications across industries, appliances and compact machinery. Built to perform in the most demanding conditions, our large motors and generators power everything from heavy industry and transportation to utilities and power plants. CG Consumer Products, the force behind reliable comfort everywhere. Since re-entering the FMEG segment in 2019, we have been delivering a wide range of consumer electrical products, including industrial and domestic fans, pumps, water heaters, and air coolers. From factories to farmlands, homes to highways, CG moves the world forward. CG Transformers, the force behind powering progress. As one of the top 5 leading Indian manufacturers of high-performance power and distribution transformers, we have been powering the nation's progress while supporting global power infrastructure. Our transformers power industries and communities, accelerating economic growth and enabling innovation. CG Switchgears, the force behind your everyday reliability. Our advanced switchgear solutions ensure seamless power transmission, keeping industries, homes and communities running smoothly. From cutting-edge condenser bushings and current transformers built to perform even in high altitude and seismic zones, to gas circuit breakers, surge arresters and indigenous gas-insulated switchgear, 11 kilowatts to 245 kilowatts, our products meet the highest global standards such as IEC and IEEE. With customized automation systems, we ensure reliable protection and uninterrupted performance. From sunrise to sunset, we empower lives. From progress to promise, we help shape ambitions into reality. CG, the force that innovates today, inspires tomorrow, and builds legacies.
Powering progress, lighting lives, and shaping the future. The company currently manufactures various types of transformers up to 100 MVA 132 kV class. Dry type cast resin transformers up to 5 MVA 33 kV class. Control relay panels along with substation automation services for substations up to 400 kV. For you, we make power equipments of high quality and global standards. For us, we build only trust. Damage, a unit of trust.
In a world where energy drives progress and shapes the future, Indotech Transformers stands out for its unwavering commitment to powering your world with reliable, sustainable transformers, leading the way in the global energy transition. Our manufacturing plant proudly features cutting-edge infrastructure and state-of-the-art equipment, a testament to decades of excellence. Our Winding Bay facility operates under dust-free conditions, ensuring the highest quality of production. In our NABL accredited lab, every every transformer undergoes rigorous quality checks, ensuring reliability and safety you can trust. Our transformers extend their powers across nations worldwide. Our product range encompasses a spectrum of possibilities, powering your possibilities with reliable transformers. Distribution transformers, tailor-made for residential, commercial, and industrial applications, come in various capacities. Large power transformers, manufactured under sterile conditions, offer capacities from 5 MVA or 11 kV up to 315 MVA or 400 kV, including substation, generator step-up or down, and more. Inverter duty transformers for a wide range of solar applications. Skid-mounted substations, a game changer in wind energy, offer convenience and efficiency. At Indotech Transformers, we prioritize sustainability. Our commitment to values runs deep. We prioritize eco-friendly practices to reduce our environmental impact. Rooted in the principles of social and governance, we invest in our people, skills, and careers, propelling our company toward greater growth and innovation. Because at Indotech Transformers, we nurture connections that power progress and light up a brighter, more electrifying future. Indotech Transformers, your reliable partner for a sustainable energy future.
Ever since our foundation in 1910, focusing on the fields of automobile, industrial infrastructure, and electronics, Proterial has produced materials of exceptional quality. Supported by our advanced technology and development capabilities, our tool steels and magnetic materials and power electronics materials with excellent properties have all realized improved productivity and efficiency for XEVs. Our reliable heat-resistant and corrosion-resistant alloys have supported aircraft development, while our electric wires have an extensive record in advancing railroads. Medicine has benefited from our ultrafine cables and ceramic products that reduce patient burden. Our Our soft magnetic components, clad materials, and lead frame materials have met various needs in the electronics industry, contributing to the miniaturization of components and energy saving. In all these ways and more, we have striven to create highly functional materials that solve our customers' issues and achieve a sustainable society. We promise to uphold our commitment to quality as a materials professional, to open new doors in different industries with our progressive will, and to be proactive in making the world a better place. Proterial will continue to solve social issues through materials by further evolving the structural and composition control technologies centered on metals that we have cultivated over more than 100 years, while adding new capabilities and innovations. Moving confidently ahead with quality for a sustainable future. Proterial.
Power. It drives progress, connects industries, and shapes the future. As the energy landscape shifts from conventional fuels to green alternatives, Atlanta Electricals is at the forefront, ensuring stability today while enabling the transition to a sustainable tomorrow. At Atlanta, we don't just build transformers, we strengthen the backbone of a reliable, evolving power grid. From solar and wind to conventional power, our transformers ensure seamless transmission across industries and communities, helping shape a smarter, cleaner, and more resilient energy future. For decades, Atlanta Electricals has been at the heart of power transformation, ensuring industries, infrastructure, and transmission networks run without disruption. With a presence across 19 states and 3 union territories in India, we have installed over 78,000 MVA and more than 4,000 units, while steadily expanding into global markets. At the core of our operations is a manufacturing ecosystem built for precision and scale. With 5 advanced production facilities, we are equipped to meet the evolving demands of modern energy infrastructure. Every transformer we make is designed to last longer and perform better. A diverse transformer range supports critical sectors nationwide, from power transformers to furnace transformers and special duty units to inverter duty transformers. We have solutions for all customer needs. We also power transportation through trackside railway transformers, and our green ester oil transformers offer a sustainable, safer, and longer-lasting solution. India is moving towards its vision of becoming a developed economy by 2047. And Atlanta Electricals is not just keeping pace. We are thinking ahead. As we move toward a brighter, greener future, Atlanta remains committed to powering progress and transforming lives. Together, we will build the energy systems of tomorrow.
The world wakes up to new possibilities. Streets hum, dreams take flight, and progress reaches new heights. A quiet force drives it all. CG Power and Industrial Solutions Limited, an engineering conglomerate with a rich and diverse portfolio of products and services, has been the driving force for more than 88 years, powering economies, industries, and your everyday lives. CG Motors, the force behind every motion. 1 in every 3 motors in India carries the CG name. We don't just power industries, we set them in motion. As pioneers of India's first complete range of IE2, IE3 and IE4 motors in India, we continue to redefine efficiency, reliability and performance. Our range of commercial motors is built for performance and durability, powering everyday applications across industries, appliances and compact machinery. Built to perform in the most demanding conditions, our large motors and generators power everything from heavy industry and transportation to utilities and power plants. CG Consumer Products, the force behind reliable comfort everywhere. Since re-entering the FMEG segment in 2019, we have been delivering a wide range of consumer electrical products, including industrial and domestic fans, pumps, water heaters, and air coolers. From factories to farmlands, homes to highways, CG moves the world forward. CG Transformers, the force behind powering progress. As one of the top 5 leading Indian manufacturers of high-performance power and distribution transformers, we have been powering the nation's progress while supporting global power infrastructure. Our transformers power industries and communities, accelerating economic growth and enabling innovation. CG Switchgears, the force behind your everyday reliability. Our advanced switchgear solutions ensure seamless power transmission, keeping industries, homes and communities running smoothly. From cutting-edge condenser bushings and current transformers built to perform even in high altitude and seismic zones, to gas circuit breakers, surge arresters and indigenous gas-insulated switchgear, 11 kilowatts to 245 kilowatts, our products meet the highest global standards such as IEC and IEEE. With customized automation systems, we ensure reliable protection and uninterrupted performance. From sunrise to sunset, we empower lives. From progress to promise, we help shape ambitions into reality. CG, the force that innovates today, inspires tomorrow, and builds legacies.
Powering progress, lighting lives, and shaping the future. The company currently manufactures various types of transformers up to 100 MVA 132 kV class. Dry type cast resin transformers up to 5 MVA 33 kV class. Control relay panels along with substation automation services for substations up to 400 kV. For you, we make power equipments of high quality and global standards. For us, we build only trust. Danish, a unit of trust.
In a world where energy drives progress and shapes the future, Indotech Transformers stands out for its unwavering commitment to powering your world with reliable, sustainable transformers, leading the way in the global energy transition. Our Our manufacturing plant proudly features cutting-edge infrastructure and state-of-the-art equipment, a testament to decades of excellence. Our Winding Bay facility operates under dust-free conditions, ensuring the highest quality of production. In our NABL accredited lab, every transformer undergoes rigorous quality checks, ensuring reliability and safety you can trust. Our transformers extend their powers across nations worldwide. Our product range encompasses a spectrum of possibilities, powering your possibilities with reliable transformers. Distribution transformers, tailor-made for residential, commercial, and industrial applications, come in various capacities. Large power transformers, manufactured under sterile conditions, offer capacities from 5 MVA or 11 kV up to 315 MVA or 400 kV, including substation, generator step-up or down, and more. Inverter duty transformers for a wide range of solar applications. Skid-mounted substations, a game changer in wind energy, offer convenience and efficiency. At Indotech Transformers, we prioritize sustainability. Our commitment to values runs deep. We prioritize eco-friendly practices to reduce our environmental impact. Rooted in the principles of social and governance, we invest in our people, skills, and careers, propelling our company toward greater growth and innovation. Because at Indotech Transformers, we nurture connections that power progress and light up a brighter, more electrifying future. Indotech Transformers, your reliable partner for a sustainable energy future.
Ever since our foundation in 1910, focusing on the fields of automobile, industrial infrastructure, and electronics, Proterial has produced materials of exceptional quality. Supported by our advanced technology and development capabilities, our tool steels and magnetic materials and power electronics materials with excellent properties have all realized improved productivity and efficiency for xEVs. Our reliable heat-resistant and corrosion-resistant alloys have supported aircraft development, while our electric wires have an extensive record in advancing railroads. Medicine has benefited from our ultrafine cables and ceramic products that reduce patient burden. Our soft magnetic components, clad materials, and lead frame materials have met various needs in the electronics industry, contributing to the miniaturization of components and energy saving. In all these ways and more, we have striven to create highly functional materials that solve our customers' issues and achieve a sustainable society. We promise to uphold our commitment to quality as a materials professional, to open new doors in different industries with our progressive will, and to be proactive in making the world a better place. Proterial will continue to solve social issues through materials by further evolving the structural and composition control technologies centered on metals that we have cultivated over more than 100 years, while adding new capabilities and innovations. Moving confidently ahead with quality for a sustainable future. Proterial.
Power. It drives progress, connects industries, and shapes the future. As the energy landscape shifts from conventional fuels to green alternatives, Atlanta Electricals is at the forefront, ensuring stability today while enabling the transition to a sustainable tomorrow. At Atlanta, we don't just build transformers, we strengthen the backbone of a reliable, evolving power grid. From solar and wind to conventional power, our transformers ensure seamless transmission across industries and communities, helping shape a smarter, cleaner, and more resilient energy future. For decades, Atlanta Electricals has been at the heart of power transformation, ensuring industries, infrastructure, and transmission networks run without disruption. With a presence across 19 states and 3 union territories in India, we have installed over 78,000 MVA and more than 4,000 units, while steadily expanding into global markets. At the core of our operations is a manufacturing ecosystem built for precision and scale. With 5 advanced production facilities, we are equipped to meet the evolving demands of modern energy infrastructure. Every transformer we make is designed to last longer and perform better. A diverse transformer range supports critical sectors nationwide, from power transformers to furnace transformers and special duty units to inverter duty transformers. We have solutions for all customer needs. We also power transportation through trackside railway transformers, and our green ester oil transformers offer a sustainable, safer, and longer-lasting solution. India is moving towards its vision of becoming a developed economy by 2047. And Atlanta Electricals is not just keeping pace. We are thinking ahead. As we move toward a brighter, greener future, Atlanta remains committed to powering progress and transforming lives. Together, we will build the energy systems of tomorrow.
dawn, the world wakes up to new possibilities. Streets hum, dreams take flight, and progress reaches new heights. A quiet force drives it all. CG Power and Industrial Solutions Limited, an engineering conglomerate with a rich and diverse portfolio of products and services, has been the driving force for more than 88 years, powering economies, industries, and your everyday lives. CG Motors, the force behind every motion. 1 in every 3 motors in India carries the CG name. We don't just power industries, we set them in motion. As pioneers of India's first complete range of IE2, IE3 and IE4 motors in India, we continue to redefine efficiency, reliability and performance. Our range of commercial motors is built for performance and durability, powering everyday applications across industries, appliances and compact machinery. Built to perform in the most demanding conditions, our large motors and generators power everything from heavy industry and transportation to utilities and power plants. CG Consumer Products, the force behind reliable comfort everywhere. Since re-entering the FMEG segment in 2019, we have been delivering a wide range of consumer electrical products, including industrial and domestic fans, pumps, water heaters, and air coolers. From factories to farmlands, homes to highways, CG moves the world forward. CG Transformers, the force behind powering progress. As one of the top 5 leading Indian manufacturers of high-performance power and distribution transformers, we have been powering the nation's progress while supporting global power infrastructure. Our transformers power industries and communities, accelerating economic growth and enabling innovation. CG Switchgears, the force behind your everyday reliability. Our advanced switchgear solutions ensure seamless power transmission, keeping industries, homes and communities running smoothly. From cutting-edge condenser bushings and current transformers built to perform even in high altitude and seismic zones, to gas circuit breakers, surge arresters and indigenous gas-insulated switchgear, 11 kilowatts to 245 kilowatts, our products meet the highest global standards such as IEC and IEEE. With customized automation systems, we ensure reliable protection and uninterrupted performance. From sunrise to sunset, we empower lives. From progress to promise, we help shape ambitions into reality. CG, the force that innovates today, inspires tomorrow, and builds legacies.
Powering progress, lighting lives, and shaping the future. The company currently manufactures various types of transformers up to 100 MVA 132 kV class. Dry type cast resin transformers up to 5 MVA 33 kV class. Control relay panels along with substation automation services for substations up to 400 kV. For you, we make power equipments of high quality and global standards. For us, we build only trust. Damage, a unit of trust.
In a world where energy drives progress and shapes the future, Indotech Transformers stands out for its unwavering commitment to powering your world with reliable, sustainable transformers, leading the way in the global energy transition. Our Our manufacturing plant proudly features cutting-edge infrastructure and state-of-the-art equipment, a testament to decades of excellence. Our Winding Bay facility operates under dust-free conditions, ensuring the highest quality of production. In our NABL accredited lab, every transformer undergoes rigorous quality checks, ensuring reliability and safety you can trust. Our transformers extend their powers across nations worldwide. Our product range encompasses a spectrum of possibilities, powering your possibilities with reliable transformers. Distribution transformers, tailor-made for residential, commercial, and industrial applications, come in various capacities. Large power transformers, manufactured under sterile conditions, offer capacities from 5 MVA or 11 kV up to 315 MVA or 400 kV, including substation, generator step-up or down, and more. Inverter duty transformers for a wide range of solar applications. Skid-mounted substations, a game changer in wind energy, offer convenience and efficiency. At Indotech Transformers, we prioritize sustainability. Our commitment to values runs deep. We prioritize...
Requesting everyone to please settle down. We are starting in another 5 minutes.
Rooted in the principles of social and governance, we invest in our people, skills, and careers, propelling our company toward greater growth and innovation. Because at Indotech Transformers, we nurture connections that power progress and light up a brighter, more electrifying future. Indotech Transformers, your reliable partner for a sustainable energy future.
Ever since our foundation in 1910, focusing on the fields of automobile, industrial infrastructure, and electronics, Proterial has produced materials of exceptional quality. Supported by our advanced technology and development capabilities, our tool steels and magnetic materials and power electronics materials with excellent properties have all realized improved productivity and efficiency for xEVs. Our reliable heat-resistant and corrosion-resistant alloys have supported aircraft development, while our electric wires have an extensive record in advancing railroads. Medicine has benefited from our ultrafine cables and ceramic products that reduce patient burden. Our soft magnetic components, clad materials, and lead frame materials have met various needs in the electronics industry, contributing to the miniaturization of components and energy saving. In all these ways and more, we have striven to create highly functional materials that solve our customers' issues and achieve a sustainable society. We promise to uphold our commitment to quality as a materials professional.
Requesting everyone to
open
kindly
new
settle
doors
down.
in
We are
different
starting.
industries with our
We are starting the session. So our next session is technical session on advances in testing, quality and diagnostics. May I request session chair and co-chair to kindly join on the dais. Session chair is Mr. Amandeep Singh from PGCIL. Session co-chair is Mr. Rajendra Prasad from Indotech Transformers Limited. Also, I would like to call upon the stage the session authors, Mr. Linga Karthik from EMR Tap Changers, Mr. Govindaraj M from GE Vernova, Mr. Sumit Sharma from Skipper Sale Limited, Mr. P. Eswara Murthy from TND Systems India Private Limited, Mr. Jernoth from Energy Support GmbH, Germany, Mr. Anil S. Khopkar from IRDA, Mr. Mohammad Teenwala, DGVCL. Welcome everyone on the dais, and now may I request the session chair and co-chair to kindly take it forward, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the next session. The topic of the session is advances in testing, quality and diagnostics. So I have seen the papers. They are very interesting. This session was originally planned for before lunch session, but due to some delays, we have to start it now after lunch. Post-lunch sessions mostly are very, it's very lethargic, but I'm sure the interesting papers will excite the minds of the audience, and you will greatly benefit from the discussions. So the topic testing, quality and diagnostic is very relevant to us all. See, humans by nature are very inquisitive. We are always interested to know what will happen, what is going to happen. No, everyone, they cannot resist glancing over the horoscope predictions or going to some, astrologers and everything. So the intent behind all this is that we want to know what is going to happen. And when we talk about our transformers and equipment in general, testing is the only mechanism through which we can identify what is going to happen in the future. And you can also correct your course, and you can also define what needs to be done so that your equipment is not facing any problem in the future. So without any further ado, I would like to request our first technical paper from EMR tap changer, Mr. Linga Karthik. So before we start the sessions, I just request that due to paucity of time, I think if all speakers can restrict at least by 1 minute. So 8 to 9 minutes, if you can finish, then it would be better. Thank you.
So good afternoon all. So as our session chair said, it is a post-lunch session. So as far as possible, I'll try to make it short and engaging. So the topic for the discussion is the incomplete diverter operation detection in the on-load tap changes, the system that we recently developed and we have introduced in our M-type double compartment tap changer. Before diving deep into the technicalities and the functional logic, let us brush upon the operational principle of how the double compartment tap changer is going to function. So as you can see in the animation, when you are operating a double compartment tap changer, the tap selector should move first from the current tap position to the next intended tap, and then followed by the diverter operation. So in M-type tap changer, the diverter operation is expected to complete within 60 milliseconds. If it is exceeding or if it is not happening at all, what is going to happen is that the dielectric breakdown is going to happen, and followed by the severe arc flash, and subsequently the tap changer is going to fail. Unfortunately, as of now, there is no such detection measures available in the market. And if you consider the conventional oil surge relay and pressure relay fall mechanism and all, those are all reactive type. That will only act after the fault escalation, not during the fault. So that is where we have introduced this system. This is a direct time-based system, which involves a PLC, which has the capability to detect the transition time even in millisecond, coupled with a couple of magnetic reed switches. Those reed switches are directly linked with the odd and even tap contacts, and then with the help of the input from the magnetic reed switch, the PLC can decide whether the initiated tap change operation, rather the diverter operation, has been completed or not. Rather, I would say it is completed or not within the stipulated time, that is 60 milliseconds. So with the help of this animation, we can get more glimpse about how the system designed to function. So as you can see, here we have a selector and the diverter, and of course there will be magnetic sensor for odd and even tap positions. And then you can see the red color indicated line indicates that it is the normally closed path, whereas the black ones are the normally open path. So as I mentioned earlier, so in this mechanism, the heroes are the magnetic reed switches. So the state of the reed switches given as the input to the PLC, thereby the PLC can decide, okay, now the tap diverter started transitioning. So during the transition, whether the transition from one position to the another, which that has happened within the stipulated time. So that is a very fundamental principle and the easiest principle that we have adopted to monitor the correct operation of the diverter. And here is the schematic. So as you can see, the mechanism what we have developed, that is the PLC, which will be placed inside the drive mechanism, and the input to the PLC, it is taken from the OLTC diverter that has been wired properly. And when we talk about the advantages of the system, this is the direct time-based system which is monitoring the correct functioning of the diverter 24/7. I would say whenever you need not to depend on the external source, it is there within the diverter itself, and then it is faster, relatively faster. It is it is proactive, it is not reactive type. And then suppose if you want to retrofit the existing OLTC where this feature is not available, with the minimal addition of component, this can be easily achievable. And as I mentioned, the fourth point indicates the retrofit possibility. And every job with this feature we are manufacturing at in-house, we used to do the routine test. So just for the audience easiness, I have indicated 3 channels, yellow, green and blue. So yellow indicates the circuit correctness, because I only indicated the switching operator, that is diverter incomplete monitoring. But in addition to that, we are also having the circuit integrity checkpoint. So, and the other one is, of course, this one I mentioned, the circuit integrity. How we are verifying the circuit integrity is that, as you have seen in this particular schematic, so there is a wiring which is connecting the OLTC diverter, that magnetic reed switches to the PLC. In case, for some reason, if there is a discontinuity in any one or both, so and somebody is operating the tap changer, then the PLC will initiate the first output. That is, it is checking the circuit integrity. Thereby, it is making sure that this sensing system, it is in order or not. It will alert the user by enabling the output 1. And of course, the second output, that's what we have more interested in, that is the switching operation completion. So that is again, it is possible that we can simulate by making use of the manual means. It is also possible that mechanically we can disintegrate the energy storage accumulator inside the our energy accumulator mechanism inside the diverter, and thereby we can simulate that output as well. And this is a third one, which I won't say it is a prominent one, but I personally observed this particular thing, balancing and missing operation, during the course of evaluating the incomplete operation. So thereby I thought, okay, maybe this feature also, even it may be of remote possibility, why not we add it in the third output. So suppose if somebody is doing the diverter and selector integration, if there is a misalignment, that is a possibility that you are doing the tap change operation, the selector may operate, but the diverter operation will never going to happen. So this is also not right. So that output, imperfection also can be notified with the help of this output 3. And another one case also, peculiar case, I have observed during the course of verification, that energy accumulator assembly, it consists of mainspring as well as the pall assembly. We used to call it pall assembly. If the pall assembly is not aligned properly, there is a possibility that energy accumulator spring may charge, but the energy released from during the course of discharge, it won't be going to drive the diverter operation. So thereby with this particular point also we would like to cover, and that's the reason in this particular scheme of things we have added in the output 3. So, and this is just a comparison between the conventional protection measure versus the proposed system. It is a direct detection, and the response is passive in the traditional one, whereas this one is active, which offers the instant tripping. So the probability of transformer as well as tap changer protection is much better. And missing operation, I particularly indicated, it is not possible in the conventional systems, whereas it is possible in the our proposed system. Retrofit option, of course, there is no such concept of retrofit in the conventional scheme of things, whereas this particular system, it is retrofitable. And what else? And this is an advantage which I have already discussed. The one more thing I would like to add is that we are in the process of adding the machine learning concept. Thereby the the system itself will make sure that it is continuously monitoring the healthiness of the energy accumulator assembly, which is the fundamental. If you are talking about the diverter, that is the fundamental which is driving the correct operation of the diverter. So by making use of the by introducing the machine learning capability, we are just exploring the possibility of making the OLTCs far more scientific and then improved version. So that's all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you for that excellent speech, Mr. Karthik. Proceeding further, let's proceed to the next paper, Optimizing Factory Test Procedures for Transformers and Shunt Reactors with oil-to-oil cable box interfaces by Mr. Govindarajam.
Yeah, good afternoon to all. So my topic is optimizing factory test procedure for transformers and shunt reactors for oil-to-oil cable box interfaces. I included oil to SF6 also based on the reviewer comments. So main intention of this paper is to make the testing process the lead and reduce the simplifying the test setups. So this is the content, the brief introduction about oil-to-oil, oil-to-SF6 test arrangement and industrial current practices and some of the challenges. And there are proposals like to use existing cable box of actual site with some modification during the factory test, and also that standardize the turret assembly and the conservator also. So conservator also it can be reusable. And also the air and clearances can be reduced because the site there is no exposure of any equipment exposure of high voltage exposure in the air side, because everything is terminated inside the oil medium or SF6 medium. So that can be so during the factory test we can reduce the clearances and make the straight bushings, straight turret assembly. So that will simplify your turret assembly also, test setup. And then conclusion. So as you know all, the oil-to-oil or oil-to-SF6 bushing is the interface between the transformer with the oil-to-oil cable box or the gas insulator substations. So in India, I think we are using very less number of the oil-to-oil cable box arrangement. But if you go the offshore and onshore, it is compulsory to use oil-to-oil cable box arrangement. So there are the difficulties, those arrangement when you are replicating into the factory test setup. So there are the difficulties exactly to replicate. The manufacturers, they followed the professional test setups based on the agreement with the customers by using the oil-to-air bushings. So this paper presents mainly the standardized the test setup assembly and reusable across the different projects of same voltage rating. And it allows the modular test configuration and also reduce the project specific adaptations. So otherwise what happens depends on the size of the transformer, the air and clearances we have to maintain. So to maintain the air and clearances, each project, each transformer ratings, we have to make new test assembly. So this can be avoided if you make the standard arrangement. So the industrial existing practice, as I said, the professional test setup is used with the oil-to-air bushings. So during the FAT, the combination of oil-to-oil or oil-to-SF6 bushing with oil-to-air bushings used. And also the SF6, some of the countries SF6 is not allowed, and even in our organization's plant, SF6 is not allowed to use due to the safety concerns. So we use the oil instead of SF6. In this case, what happened, as I already said, we have to use the angular turret because of the size of the transformer. To maintain the clearances, we have to use the angular turret. This angle depends on your size of the transformer again. So that cannot be reusable with the other transformer of same rating because of the size. So here, so I have two questions here. One is the air and clearances, because at site all the high voltage terminations happen inside the oil medium or SF6 medium, so inside the turret. So there is no exposure of air and clearances. So this clearance can be reduced. So one point, instead of using the IEC clearance during the FIT or the customer specific clearances. So this can be avoided. So that will help us to simplify the test assembly. And second point, the oil to oil or oil to SF6 bushing. During the FAT condition, it may not be required because this already tested at the supplier premises. There's almost similar configuration, similar turret diameter, the arrangements, it is already tested. So it may not be required to test again at factory. So if you remove the oil to oil or oil to SF6 bushing during the factory test of the transformer, so that will further simplify your test setups. And recommended test configurations, as I already said, the use side cable box with some minor modification, and the standard test turret assembly with optimized air and clearances that can be make straight turret instead of the angular turret because of you are reducing the clearances. Eliminate oil to oil or oil to SF6 bushing and use oil to air bushing only during the FAT. And the conservator. So conservator also is not exposed to any high voltage potential at the site condition. So that also we can make the standardized to reusable. So because of this, the test process make more linear, shorten the test timing and minimize the material cost. So because of reusability of the turret, conservator, everything. So the first proposal is modification of existing side cable box. So as shown in the right side pictures, the socket pot, it can be rotated upwards by adding the bushing planks, the oil to air and bushings directly connected. So this is the one proposal. And so the first, maybe if customer is not agreed, the first unit of the project can be tested with this cable box with oil to oil plus oil to air or oil to SF6 plus air. So remaining unit maybe we can remove the oil to oil or oil to SF6 bushing because already the first unit we are validating the cable box arrangement, so that can be avoided. And there are other 2 points I want to add here. One is the qualitative point. During the FAT conditions, there is cable. The cable they use to connect the oil to air and bushings. So because of the factory test conditions, so the length of the cable maybe they may be using more. So after FAT test, it may be cut and bent downward direction to meet the site requirement. So it will spoil the dielectric the uniformity of the cable because of the twisting, multiple handling. So what we propose is use 2 cables, identical cables. One is for FAT and another one is for site arrangement. And second one is, as per EN standard, there is the removable link is provided. It's recommended to use removable link for the site testing conditions. So here what we recommend is, first you do the site, all the site low voltage test, then you fix the cable. So this case what happened, the removable link can be avoided. And standardize of a test turret assembly. So this already I said, if you remove oil to SF6 or oil to oil bushings, so directly the transformer winding connected to oil to air bushings. So simple transformer turret can be used for the testing. So this will further make the more lean on the testing process. Reusable conservator assembly. So as I already said, at site condition, the conservator is not exposed to any high voltage air in the air clearances. So we can make the standalone conservator arrangement which can be fixed outside of the transformer. Only the height has to be adjusted for the oil, to maintain the oil pressures and all. So this can be reusable in multiple units. And the clearance spot, so incorporating an appropriate air and corona shield. So the shields also I provided here, maybe the spear shape or dome shape or toroidal shape. Most probably toroidal shape may not be suitable because the individual shield diameter is the matter. So if you use bigger diameter, so it can we can reduce the clearances. Otherwise the spear or dome shape it helps more to make more the dielectric uniformity and reduce the stress within our the required limit. Yeah, as conclusions, this paper focused mainly on streamlining the factory test process of oil to oil and oil to SF6 test assembly for transformers and shunt reactors. There are three proposals is given to use the existing side cable box with some minor modification. And second one is the reduce the air clearances, so that helps to standardize the test turret, avoid the oil to SF6 bushing arrangement, and the standalone conservator. So this simplified arrangement helps to reuse multiple units of same voltage ratings. And the proposed configurations already we have validated. So we have not made it in India this. So we have made this in Europe and validated up to 630 kV. So this helps to overall methodology streamlines the FAT procedures, significantly reduces the assembly time, testing time, and the testing operating efficiency. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Govindraj. I think definitely everyone will take a leaf out of this presentation and use in their regular testing when we have oil to oil or oil to SF6 bushing. With this, we'll proceed to the next presentation. It is by Mr. Sumit Sharma from Skipper SAL. The presentation is on improvement of measurement and accuracy in impulse testing of power transformers. Request Mr. Sumit to add it to the time.
I'll try to make it, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah, first of all, good afternoon to respected chair, designated experts, and fellow delegates. Actually, today I am just presenting a topic that every high voltage test engineer silently struggles with how to obtain a clean, honest, and fully IEC compliant wave shape. Standard looks simple on paper, but on the test floor, we are seeing ringing, overshoot, long fronts, short tails, all these things. So actually, many times we thought that generator does everything, but every time it doesn't happen like this. Most of the things will depend on the geometry, groundings, and the person, and the understanding of the things, that how the values are changing. So this is just a technical overview. Actually, I'm not going in the depth of that one due to the time constraint. So these are the standard things that IEC or IEEE always provides in their documents, that 1.2/50 microsecond should be the waveform, and how it will be calculated can be calculated from 10% to 90% of the crest value, and measured at the 50% of crest is the T2. So now these are the standard versions, which I have already told you. Front time can be calculated by 10% to 90% rise voltage, and tail time is the decay to 50% of the crest. So now I'm going directly to the pre-test essentials. Actually, this slide we can also see, because it is just the components which will be used while doing the impulse testing, like impulse generator, transformer under test, chopping gaps, measuring dividers, and digital recorders. So there I have elaborated some precautions which shall be taken while performing any impulse wave in the test lab, like the grounding. The grounding shall be single point, loops shall be avoided, and ringing and stray oscillations will be reduced in that situation. And your lead routing shall be straight, parasitic inductance will not come, then return path must be parallel. And your placement of the divider, your divider shall be placed near to the test object, maybe within 2 to 3 meter periphery, just to reduce the inductance and the capacitance which will be made in the air. Then your gap generation, and when any type of impulse shall be performed in the laboratory, then all the temporary items like your chain, hooks, generally which happens in the laboratory, shall be removed. So here we have just demonstrated a generator configuration. Like on the first one, we have elaborated the crest voltage. V peak is equals to N into Vc. N is nothing, number of stages, and Vc is the voltage. So it is just giving the overview of the thing, that how the voltage can be calculated, how the energy can be calculated. Yeah, from here actually the paper starts. In case of any impulse wave, we always struggle with the dampings, oscillations, overshoots, ringing, all these things. And all these things actually can be minimized or can be eliminated from the system if we actually understood some things about that. Like, and it generally happens in the LV winding, because in the HV winding there is a huge impedance was there and capacitance is low, so these type of problems will not come in the HV winding actually. But in the LV winding, because your impedance is low and the capacitance is high, so these all problems will occur. Yeah. So what can be the remedies for removing these or minimizing these remedies or the problems, just like oscillations and all these things? I have elaborated at the bottom, if you can see, damping, Glenger circuit and use of inductor. These are the things which will actually reduce the oscillations. And how it will reduce? It will reduce by calculating a Q factor. There one factor will come which we called as a Q factor, the quality factor. As we all know, as Q is equal to omega naught L by R, and omega naught is nothing else a natural resonant frequency. So and omega naught can also be calculated by 1 by 2 pi square root of LC. So if we go through this formula, then it can be concluded that your quality factor or Q factor is inversely proportional to R, and it is directly proportional to C, and again inversely proportional to L. It means either we will touch all these three parameters, it is going to be improved. And how it can be improved, that we are going to discuss. Like in the first option, we have provided the damping. Damping is nothing, just a non-inductive resistance which can be connected in the parallel. Okay, and the same thing, resistance, we are just increasing the resistance so that your oscillation will reduce. However, that can also be done by the damping resistances. And other than this, there is one more thing, what we called as the restrapping of the impulse generator. Like in impulse generator, generally what we do, we connect the impulse generator in series connections or in the parallel connection. It purely depends on the test object on which we are going to apply the shots, or what is the level of that transformer, maybe the kV level or the capacitance level. In the just like when we require the when we need to test any transformer with higher capacitance values, then we need to switch the stages from series stage to parallel stage, so that our overall capacitance will increase and our T2 will increase in that situation, and your overshoot will become reduced. So ringing in your wave shape, oscillations in your wave shape, these all will reduce. And the length of the conductor which is going to be connected from the generator to your transformer, as it creates the inductance in that, and inductance will increase your oscillations and overshoots. So these are the things which can be used and very useful while performing any impulse test in the laboratory. Other than this, there is one more thing which we called as inductor. Inductor is also a good tool to use while doing the impulse testing. However, alone inductor cannot serve your purpose. Just like if you want to confirm that your overshoot shall be less than 5%, then only inductor cannot solve the purpose. In addition, we need to make the parallel stages also, so that it can be complied. Here is a case study. It is actually in our test lab in Skipper Seal. It is a 34 MVA transformer, 132 by 11 kV. You can see the LV side is 11 kV, and it is a very small winding, higher capacitance winding. And I have just demonstrated that while doing the series connections, we got the parameter T1 0.61, T2 38, and overshoot was 11%. But as we switch the generator from series to parallel, means actually we have increases the capacitance of the circuit, the mark circuit. And after doing some good adjustments in the resistances, then we got this drastic change in the T1 and the overshoot also. Other than this, there are some waveform analysis tools are also available which can exactly tell you that how the resonance is happening, maybe due to the inductance of the generator, or maybe due to the transformer. So these are the different tools, just like DCP tools, we called them FFT, digital filtering, and correlation data. Actually, these all softwares do nothing. They will just separate the things, means frequency to time domain, so that you can see that where the frequency, at what frequency the distortion is happening, so that it can be eliminated. So As far as the waveform analysis, these tools are also available in the market. So as in conclusion, I just want to conclude a thing that a clean waveform doesn't depend on the cost of the generator, but on disciplined grounding, correct lead geometry, proper stage configuration, and controlled damping. As future technologies evolve, solid state impulse generators, mobile HV labs, and AI assisted diagnostic, one principle will always remain same. Repeatability is reliability, and reliability begins with a clean impulse wave shape. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sumit. That was a very powerful closing statement. Can we go to the next paper? That is on challenges and testing in transformer with oil-to-oil and oil-to-SF6 bushings. So by Mr. Ramakrishnan KV, Mr. Praveen Krishna from Toshiba, and Ishwaramurthy.
Good afternoon to one and all present here. First of all, I would like to thank IEEMA and the team Trafotech Global 2025. Before technical discussions, I will introduce myself. Myself, Ishwaramurthy, working as a manager in testing department, Toshiba, Hyderabad. Today, my topic is challenges in testing of transformer with oil-to-oil and oil-to-SF6 bushings. Introduction. This presentation is deliberates the challenges of the testing of power transformers which are having that oil-to-oil and oil-to-SF6 and the methods used to overcome them through the innovative testing arrangements. And this topic is particularly relevant because of the recent developments in EHV and UHV systems have led to use of oil-to-oil and oil-to-SF6 bushing for compact, efficient and environment-friendly substations. Now we'll enter into the challenges what we faced. In this presentation, first I will discuss on the challenges we faced with the oil to SF6 and then strategies to overcome them, and then I will discuss about oil to oil bushing. Yeah, when we come to this oil to SF6, during testing we need to have give the connections to the transformer. That is possible only if you have a N termination. But with this oil to SF6 bushings, there won't be any direct connection due to the SF6 gas is filled in the chamber. So, the next challenge is, and it requires an additional SF6 to air bushing. Since we don't have the termination, we are going to use an additional bushing which is the SF6 to air termination, which will be mounted over here, and that will increase the overall height of the transformer, making the connections very difficult at a very high level. Since you are going to use the man lift or some JLG or some equipment to reach the top of the bushings, that will be at a very high level, that around 14 to 15 meters height. That will be very risky. Apart from the height, we face the challenges in clearances of making the bushing to bushing clearances also. So to overcome this challenge, we came up with the strategies that we will discuss here. First, we use a innovative L-type SF6 gas chamber, which we call it as a zig assembly, to connect the oil to SF6 bushing and SF6 to air bushing. So first here we mount the oil to SF6 bushing vertically on the turret, which is already fixed on the transformer. Then SF6 to air bushing horizontally on the jig. So the height of the SF6 gas chamber can be designed to maintain the face to earth clearances. Here we can see this is a transformer and this is the bushing turret. Here on the turret of the transformer we have mounted the oil to SF6 bushing. Over this we have some L-shaped chamber which is filled with SF6, and over this chamber, we call it as a jig, we place the SF6 to air bushing horizontally. So this will reduce the height of the transformer, and we can maintain the clearances with respect to earth by changing the L-shaped chamber. And the other strategies are to maintain the face-to-face clearances. We can fix the L-type jig assembly at a different angles. As shown in this image, you can see here U face is at some other angle when compared to V and W. So this face-to-face clearances can be maintained for testing purpose. And this is the temporary arrangement, so for the testing purpose only. And a rigid metal support is provided at the bottom of the SF6 to air bushing as shown here to maintain the stability of the bushing. And this is the final outcome of the setup, looks like this one. This is our experimental project we have done on a 300 MVA 18 by 400 kV GT, and we have supplied another two ratings also, 31.5 MVA and 150 MVA with the same setup. We have done this for the type test units. Next we will discuss about the oil to oil bushing. Here also same challenges we faced. There is no direct test connection due to the oil installation. Here main issue is with the cable box used for the oil to oil end. So it is necessary to ensure the integrity of the installation used in the cable box along with the transformer winding installation. So we were forced to test the cable box installation along with the bushing also. Here you can see in the next slide I will show how the cable box is assembled over the bushing turret, and the same issue with the height also. Here if we mount the oil to air bushing over this oil to oil bushing, the height of the transformer will be very high, and there will be a complexity in oil filling and the connections. So to overcome these challenges, we are using this oil to air bushings. I will show the image. This is the actual side condition cable box which is mounted over the oil to oil bushing. Here this cable box is mounted here, and this downward direction there will be a cable termination which will be used at the site. So to have the access in testing setup, we are going to change the orientation of the cable box like this. The second half of the cable box will be oriented in upward direction, and so we have the access to assemble oil to air bushing. In this to maintain the face-to-face clearances, we are using an testing turret setup over this cable box that will be at inclined angle. Here also we have provided a rigid metal supports for the stability of the cable box and the oil to air bushing, and due to the increased height we are going to use an conservator additional increase in height, so we need to provide external metal support, and this is the outcome of the experimental project. This is how it looks. Conclusion: by adopting these testing setups for oil to oil SF6 and oil to oil bushings are also tested along with the transformer. Integrity of the cellulose insulation used in the cable box also ensured, and the transformer testing becomes more efficient and meets the requirement of site as well as the governing standards. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vishwamurthy. You have given us one more option of testing oil to oil and oil to SF6 bushing. Going to the next paper, it is influences on the dissolved gas analysis in various insulation liquids for conditional monitoring of power transformers by Mr. Gernot Dibonner. Sorry if I pronounced wrongly.
A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Gernot Dobiana. I'm founder and CEO of Energy Support, and the focus, prime focus of Energy Support is in dissolved gas analysis. And this is what I want to talk about here, the influences of different liquids on DGA. As you might know, DGA is a very important parameter to assess the condition of the transformer. We have two guidelines, ASTM 3612 and IEC 60567. And just to remind you what the two standards, the two guidelines ask for is, the only difference between ASTM and IEC is that IEC calls to detect 9 gases, mainly the atmospheric gases and the hydrocarbons. Whereas ASTM says you need to detect 11 gases, also the heavy gases C3, C3H6, C3H8. IEC says you do not necessarily need to detect the heavy gases. However, in some cases, it might be good to know about this. Recalling the steps of dissolved gas analysis, the very first and probably the most important point or step of this analysis is the sampling of the oil. I'll talk about this later. Then you need to degas the oil, and after this you need to perform a quantitative analysis, meaning to detect all compounds, all gases in the transformer oil. Once you have done this, you need, of course, to interpret the value and the results and see if there's a possible problem in the transformer. So the sampling, the margin of error is almost 100% in the sampling of the oil. You have all the possibilities to do things wrong. The degassing of the oil sample depends on various factors. It depends on how you degas the oil and what liquids you have, because this would influence the coefficient factor, and then the detection, which is in most cases done through automatic injection, so the possibilities for human error are not that big. So influence of incorrect oil sample, I know most of you know you should not sample the oil in an aluminum bottle and not with an air cushion, because this air cushion, the oil would immediately take on the ambient air, and all of you know ambient air consists of 20% oxygen and 80% nitrogen. This is a given factor, and you can also calibrate each and every gas chromatograph with ambient air for oxygen and nitrogen. So you see here how the concentration of fault gases or the concentration of ambient air varies if you sample the oil with an air cushion or without. The physical properties of various insulating liquids. We in Germany, for instance, we have the situation, or all over Europe, that in areas where the groundwater is protected, that utilities and industry is shifting towards vegetable oils, synthetic ester, natural ester. So unless you do a full vacuum degassing, where it doesn't matter what liquid you degas, each and every liquid has a specific behavior. If we're talking, for instance, about headspace, under laboratory condition, under exact preconditions, 20 degrees C and atmospheric pressure of 1016 hectopascal, and the gas content is between 7 and 10%, you'll be able to extract around 80% of the gases, and the rest is calculated with solubility coefficients. So now if the gas content is less, for instance, hermetic transformer or new oil where the gas content could even be lower than 1%, then the solubility coefficient vary. It varies very heavily. The density or the flash point, if you look at the flash point of mineral oil, it's 140, 150 degree, whereas natural ester or synthetic ester is almost up to 300 degree. So it's very fire resistant. And what is also very important is that the water saturation, the possibility of the oil to take on water is much, much higher. The saturation point in mineral oil is about 40 ppm, whereas natural ester or synthetic ester, it goes up to almost 3000 ppm. And that again, the disadvantage is that it impacts the aging process in the transformer. So here you have a table about the solubility coefficients of different oils, of different gases. You see in the mineral oil for hydrocarbons, it can vary quite a bit. Also for CO in synthetic ester and silicone oil. So coming back to what I said before, unless you have a full vacuum degassing where you don't need to worry about the extraction yield, you don't need to worry about the solubility coefficient. With all other degassing methods like partial degassing headspace, you need to prepare your own solubility coefficients. So automatic vacuum degassing without mercury and some instrument we provide with full vacuum degassing and partial vacuum degassing. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Keynote, finishing in time and also emphasizing on the sampling part for the DGA. Moving on next is the root cause analysis of tap changer failure and its importance on power transformer condition by Mr. Anil S. Kopkar from ERDA.
Good afternoon all. Myself Anil Kopkar and I am from ERDA. Topic of the paper is root cause analysis of tap changer failure and its impact on power transformer condition. As we know, transformer failure in the system creates a major impact on the system. We all are experts, so we know how the power transformer is critical in the power system. And transformer fails due to the failure of its active part or failure of its passive components. Many of the passive components includes the bushings, tap changer and also insulators. Research data indicates that the major failure are occurred due to the fault in a tap changer, because tap changer is the only moving part in the power transformer. So as a research part or from the data, it has been proven that 31% are failure occurs due to the tap changer failure in the power transformer. This data we have taken from the SIGRE guideline, so please don't take it otherwise the tap changer manufacturers. Let us move to the case study which we have presented in our paper. So there was power transformer rating 42.5 MVA. It's a generating station transformer. Voltage rating was 132 by 11 kV per power transformer. The incidence was happened like that. the R phase, surge arrestor connected on the R phase was failed due to the surge on that particular phase. And because of that, there was a heavy current flow in the R phase, and due to that, the tap changer there was a melting. The context of the surge tap changer was melted, and it was stuck up. So the user, they conducted some test like an insulation resistance test, then magnetic balance, then ratio test and winding resistance. So except ratio test, the other tests were okay. So they consulted ERDA, and then we came into picture, and then once again we conducted few tests including SFRA. So here we have presented the data for the ratio measurement as well as the winding resistance which we have measured. So first we have conducted the ratio measurement on various taps. There were 5 taps were provided on the transformer. So we can see that on the R phase, the ratio was 7.315, which is the nominal ratio. So it was throughout the tap number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the same ratio was there on the R phase. Whereas the Y phase and B phase, as per the design value, the ratio was getting changed. Similarly, when we measure the winding resistance, then we could able to see that the winding resistance of the R phase is almost same. So it is 924 milliohms nearly, and it is on all the taps it was same. Whereas the Y and B phase, that resistance is also getting changed as per the appropriate tap changing, so winding. So the turns ratio test on the transformer shows the value of the tap number 3. Then we conducted SFRA test. Here entire picture is not shown over here. Here only the 70 kilohertz where it is showing the deflection variation on the various taps has been shown over here to understand the Y and B phase. When we change the tap, there is a variation. So it indicates that the tap changing is in process. But when if we see the SFRA result of the R phase, while changing at the different tappings from 1 to 5, the trace is almost same, is exactly same. So this also indicates that there is tap changer on R phase is getting stuck. It is not getting changed. Then we advise the user to remove the oil from the transformer, open the transformer and see physical inspect. Then when we inspected physically, then we found that there was a tap changer on the tap number 3 was stuck, it was melted and it was stuck. So that is the reason it was not able to change the taps and it was stuck on the tap number 3 only. Whereas other 2 phases tap positions were moving all right, it was okay. Physical condition of the transformer also okay. And from the results of SFRA, we could be able to see that there is no problem inside the transformer. So there was only the problem with the tap changer and that to particular tap number 3 of R phase. We also conducted the IR and PI test on the transformer, and from the results of HV to LV, earth, HV to earth and LV to earth, the results are also found satisfactory. PI value was also satisfactory. So we could conclude that there was no problem. Because of the failure of the tap changer, there was no effect on the transformer active part and transformer was healthy. So it was advised to change the tap changer, overhaul the tap changer and remove the faulty contacts of the tap changer and then replace once again you recharge the transformer. So these are the findings. Visual inspection was okay, and from the SFRA results also shows that there was no problem inside the transformer. There was a problem only in the tap changers. So based on that, we have made some recommendations that always we should carry out the condition monitoring test on the transformer at periodic intervals. Also, we should also do the condition monitoring of the surge arresters, because this was caused due to the failure of the surge arrestor. So normally surge arresters are connected to the transformer for the protections against the surge. We do the condition monitoring test on the transformers, but many times the utility people or users are ignorant on the surge arresters or insulators, etc. So those are all the surge arrestor is like a protecting equipment. So like other protecting equipment, whatever protections audit we are doing, similarly the surge arrestor should be also do the condition monitoring. We should also do the health indexing of the surge arrestor. So Based on that, this is the conclusion. And conclusion is also same, that there is no problem inside the transformer due to failure of the tap changer. So by replacing of the particular faulty part of the tap changer, transformer was energized again and it was successfully recharged the transformer. So that's all about the case study which we did for the one of the utility. So that's all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We'll move on to the next paper. That is from Mr. Mohammad Tinwala from DGVCL, Surat. And the paper is Transformer Failure Analysis from Conditions of Winding.
Good afternoon to all. I am Mohammad Tinwala from Dakshin Gujarat Wijh Company Limited, which is a public sector power distribution company. My topic today is transformer failure analysis from condition of winding. As we all know, in today's life, electricity is considered as a basic need for everyone. So it has become an obligatory responsibility for power utility to provide 24/7 uninterrupted power supply to our customers. At the same time, for getting continuous power supply, it is necessary that transformer failure is reduced or nullified. As in today's scenario, a public sector DISCOM is having a large number of transformers in its population. Mostly it is in lakhs and having a major portion of lower capacity of transformers. So maintenance of each and every transformer is not possible as per standard schedule due to lack of manpower and other resources. At the same time, providing a costliest monitoring system on each and every transformer which is of lower capacity and located in agriculture pocket is not viable. So we need to find some alternate solution to this problem. At the same time, it has to be cost effective. Just to bring to a kind notice, our DISCOM has started its own in-house transformer repairing unit where each and every failed transformer is open and necessary reason for its failure is analyzed from condition of winding. Now I would like to show some major reason for failure of the transformer, which are insufficient oil level, seepage of water or moisture in the oil, prolonged overloading, single phase unbalanced loading, faulty terminations, power theft, prolonged short circuit and lack of installation checks. Here I would like to present some pictures of the winding which indicates probable cause of its failure. Very first reason is low oil level, which is mainly caused due to leakage in radiators or tank. Due to oil level, it reduces the cooling and insulation strength, which causes failure of the windings. Also, in the second pic is showing the oil theft. These cases are occurring in the rural as well as remote industrial areas, which causes heavy damage to the HVLV windings. Again, due to low oil level, there are the cases in which the insulation strength of the HV bushing is reduced after a long passage of time, which causes blasting of the bushing. Now, in the worst scenario, what happens due to low oil level? There are the cases of tank blasting, which caused due to the short circuit between the phase results into the high temperature and which vaporize or ignites the oil, results in high pressure generator due to the sudden large volume of gas generation. This will result in fire or explosion of the main tank. Also, due to low oil level, there are numbers of transformers received at our unit in which only HV jumper is found to be burned. So, we have adopted a procedure of providing FRP tubes over the delta wire, which increases its insulation strength compared to the paper, and hence the numbers of events of failure of HV jumper has been reduced to a great extent. Now, as we all know, water acts as a poison for the transformer. So, the seepage of water in the transformer main tank is mainly coming due to the rusting of the conservator, which causes the damage of the tank. also due to the damage of the HV bushings, metal parts, gaskets, etc. Also, the moisture is entered in the transformer main tank mainly due to the long duration utilization of dehydrated breeders or missing breeders. This moisture will cause oxidation and results in formation of the acid in the oil. This will in turn results in formation of the sludge. This sludge gets settled at the bottom side of the assembly and reduces the insulation strength and causes failure, mainly bottom coils of the transformers. For reducing the such event of rusting, our DISCOM has adopted a practice of on-site painting in the coastal as well as highly polluted areas. Also, we are providing a flaps at below portion of the conservator pipe so that the rusting or sludge of the conservator does not fall directly on the active part of the transformer. Now, continuous overloading will accelerate the degradation of the insulation and also causes high carbonization in the oil. Paper insulation gets brittle and causes failure of the winding. This is also caused due to choking up of the radiators. Single phase or unbalanced loading, which is mainly observed in the rural sectors and also where the single phase motor has been utilized on a 3-phase transformer, which is in agriculture pocket. This causes uneven voltage drop across the winding and it will result in generation of the zero sequence current, which will increase heating inside the winding. If the neutral is not properly connected, then it will cause the neutral to float and damage the equipments connected to it. Faulty terminations, as shown in the pic, this kind of the connections will cause sparking over the terminals, which will increase the temperature of the winding and the jumper. Also, the external fault current which are not clear by the protective systems or due to the switching transient will result in generation of the electromagnetic force which will disturb the windings. As our HV is connected in delta, so it is mainly top end coils are found to be get damaged. Now, I would like to present you a table. From this, all the pics I have shown, I would like to present what we are getting from this all kind of the analysis. As shown in the table, very first column is the reasons for the failure of the transformer, which we have seen in the earlier slides. Second column is indicate the reason which are observed at a location. And the third column is indicate the percentage of the failure as per data of our DISCOM. Due to lack of time, I am skipping the detailed presentation of each and every reason. This is a graphical analysis which indicates the failure based on the area-wise failure and reason-wise failure. As we can see in some graph, the rural sector, which are mainly having the agriculture pocket, are having higher failure compared to the urban areas. By adopting such analysis from the burn winding, and we are actually adopting this procedure of analysis from the burn winding and prepare a detailed report for each and every failed transformer and submit it to the field level officer, where necessary rectification work has been conducted on the particular location. This will not only reduce the repeated failure of the transformer, which are coming again, which are failed in short duration of the time. Hence, by adopting such technique of analysis and rectification, which is free of cost, and by using FRP tubes, our DISCOM has reduced its failure by 2% in last 4 years. This has not only saved the huge amount of the revenue of our DISCOM, but also provides a reliable power supply to our customers. This makes our DISCOM to stand as the topmost DISCOM of the nation. Hereby, I am concluding my session. I am thankful to my organization IEEMA and Trafotech for allowing me to represent my paper on this forum. Once again, thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mohammed. As we already have shortage of time, we can take maximum of 2-3 questions. Okay. Any questions?
Hello, this side.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, my question is to Mr. Mahmood that spectrum that you have shown for the failures, that is for which type of winding, aluminum or copper?
So we are using aluminum winding up to 200 kVA and for copper for 500 kVA transformers. These peaks are only of the lower capacities, which are from 10 kVA to up to 100 kVA, which are aluminum wound transformers.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
My question goes to Mr. Ishwar Murthy. We have seen some pictures you have shown in the presentation for that extension of bushing.
Yes, sir.
In that, you have shown 400 kV, I think it's a 400 kV.
Yeah, yeah.
And they were mounted horizontally.
Yes, sir.
Those bushings are oil impregnated or RIP?
No, that is the oil-filled SF6, sorry, SF6 filled bushing.
No, bushing, extension bushings.
Yeah, that is also SF6 filled bushing.
SF6, gas-filled bushings.
SF6 to air bushing. Inside that, SF6 gas is filled.
In the horizontal extension bushing, that is what I'm asking.
Yeah, in that L-shaped chamber also, SF6 is filled.
I'm talking about external.
External also.
SF6 only.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's what my question, because OIP is not normally recommended to mount in horizontal conditions.
Yes, yes, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, my question is from Mr. Murthy also. The L-type connector you have shown for testing of oil to SF6 type termination, in which the L-type connector you have used, then I want to know about the pressure limit in the L-type chamber. What is the permissible limit and what is maintained by you?
Yeah, actually the pressure depends upon the design of that L chamber and the bushing. Recommended pressure is 6 bar and we maintain that, and the leakage allowed is up to 5.5 bar. 5.5 bar we can allow for the tolerance.
Okay, the another question is the one oil to SF6 bushing is mounted on the transformer and the SF6 to air bushing is mounted on the other end of L-type connector. Then which type of connector you have used between these bushings, means transformer above the transformer to the other end of the L-type connector? Is it bare, covered, or which type?
I can't get you. What type of connector?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, it's a bare conductor inside the L chamber.
Bare, solid, or flexible?
Yeah. Bare, solid, hollow tube.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
I think we are shortage of time. Any more questions, you can directly contact the author. Thank you.
So, thank you. I think due to paucity of time, there was less time for question answers. Otherwise, I'm sure you all had plenty more questions to ask. So, like I said, it would be a very enriching session. There were topics related to factory testing and site testing too, and some feedback regarding the quality aspects also. So the first paper from IEEMA, Mr. Linga Karthik, regarding diverter implementation. It was a very novel approach that they are proposing for condition monitoring at site for OLTC, and like one of the other paper was also about a failure of tap changer. So if such kind of solutions are proposed by, from a abstract point of view, then it would also be very relevant for the ultimate users, the OEMs. So it was really good, but one of the minor suggestion is that it was very OEM specific. So I think if it could be made more comprehensive, then it could be implemented even more widely. So second and the fourth paper were both about testing of transformers and shunt reactor for oil to oil and oil to SF6. So from GE and Toshiba, Mr. Govindraj and Mr. Ishwar Murthy. So very novel approaches that have been suggested. From personal point of view also, at some places where such testing of oil to oil and oil to SF6 bushings is not possible or not feasible, then we are sometimes constrained to use conventional oil to air bushing. But it is not possible that in all situations such kind of solution may be possible. So the novel approaches suggested by these two authors are very well received. I think there is some need for feedback, some food for thought for the planners too, and for the standardization community. So what of these suggestions we can actually implement for our testing procedures? So it would be very beneficial for the Indian power sector as a whole. The third paper was about improvement of measurement and accuracy in impulse testing by Mr. Sumit Sharma from Skipper Seal. See, personally also I have seen in many testing, the test engineers are virtually struggling for achieving the values for the lead time, lag time, beta. So all these are sometimes very challenging, and especially if the job is a new one, then there is it is very difficult to achieve such results, and sometimes even up to 1 day is wasted on deciding the different permutation combinations. So Mr. Sumit has suggested some methods, and he has also made recommendation for softwares which are very well received. But sometimes those softwares are not so easily implementable by all OEMs. And I think Mr. Sumit, you should cover more case studies also, more graphically you can show that in different combinations. But of course, it is very challenging because once the job is in the factory, it's in the test lab, we have to get it out of the factory as soon as possible. But if you get some opportunities, such kind of learnings will be very much beneficial. So this was also a very good paper. Then Mr. Garnoth from Energy Support, he had made very interesting observations, especially now that we are migrating from conventional insulating fluids to the ester fluids. So ester fluids and what are the interpretation of DGA and what are the methodology that we are using to isolate the gases. So this is a very interesting take. I think, Mr. Garnoth, it will be very relevant for our future consideration also, because a lot of utilities are now migrating towards esters. So esters are increasingly becoming relevant. So we cannot simply keep on practicing our earlier conventional practices. So we need to adapt ourselves, and I think it would be it is very learning and a food for thought for all the utilities which are actively seeking ester fluids increasingly in their fleets. Then the second last paper was about a surge arrestor failure from ERDA. Mr. Anil, you have made very good suggestions and submissions rather, I would say, for failure analysis, but I think if you could have better concluded that see, you suggested that there was a surge arrestor failure, then you went for transformer. Of course, you were not the utility, you were the third party. But we need to dig down deeper. See, surge arrestors are designed to dissipate energy as per their capacity. If there is any lightning or any impulse is there, the insulation is, the lightning surge arrestor is designed in such a way that it discharges this excess energy into ground. and if the energy is beyond its handling capacity, then some of this energy will get transferred to the transformer. So whether it was the surge arrestor was inefficient to properly discharge that energy into ground, and then it led to the OLTC, which was the weakest link in the transformer winding, to fail, or it was the other case that transformer tap, it got stuck up, or there was some fault in there, which ultimately caused this high impulse of voltage. So something on those lines also can be added, so it can be made more enriching and in learning for the users here. Then the last paper, initially I was a little confused whether it was qualifying in advances in testing, quality and diagnostic, but it was a more comprehensive paper, and it also had element of condition monitoring, so which would be in the next session. So I'm very happy to see that Dakshin Gujarat is doing such wonderful analysis. Not simply usually the utilities which are having such high fleets, they are not able to handle, or they are not having this habit of trying to incorporate all this data, integrate it into one point, try to find out what is the common link, and is eliminating all these failure points. So I'm very happy to see that this quality aspect you are looking into, and also diagnostics also you are looking into while doing the failure analysis. So I think this would be a very good feedback, especially for the smaller utilities where they can incorporate some of your methods. And I saw that many questions were towards you also. So I'm sure you have picked a lot of their thoughts. So then once again, I congratulate all the authors for a very, well-received paper. Everyone had very good content, and I'm sure all the users here have, greatly benefited. So once again, thank you. Thanks a lot. And I hope I've also, I was given a target for 4 p.m. So I've tried to stick to this time also. So I also thank my co-chair also for this wonderful, presentation and series. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, and thank you all the authors for such enriching presentations. Now may I request the session chair and co-chair to kindly felicitate all the authors. To Mr. Linga Karthik. Audience, please show some energy. Thank you. To Mr. Govind Raj. To Mr. Sumit Sharma. To Mr. P. Ishwaramurthy. To Mr. Garnaut. To Mr. Anil. To Mr. Teenwala. Now may I request Mr. Vishnu Agarwal, founder and CMD, Technical Associates Transformers Limited, to kindly felicitate our session chair and co-chair. To session chair, sir. to session co-chair. Now may request everyone on the dais to please assemble for a group photograph. Whatever, sir. Thank you all the dignitaries. Moving towards our next session. Next technical session is on reliable O&M practices and life cycle management. I would like to call upon this stage the session chair, Mr. Gautam Mazumdar from Shirdi Sai Electricals, and session co-chair, Mr. Manish Yadav from Toshiba Transmission and Distribution Systems India Private Limited. I would like to call upon the stage the authors. I would like to call upon the stage the authors of the session, Dr. Teruvai Manoj from IIT Bombay, Mr. Raju Jana from CG Power and Industrial Solutions Limited, Mr. Atul Pandey from Hitachi Energy, Mr. Basu Madhuvat from Siemens Energy, Ms. Sherry Dalke, Polywater USA, Mr. V. Rajesh Sangna from PGCIL.
Good evening, friends. Thank you. I have one, before Gautam take over this session, I have only one important announcement to make. We have lined up very, very interesting sessions tomorrow. A handful of solar EPC team is coming for a big discussions on the technicalities and the requirements of transformer. Please do attend, be there tomorrow at 9:30 so that the session will be over by 1:30, have a lunch and proceed. Will you attend tomorrow? Thank you. Gautam, over to you.
Good afternoon to all the delegates, the session co-chair, and the authors who have taken the trouble to put down their experiences and their propositions and proposals. This particular session is covering one of the most important aspects which governs the life of the transformer during operation. This has a major implication vis-a-vis the reliability of the power supply and also the overall system stability and other parameters which govern or which are expected to be provided by the various utilities. We'll start with that.
Good afternoon all. The session 5 is, basically time is very short, so before tea we are completing the session 5, reliable O&M practices and life cycle management and transportation. Main topic is the life cycle management and life cycle assessment. So in this session, this total 6 papers are there. So first paper is this from the IIT, Dr. Manoj is there. So without wasting the time, I will invite this Dr. Manoj for multi-criteria decision-making techniques for the life cycle management of power transformers.
So, a very good afternoon to all respected dignitaries, transformer fraternity, all fellow research scholars, and industry experts. I am Dr. Tirvai Manoj, presently a postdoctoral fellow at IIT Bombay under the mentorship of Professor S.V. Kulkarni sir. So today I am here to discuss about the multi-criteria decision-making technologies for life cycle management of power transformers. So here are my major contents which I am covering the introduction and few introduction to the MCDM methodologies as well as their applications and one small case study and conclusions as well as future directions. So life cycle management of transformer, here everyone knows. So the transformer from design to end of life analysis have so many attributes as well as calculations, all these things will be there. And to manage all these many attributes, we require an efficient decision-making methodologies. Okay, and here some few methodologies are gray relation analysis, analytic hierarchy process, etc. are widely used technologies. So, and in design as well as we are discussing about material optimization, whether it is loss analysis, loss optimization, or cost analysis, as well as in condition monitoring, fault diagnosis, and different applications are there. So here my attempt is to use both expert judgment as well as objective analysis to find out the final health status of the transformers. So here first I want to introduce AHP. It is analytic hierarchy process. Here what we are doing is we are prioritizing the attributes. Let's suppose consider dissolved gases. There are mainly two important gases which causes arcings. They are hydrogen as well as acetylene. So I am taking this as an example to explain in my further slides. So here obviously we use this AHP to convert the expert's knowledge into numerical indices. So here the numerical indices says that C2H2 is having more priority than H2. The detailed process I will explain in the further slides. Similarly, gray relation analysis is another new concept. It is a multi-criteria decision making technology where here we will compare the present sample sample values with the ideal as well as worst conditions. So here obviously ideal gases means the gas concentration should be low, that is 0. Worst means as per the standards IEEE C57104, the worst value of acetylene is 35 and worst value of hydrogen is 1800. So we can keep these minimum and maximum values as the reference, and we can calculate the status of the particular any sample by doing this analysis. So and we can rank them also. And similarly this is another technology, TOPSIS, MCDM methodology, where instead of the numerical comparison, we will compare the distances. That means how far from the ideal values we will calculate, and same ranking will be given in the TOPSIS also. So now applications. So in the design optimization, already these are published papers, like mainly in first paper life cycle cost analysis has been done. That means different types of transformers types and their levels, voltage levels and wiring methods, these and all things for different combinations they have applied this TOPSIS method. And next, for design optimization of dry iron core reactor, balancing between life and cost analysis has been done in this second paper. Similarly, nowadays due to high cost of natural esters, they are blending mineral oil with natural esters. So for the different combinations they have applied this Taguchi GRA method, GRA for better ranking analysis and Taguchi for trend analysis. And coming to the health assessment, where I am also heavily working in this area, and in the first paper gray relation analysis applied for the dissolved gases in order to find out the health status, and similarly distance analysis is applied in the second paper along with the GRA, that means hybrid GRA TOPSIS method. And next, transformers are ranked using AHP based topsies. So here weight prioritization is also happened. And RUL, obviously for finding out the remnant life of estimation, here they have used AHP, that is nothing but subjective methodology, and similarly variable weighting principle, which is objective methodology. So these two methods are used with the help of Bayesian. They have predicted the RL. And in the last paper, they have assessed the condition of oil paper insulation using dielectric response measurements like RVM, PDC, the attributes from the methods they have used it to find out the condition of insulation. So here my case study, which is a combination of AHP, GRA topsies, which I have discussed earlier. So here I just want to directly glance into the methodology. So here this is nothing to do with the concentration. We just require here knowledge, experts knowledge. So here obviously we know C2H2 is more dangerous than hydrogen, and similarly ethylene and ethane are dangerous than methane, and CO2 is dangerous than CO. If they are presenting in the transformer oil, obviously the transformer is having so many fault conditions. So here by doing some pairwise comparison matrix, that means we are comparing hydrogen with C2H2 and methane with ethane, like that we are comparing and converting that pairwise comparison matrix into weights which I have shown there. So these are the weights we will use in the further next stage. So this is for arcing methodology, just I am discussing with the arcing only. So this is the raw data value in ppm, and which are converted into weighted values. So I will normalize them into 0 to 1 and multiplied by the weights in the previous slide. So then Gray relational indices as well as distances from GRA and topsies are derived in RJ1 plus and R minus, D plus and D minus. So using these four values I am getting S and S minus. So by using all these values S1, S plus and S minus, I am finally getting C, closeness degree. So and closeness degree of arcing indices is the highlighted one, and next is temperature degree, and last one is paper degree. So by the cumulative index is obtained from these 3 degrees, and we can see the ranking also has been given for 5 samples, and this is all like data which we have just normally arranged some values. So this is how we can apply one MCDM methodologies to the transformer samples. So these are the main technologies which are readily available, and so many, it has been used in so many industries. And I also wanted to use in transformer monitoring, especially where the effective decision making will help the utilities to take an appropriate actions. So that's why, so these 3 methodologies will definitely help, and the case study is also as book given. But if we observe in the case study, the ranking is for only for 5 samples. And also we can see these and all are moderate condition only. The sample with a moderate condition we have obtained some analysis. Whereas if multiple transformer samples like greater than 100, if they are having with multiple things, so obviously we require some effective mechanism which can handle that many samples. So we can use MCDM as the first step, where we can assess some condition and we can integrate with the artificial intelligence or ML techniques. So already we have published one paper in IEEE transaction with AHP GRA methodology, and which I have integrated with the fuzzy logic. So now even in the yesterday my professor has displayed one case study too, which I have used ANN instead of fuzzy logic. So like that some effective mechanism can be obtained with hybrid MCDM based AI technologies. So thank you.
Dr. Manoj, very nice paper, this multi-criteria decision making. It is a very latest approach where this ranking of the transformer and fault analysis, this ranking can be changed. But further studies are required for when the number of samples are more. This second paper is the safe road transportation of heavy power transformers, practical challenges and best practices. Raju Jana from the counter news.
Good afternoon all. Thank you, IEEMA and Trafotech 2025 for giving me the opportunity to present my paper. Myself, Raju Jana from CG Power and Industrial Solution Limited. Today my topic is about safe road transportation of heavy power transformer, practical challenges and best practices. So, introduction and objective of this paper. Transformers are not just heavy component, they are very critical for grid reliability. Any damages during transport leads to failure and delay in operation and financial losses too. Transporting such large units involves various challenges like route complexity, design provisions and regulatory norms. So this presentation focuses on the practical strategies to ensure smooth delivery from OEM factory to site. Movement of overweight and over-dimensional consignment is controlled by MORTH guideline. Special permit, dimensional limits and safety rule must be followed during movement of the transformer. However, compliance alone is not enough. Real world constraints like bridge strength, underpass and turning radius dictate the feasibility of the transport. That's where route survey becomes the key enablers. Before dispatch, physical route survey is essential. It analyzes width, height and clearances and the structural capacities of the route. For example, sometimes bridges may need temporary shoring. Railway crossing may require alternate routes for transporting. This survey decides whether the unit can even move from factory to the site. This is a major decision-making steps in the whole process. The most common causes of transit damage is improper securing. So lashing calculation is not a formality. It defines the load resist against sliding, tripping and rocking. If designer do not provide suitable lashing points, transporter team may use improper location for lashing. Therefore, both parties must collaborate for a smooth transportation. The top right corner image shows that this is a 100 metric ton transformer which requires 14 lashing point as per the calculation. So the prime design responsibility shall be pre-calculate the restraint equipment based on mass and applicable forces. Provide dedicated lashing point on transformer. Ensure no obstruction in the path of tentative lashing. Center of gravity must be clearly marked on the transport drawing while preparing the drawing. Clear instruction on transport drawing for uses handling provision of the main unit like lifting lug, jacking pad, lashing leg and haulage lug. So the transporter prime responsibility shall be to match the center of gravity with the main unit of the transformer with the trailer axle line. Also use clear rubber or wooden pads for better friction between trailer bed and transformer base plate. Avoid using unauthorized points for lashing. Ensure healthiness of the lashing point. Weakest part governs the lashing capacity. So the picture shows that ideal lashing arrangement during transformer loading on the transformer trailer bed. Internal components such winding, insulation are highly sensitive to vibration. Modern transport use shock loggers and accelerometer to measure the shocks. If value crosses the set limit, mandatory internal inspection must be done at site. This data also helps to ensure warranty and insurance validation. External issues or damage are typically visible and repairable, but internal deformation or lead misalignment may not be detected immediately, but that will impact that transformer life when it will be energized. So Therefore, the inspection must be triggered when any abnormal impact is recorded during transit. With this, we'll move to the conclusion and recommendation part. So, multidisciplinary coordination is essential with between logistic, design, quality, and production for smooth transition from OEM factory to the site. Route survey is a primary risk eliminator. Lashing requirement calculation at design state is mandatory, and correct lashing and center of gravity positioning is also mandatory. Monitoring system add reliability and traceability of the consignment. So our objective shall be zero damage delivery from OEM factory to the site. With this, I end my presentation. Thank you everyone for your attention.
Thanks, Raju. This very nice, because in India, large rating transformer day by day is increasing, and when you're going for the higher kV class and higher MVA, this loading, lashing, and center of gravity point not at the design stage, but practically it should be matching with the engineering solutions. So third paper is the Atul Pandey from Hitachi, digitalization in power transformer operations, impact and on efficiency and predictive maintenance.
Good afternoon, everyone. Really, I was keen to speak since last 2 days, and if I will speak a lot of things, I am not going to take get so much time, but a lot of discussion happen on GIC, then OLTC, winding testing, and everything. But where is the brain? Who is going to integrate everything? Who is going to take all the detail and going to say about the overall health of the transformer? It is very important because many things is happening, and many people are doing many things. It is really interesting. I am going to not to too much in technical. I am going to communicate with you with my slide, and my topic is digitalization in power transformer operations, impact on efficiency and predictive maintenance. So here, by digitizing the many phenomena in the transformer happening, many incident and many parameters there, by introducing the digital devices, smart digital devices, we are going to optimize the operation. It will be the predictive maintenance. I will say that rather than predictive maintenance, it will be the proactive maintenance. Then it will be possible with the fleet monitoring and improve the efficiency. That will, in the result, the reduced cost and risk, optimized operations, extended life expectancy, enhanced environmental performance, and communication interface and cyber security. So here, any transformer manufacturer, when they manufacture the transformer, they assume some life of the transformer. When my transformer is going to fail, or if it will work in very good environment and loading is good, then when it is going to fail. But there are many things which is going to impact the life of the transformer. So like external weather event, the gray line, it is the real life of the transformer, and the black line, it is going to be in ZLT. Then there will be the system fault here. Then the emergency loading will be here. And it is going to impact the life of the transformer, and then increased harmonics, it is entering in the circuit, and it is going to impact the life of the transformer. So rather than going 30 years or 25 years, my transformer is going to boom here. So it is going to fail. I don't know. It will be all of a sudden blackout, and we need to know it. When we will know it, we can take the proactive action. Might be I will plan my transformer replacement in early, or if I will know when my transformer is going to fail, or when my transformer is healthy and I am going to run it for 1 year, it will be a great thing. It will be a capitalization for all the industries. So how to do it, and how to integrate all the scattered threads in a garland so that it will make magic. So here are some algorithm. My organization Hitachi Energy, and with the collaboration of Microsoft, we developed algorithm, and we put 40,000 cases of our manufacturing and operations. So we are following for thermal hotspot aging according to the IEC 60076, and IEC 6C5791 2011. For dye type transformer, it is different, that is IEC 6007612. For overloading, for 5 minutes, 15 minutes, 30 minutes, 1 hour, 2 hours, it is following IEC 60076-7. The calculation of the equivalent loading, because loading is not uniform, it is dynamic loading. So we need to know how much loading is continuously and how much impact on the life of the transformer, because there are some phenomena which is happening in the transformer and that is not non-reversible, like aging, and nobody is measuring the aging. We know that how hot spot, winding temperature, gas accumulation, many things, and like we discussed about the gas in the oil. So it is very important to calculate the equivalent loading. It is by this formula. Then we are following the cooling algorithm as per IEC 354-1991, and the bubbling temperature and the moisture in paper, it is as per IEEE 5791. So here it is very interesting. If you will see this graph, the left side, suppose there is any transformer, it is loaded for 100%. So everything is perfect. We are designing the transformer, and we know that this is the threshold for the winding, hot spot, and we know the ambient temperature will be as per the weather. I am loading my transformer. If you will see the downside, below downside, I can see here. So aging is here, it is good. My transformer is running. When I am overloading the transformer here, then what is happening? Everything is okay. Overloading is might be 110% or 120%. But if you will see the aging in the middle graph here, aging is accelerating. It is going to consume the insulation life by 5 to 6%. And nobody is measuring right now this. There is no tool. So we are having that brain. We will measure the aging, accumulated aging. And according to that, if you will see the right side graph, because the top oil temperature and hot spot, it is just following the ambient temperature. So if you will see the right side, while the midday of the day of the time when the temperature is high, we are setting the load, and this way we are controlling the aging of the transformer. Here, as OEM, we are prescribing the time-based maintenance. There are black dot, this is the transformer in the field. We are doing the maintenance as per the recommendation, but right side is a condition-based maintenance. So we are turning from time-based maintenance to condition-based maintenance, but we, in the middle chart, we don't care about the criticality of the component and the failure impact. We are having the health and we are doing the time-based, condition-based maintenance. But if you will turn to the right side, we are taking care about the failure impact of the transformer. So according to that, the graph will change. It will low from high and the good to poor conditions. So in this way, we are doing the fleet monitoring. And the black dot, it is the transformers in the field. Might be it is the switchyard, in the switchyard, or might be it is located in the world anywhere. Because we are having many things in our data aggregator. So here is left side down, you will see there are many sensors. It is having the communication protocols. If you will talk, then somebody will listen. So these devices should have some communication protocols. And we are having those all protocols, what you name, it is present here. If you will see the left upper corner, it is our data aggregator. It is 3-in-1 for dry type transformer, for power transformer, and distribution oil field transformer. And then we are having the fleet monitoring right side, upper corner, asset performance management system. It can measure near about 50 transformers. And if you will say the substation monitoring, it will monitor the high tension cable, HT motor, isolator, and everything. So it will be all in one. And the left side, the device, it is, I will not say the name here, that is a data indicator, it is 3-in-1. So whatever algorithm you want to run with this device, just enable for this, and it will provide the respective algorithm for the transformer. Here you will say, here the application of the digital ecosystem from organization. It is a sensor. We are having the sensor technology for monitoring the pressure, oil level, and oil temperature. Thermal monitoring, top oil and ambient temperature, load current, and then it will control the coolers. You see, and then how much gas in the oil. So you can see it will be there, and then it will cumulatively it will provide the overall health of the transformer. Then bushing condition like 10 NEDA, leakage current, and capacitance, it will be there, and then tap changer health. So it will measure the data, it will store the data, it will analyze the data, and it will provide the actionable event so that we can take care in advance and we can be proactive. Here is the architecture of this device. So left side you will see it is for one transformer irrespective of dry power or distribution oil field. And oil could be anything, might be mineral or it is a silicon or ester oil. It will be applicable, we are having everything. And right side you can see this is really implemented, the biggest substation in Qatar. So with this, I would like to say thank you, IEEMA, Trafotech, and the leaders present here, the teachers, and the ignited great mind for the India, from the India. Thank you, Jai Hind.
Basically, in this paper, focus for the this time-based, condition-based, and reliability-centered maintenance. These three different concepts has been utilized, and for digital transformer monitoring system. So ranking can be, or preventive maintenance can be done accordingly. So now next paper is the this establishment of the life cycle assessment for the power transformer, Basu Mudawat from Siemens Energy.
Good evening all, and thank you Trafotech. I am Basu Mudawat from Siemens Energy, and my topic for paper is establishment of large power transformers, LCA for large power transformers. So LCA is new for transformer industry, and my analysis concentrate on environmental impacts of the product through the entire lifespan, right from the extraction of raw material through manufacturing, testing, transport, use, and during life cycle. LCA study helps the organization to prepare environmental product declaration, which is increasingly demanded in developed nations. Many Indian OEMs are into export of power transformers, so this greatly helps in making the LCA establishment for power transformer. So I'll go through what is the content of my paper. It is I'll just go through the concept of the LCA, like a definition, life cycle management, goal and scope, impact assessment and interpretation, life cycle and different phases of power transformer. And I also present one case study and also calculations like softwares, etc. So I conclude with some bidding processes. So LCA is measures and aggregates the potential environmental impacts of a product, process, or service across its life cycle under the selected scope based on consistent and reliable data that should reflect the full range of industrial processing stages. Actually, ISO 14040 to 14044 are the governing standards for LCA methodology. So normally LCA is initially it was done for recyclable and reusable industries, and which are carbon or emission intensive industries like textile, cement, FMCG, etc. But since we are also environmental cautious about this, our industry itself is a energy generating industry. So we at Siemens Energy, we have a established process how to calculate LCA, and many of the Western customers are asking whether you have LCA calculation or processes, etc. So we have established one. What are the input and what are the outputs if a process goes through LCA? And input are energy, material, and water, and the output are of that material are also some water, air, and emissions, etc. So at different LCA can be LCA can be done at different stages, like raw material extraction stage, manufacturing, production, and distribution and transportation of the product, operation and maintenance, recycle and waste management. So we have to do a LCA study and calculations and find at which stage it is occurring maximum. It can be at manufacturing of a product at manufacturer's place, or at sub vendor space, or at when product in the is in the operation stage, that is in the service stage. So LCA can, applications are LCA are wide ranged. This can be used for marketing and green labels. We can also analyze for reducing our emissions annual reports, environmental management systems we can have, and we can also declare our product as a green product. Product stewardship in the sense ownership. We can have a responsibility of maintaining this product is emitting less emissions compared to others or competitors. It will help for public policy making and government and industry also. So these are the applications. There are more, and there are for calculating LCA, we have to define some certain kind of goals and definition, and life cycle inventory analysis, life cycle assessment, and interpretation. What is the a stage we are conducting? What are the stages we are conducting from from cradle to grave, or cradle to cradle are the stages. So goal is the first step. We must intend, state, intended use, reason for study, and audience, whether whom you are addressing, and whether we are doing for ourselves or it is disclosed to public. So that is a goal and scope. And then inventory analysis is the database. We have to have our internal databases, like how much energy is used for manufacturing a product, or transporting the product, or transporting the raw material of the product, etc. So that is our internal database, and how much energy we are using from natural resources or fossil fuels. And then impact assessment. Impact assessment can be global warming, potential climate change, fossil fuel depletion, etc. There are more, and which are listed in my paper. So the power transformer is a static device with 2 or more winding, and we assumed here as a life of the transformer is approximately 35 years. So here the diagram shows that life cycle of the product. It can be any product. I have taken here as a core, but it can be core or copper. So first extraction of raw material, then primary production of raw material, then production of, in the case of CRGO, laminations, in the case of copper, making conductor, something like that, and manufacturing and assembly of the product, that is a transformer in this case. Then building a transformer with sub equipments, and then maintenance and end of life of the product. So there are mainly 4 stages, that is production stage, transformer manufacturing stage, transformer use phase, and transformer end of life phase. So at every stage there is a certain emissions loss. So we have to find out at which stage more emissions are coming out, and we have to highlight and take effective design changes, or make changes in products or efficient design, so that we can minimize the emissions of the product. So these are the nomenclatures used in my organization. Normally, see, A1, A2, A3 represent the production of material and transportation of material from supplier stage, production of electricity used for the production, and A4, A5 are they represent the transportation of product to installation site, and B6 is the maintenance, that is operation of the transformer, and likewise demolition, transportation, and recycling of the material. So the case study here I have taken is 125 MVA 220 by 33 kV 50 Hz transformer with the total losses 50 kilowatt no load loss, and 325 kilowatt is a load loss, with the transformer life is considering 35 years, and these are the approximate percentage of material like coke, copper, and other material content in the transformer. So these are the emissions, equivalent emissions converted into CO2 So these are the emissions at different stages. So from here in graph, we can see that at use and maintenance, use phase is having more emissions, that is more losses than all other phases like at manufacturing, distribution, installation, and end of life cycle. So this is the final finding from this LCA. So there are 3 stages of any product, like recycling, disposal, and incineration. Most of the product is going through the recycling, then disposal, and incineration. In case of transformer also, a lot of the products like CRGO, copper, if it is healthy, can be recycled and reused for different ratings. We have used our own software, but there are LCA can also be calculated manually, but it is a very huge task, and lot of input-output database is required. So there are also softwares available in the market. IEEMA Pro is the mostly widely used LCA software, which analyzes and helps to calculate LCA for any particular product. But for transformer, it has to be calculated meticulously because we don't have an established product. And these are the recommendations I have into at supply chains. We need to educate to our sub-suppliers, and we use renewable energy, use digital or paperless manufacturing, recycle packing. So these are the recommendations I have. And then considerations. I have some considerations, suggestions. Since transformer industry is into export of the transformers, we must establish a life cycle assessment methodology, and during bidding process, LCA criteria to be considered, and some weightage shall be given to manufacturers who are declaring it. And CII is suggesting from other industries like to the government that it should be given some carbon credit allowances like in the West they give. So in India also they are suggesting.
Please conclude, Carl.
Yeah. So that is my suggestion. Thank you very much for giving me an opportunity.
So basically in this paper, life assessment of the transformer, raw material extraction to manufacturing, delivery, use of the product, and end of the life, then decommissioning means disposal activity, and what to this recycling. So basically selecting the material, this designing part of the material, and safe and use of the transformer. Then after this lifespan, this decommissioning, recycling, and what to use and what to disposal. So next paper is from Madam Seri from Polywater, USA. This paper topic is a novel, an economical approach to transformer repair.
Hi, I'm Sherry Dahlke with Polywater Global, and I really appreciate the warm welcome I've received from IEEMA and Trafotech Global in order to present our paper, A Novel and Economical Approach to Transformer Repair. Today, I'm not going to go through the whole paper because I don't have very much time, as we've been noting. I want to highlight a couple of things that are in the paper. One is the case studies we have seen in using a sealant repair system to give a permanent repair to transformer leakage. There are a lot of case studies, and I encourage you to read the paper on that. The second part is to notice how to do those kind of repairs and the approach, a professional approach, the why, and finally, I'd like to go through a little bit of the specification and expectation of a proper sealant for transformers. Now, you've seen a lot of these kind of things in your own experience, the leaks that happen as transformers age. Sometimes you see, even really almost on delivery, the weakening of seams or weld joints. So what's typically done is taking it out of service, re-welding the joint, replacing the gasket or the part that has broken down. And what we're proposing is a sealant repair option. The paper is titled Novel, but it really isn't new. This is a kind of repair that's been in play for at least 25 years. One of the key processes to have a successful repair is a very careful approach to the repair process. The first part you want to do is assess the leak. One thing about a lot of the kind of oils and esters used in transformers is they have a very low surface tension. They seem to weep and seep everywhere, and it's hard to tell where that leak starts. So it's very important to find out where that leak is, whether it's accessible, and how and if it can be repaired before you start the process. So having some training and professionalism and good surface preparation, that will take you a long ways into a successful repair. There are a couple reasons why you want to make repairs, and we all know that. But the reason to do that with a sealant is that you don't have to lift the tank. You don't have to bring in heavy equipment. In the photos I have chosen here on this slide, you can see the leaks are at the lower part of the tank. So the only way you could replace a gasket is to fully drain that oil, and you'd have to replace the oil and condition it. So we talked a little bit, a few of the presentations in front of me talked a little bit about how we have these environmental concerns, we have a loss of oil, that's going to increase your environmental pressure, leakage into the ground. But also you want to create a barrier against moisture getting into the transformer so that you don't have failed oil. Some of the reasons in the case studies for doing this repair are we have a lot of remote locations or difficult to reach transformers, and the nice thing about a sealant repair is it can be a permanent repair without bringing in that heavy equipment or specialty parts. Not so much now, but in certain times we've had a lot of supply chain limitations, and so this is another reason for this repair. But here's where I wanted to spend a little extra time today. A sealant, compatibility, and performance. There are two ways to look at a sealant. You shouldn't just take whatever sealant you use to fix, I don't know, a motor or anything. The first part is to look at a sealant in terms of the contained oil or the contained fluid in the transformer. The sealant should, once cured, it should be inert. It should not break down and cause problems with the oil. And the way that's typically tested is you take that sealant, you age it in the oil for 7 days at an elevated temperature, and then you look at all the properties. You can look at any color change, dielectric strength change, tension change, water, power factor, all of those things. You want to try to keep those close to the control. So the first thing, if you have a sealant, you should know that they have passed all of that testing and are compatible with the type of oil you are using. And that really is particularly important if you're doing a repair from the inside of the transformer. The second part that you want to look at with sealant performance is the sealant itself. The sealant should have a good dielectric property. It should not contain any kind of metals or conductive materials. It should be very strong and have good adhesion to the surface. It should be able to withstand the vibrations that might happen, any kind of impacts. Impact is one of my favorite things to test because you just don't know what's going to hit that seal. And if it gets hit, does the seal break off or does it crack? You want to make sure it absorbs the energy of the impact. And then, of course, environmental aging. So it's going to be exposed to high temperatures, maybe weather fluctuations, and all of those things. So you want to make sure that it holds up. So those are important things to look at with a sealant. And you can start with you can get a very permanent seal once you have that. So, in conclusion, a sealant repair option, in addition to welding as an option, part repair, gasket replacement, that's a really good, keep it in mind as a possibility. It's good for efficient, lower cost repairs, and it's effective as long as you use specified sealants with a history of successful repairs and good installation. Thank you for your time today.
This very nice paper, this sealant compatibility, efficient and low cost repair, where for the critical transformers, like a generator transformers and other these mountain or hilly areas. So this is one of these economical solutions. So now next paper is this fault diagnosis and site repair for the power transformer, applied methods and case-based insights by the Rajesh PGCL.
Good evening, everyone. I am Rajesh Sangana. I'm from Power Grid. First of all, I'd like to thank IEEMA and the Trafotech Global for accepting our paper. And in our paper, I'll be presenting our work on fault diagnosis and in-situ repair of a power transformer with applied methods and case-based insights. And this is an integrated approach for the fault identification and for the scope finalization for the on-site repair. And we have utilized the primitive analyzers like the disturbance recorder and the low voltage tests. With these tests, we have finalized the scope of the repair process. And this methodology has been demonstrated on a case study involving an on-site winding replacement work on a 315 MVA 400 by 220 kV auto transformer equipped with an OLTs on the HV side. And you all know that for any fault, the disturbance recorder comes into the picture, is a relay disturbance recorder. And in this particular slide, the disturbance recorder I have shown. And this disturbance recorder is of a differential relay. And this differential relay has tripped the transformer during the fault condition. And on the disturbance recorder, you can observe that whereas the HV side and the IV side currents were compared, and the current ratio for the R and Y phases are intact, whereas for the B phase, we have observed a significant deviation. And coming to the phasor analysis, there was a 100 degrees phase shift in the HV and the IV currents, and which shows it was consistent with the vector group and the CT polarity. And we have suspected that there was abnormality in the B phase winding. Further, we have proceeded with the LV test. We have conducted a short circuit impedance test, magnetizing test, and this winding resistance test, and SFRA. And we found that the short circuit impedance of a B phase winding, where when there was a test between the HV and the IV, we have observed a much variation in the percentage impedance from the factory results. Whereas the measurement from the HV to LV, also we observed a much deviation from the factory results. Whereas coming to the IV to LV, there was no much deviation. And coming to the magnetizing current, the currents from this, we didn't find any conclusive revisions. And coming to the winding resistance, we have observed that the B phase winding, it was doubled compared to other phases. Coming to the SFRA signatures, whereas the first signature to the right, there was a series winding open response. In this particular response of the B phase winding, we observed the emergence of a new resonance at around 2 kilohertz compared to the R phase unit. Whereas from the total winding shorted response, we have compared there was a reduction in the amplitude of the B phase winding. Whereas the common winding shorted response, we have not observed any deviations from the R phase unit. From this, we have concluded that there was an issue with the B phase series winding. And after that, we have proceeded with the internal inspection. On the internal inspection, we have observed that out of the 8 conductor strands of the B phase winding near the HV lead takeoff point, we observed that 3 conductor strands were found broken and 2 conductor strands were melted. And this internal inspection confirmed the findings inferred from our DR analysis, LV tests, and the SFR results. And then we have proceeded with the on-site repair Since due to the availability constraints and due to the lead time for the repair at the factories and the logistic difficulties, we plan to repair the transformer on site. And these were the planned activities which were carefully mitigated. We have procured all the critical materials such as insulation, components and the conductors exclusively from our approved vendors. And we have taken a due care for the design improvement without any much deviation from the impedance, the transformer impedance. And we have verified the origin and technical specification of all the source materials. And we have conducted a stage-wise inspection of the windings at the manufacturing facilities. And after the completion of the manufacturing of the winding, we have transported the winding in a sealed oil-filled container to prevent the contamination. And we have constructed a temporary shed at this site with a continuous dry air purging to have a controlled atmosphere and to prevent the ingress of dust, moisture, and throughout the repairs process. And the modification, we have also done the modifications of the winding lead in order to accommodate the new RIP design bushings. And after the completion of the repair process and after validating with all the test results, we have proceeded with energizing the transformer using a no-load excitation through the tertiary. And for this, we have used our station 415-volt supply for energizing through a 0 to 470 variac. And we have used a contactor and we have used a step-up transformer. From there, we have fed into the transformer tertiary. And the voltage which we applied in the steps of 10% through the tertiary to minimize the inrush currents and to reduce the stress on the MSB. And we observed that tertiary current drawn by the repaired transformer is matching with the factory values. And I'm summarizing the key learnings from our repair process. And we have properly utilized the disturbance record analysis, which was a pivotal in accurately identifying the fault and guiding the repair strategy. And we had done a multi-test correlations is a key to determine the severity of the faults, because each diagnostic method is influenced by the distinct fault conditions. And for the conventional parameters, that LV tests like magnetizing current, magnetic balance tests, Volta ratios, and the tan delta may remain inconclusive for these partial strange breakage fault conditions. And the winding resistance and the short circuit impedance tests proved highly reliable in detecting these types of faults. And the broken strands in the B-phase series winding resulted in the new resonance peaks in the low frequency range and the reduced amplitude in the short circuit response. And this pattern will be benchmarked for our future references. Another key learnings, we have done a structured process, the repair process, and we ensured a safe, cost, and a time-optimized on-site winding replacement, which serve as a benchmark for our future on-site repair works. And after the drying out process, we have done the core clamp tightening, and which improved the stability and which resulted in the less vibrations and the minimum operation noise after the commissioning. And we have conducted 24 hours no-load excitation, ensured the repair reliability, and avoided repeated outages and caused by the potential repair deficiencies. And using the low frequency heating instead of the conventional drying could have reduced our process time, but despite the moisture in oil and the FDA results validating with our effective conventional drying out system. And with this, I would like to conclude and thank you for your attention.
It's a very nice paper. These four things are there. One is the first proper disturbance recorder analysis, conventional low voltage test methods, and face-to-face SFRA comparison is very, very important. And after this, they taken a challenge in the control environment to repair at this site with the proper drying and heating. So these are these large rating transformers. Anything is possible. Nothing is impossible. So now forum is open for question and answer session. So since time limit is a constraint, we can take 2 or 3 questions for this. So first paper, this Dr. Manoj. Any questions for?
Hello, Dr. Manoj. Actually, I was waiting for you because the same question I have asked Dr. S.V. Kulkarni sir. And for any type of, actually I love math. So whenever I see any type of matrix and layer, so many questions arises from my heart. So for any type of mathematical model which you want to use for your real life applications, in that case you have to consider your coefficient. So in the matrix, you have shown some weightage coefficient. And some mathematical approaches are there, but that weightage coefficients are calculated based on some experimental methods. So how you have used that coefficient? Because if coefficients are wrong, if we have not selected coefficients, then there will be a model, but we actually there will not be any guarantee that that model will work or not. So just my question is there, how you have calculated that weightage coefficient?
Hello? Actually, in my slides, I have already told that AHP is subjective type of weight prioritization method.
Yes.
And there are objective weighting methods are there.
Yeah.
So actually in subjective methodology, what we are doing is, we are pair-based, like knowledge expertise we are taking. So we know that acetylene is most dangerous gas,
Yeah.
and the presence of acetylene is not good for a transformer. So acetylene is obviously
Higher weightage.
Higher weightage should be there.
Okay.
So we know that. That's why I have given 5 times of H2. As you can see in my paper
yes.
also, I have published one transaction also. You can see there the weightages which I have taken. So that is that expertise which I have taken is from so many papers, like whatever literature we have.
Okay.
So many IEEE transactions or standards, IEEE standards, IEC standards. So we know that acetylene is most dangerous. That's why I have given more weightage to that. So that is subjective type of weight prioritization. There is another thing called objective weight prioritization, where from the data, whatever samples we have in ppm, we will derive weights from the ppm values.
Okay.
So that is objective weight technology, which I have already working on that, and I am doing some work in IIT Bombay. So that is objective weight, means we will cross-checking both subjective as well as objective.
Okay.
Then we will take one hybrid weight prioritization in order to avoid any discrepancies, whatever you are saying, that we can easily avoid.
Thank you.
Yes, please.
My question is to Ms. Sherry. This product which you presented, do we have any background study of about this product? It does not contribute to any gassing tendency in the transformer when it comes in contact with hot oil.
Yes, these products have to be tested for all of that, and so they go through the full testing with the different oils, and they are tested for off-gassing or any kind of release into the oils. Correct.
Yeah.
And any kind of sealant you use that you would want to have that testing.
That's my question is,
Yes.
do we have this kind of study with you when you launch this product with?
Yes, yeah, yeah.
And is it available?
We have the reports, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hi, good evening. My question is for Ms. Sherry. The product happens to be very interesting and probably a very easy to apply kind of a process and system. I would like to know whether there has been leakages post application of the product, leakages from not from any other location, but where the same application has been applied. Has there been any instances of cracks there subsequently over a period of time? Or these are just once applied and then nothing happens?
Well, that's
Thanks.
a really good question, because there are a lot of, this has been done for a long time, and the main problem we might have, which I tried to highlight, is if you have not identified the correct spot of leakage, if the leak has moved over from where you've sealed. So it does take a little knowledge, but the sealant itself is quite robust, and most repairs that I know about that have been monitored have held up for a long period. We've had some in play for 10, 20 years. So it does have a long-lasting seal.
Manish, can I add something? Just 1 minute, So basically, as Sherry has presented in her paper also, there are two important aspects. One is the surface preparation, and second is the application of sealant. So if you are able to analyze the leak properly, we can find that there are regions where the active leak is taking place, and there are regions where if we close those active leaks, the tertiary places start leaking, So when we are talking about the surface preparation, we look at the passive leaking possibilities, and we close them first. So you have to do the complete surface preparation, and you have to do the complete application rather than just doing a typical area. We have cases in India itself, which is like for 5-6 years there has been no leak once it has been repaired. Yeah. Practical experience from here. She is saying 10 years plus for US, but in India I have been seeing that for at least more than 5 years there are transformer which has not been leaked once it has been repaired.
My question is to Mr. Atul Pandey. You have the very good APM product, I can see, but do you have any AIP model embedded in that? Any asset information planning?
Yeah,
like
it is there.
It is there in that.
It is there, and also what data aggregator, I am not telling the name, it is also having that one. And when we are putting all the designed value of the transformer, when we are designing an FAT value in the test lab, so when we are putting, it is creating the IoT, like it is simulating the transformer, and it is knowing when transformer is commissioned, and then it is calculating the age and all this thing it is going. So it is all these things. It is having the IP model in asset performance management system and the data aggregator. And we are also thinking furthermore to do the rapid AI model in this.
Do you have any planning for the asset replacement and all from this model, like
yes,
when you can do that?
We are doing this,
how fast?
and we are doing this, and in Vadodara, in the test lab, 765 kV test lab, where we are manufacturing the new transformer and testing. So there is a transformer which is feeding the power supply to the test object, and we have acquired all the devices there. We are capturing the data, and in a year we are releasing 2 times the firmware. So we are taking the specification from different customer for Asia Pacific and Middle East Africa, and also the test value, and we are implementing everything. So it is day by day, it is continuous journey for us.
So you have a predictive model in
this? Yes, it is. Both model is having the, even though I will say proactive model it is. We can put the threshold, you can change the threshold. If your transformer is running for very long, you can put the threshold nearby so that it will be more safer. So everything is there, everything is real time. You can see the gas accumulation, you can see the pressure, everything is there.
No, just one last question to you.
Yeah, sure.
Now I have a transformer. Now there is a problem in the transformer. Now, do you have any recommendation to the customer that what you have to do with the transformer?
Yeah, we are having.
Suppose you have very high gases are generating, okay?
Right.
Or you have very high tan delta in the bushing or anything, whatever it is. Now, when operator is looking at your system in the screen, he has the results, like he sees that yes, there is a problem. But do you also give a recommendation now what you have to do?
It is very interesting question, really. I will say that when we are going for health checkup, annual health checkup, we are having this year result. But if I am having a 10-year result and I will plot in the Excel, I will see that where I am going, what to do. So in the similar way, we can pick the parameter of the transformer. Whatever parameter we will say, it will be there. So we pick the parameter with the loading, with respect to time, it will give you the real graph. So immediately you will be able to know what is going to happen and what action we need to take.
No, it's not that. I am not asking that. I am not talking about a person who is very knowledgeable.
Yeah.
I am talking about a person who is not very knowledgeable, just 1 year experience and all. He does not have much idea, but he has all the screen in front of him and he wants a output like, okay, this is the problem. I want to know what to do. So do you have any such model that, yes, you have to do this? I mean, it's not that you have to do that only, but you can give a suggestion. You may do this like that. Do you have any such model?
Our APM is it is giving the actionable command. So if you will configure like SMS or email, and if you will configure the name, it will send that what to need to take the action right now. What is happening with this transformer?
So you have that?
Yes, we are
Okay,
having.
thank you.
Thank you for asking questions.
A nice, interesting session and very close to my heart. Some of the papers have highlighted the real need in terms of what the industries need in terms of both from the user end as well as from the OEM end. The OEM end has plenty of data to work on a lot of issues of this nature. We have seen from the papers that for the life cycle analysis as well as this thing, that without the proper data, we are not exactly able to go very close to what could be a possible solution or what could be the possible solutions or what could be the priorities of the possible solution. Going by the papers, the paper number 1 indicates a direction which has got enabled over the last 2-3 years with the development of certain methodologies and processes that have been brought up. It's still a very developing field and it will require a lot of industry as well as more than industry means the user industry and the people who are doing such research. Regarding the last paper by PGCIL, this is possibly one of the need of the hour for the end user industry. PGCIL is setting trends, and as I can very well confirm that similar trends have been done by NHPC. I myself participated in 3 repairs at site during my tenure. Regarding the paper related to the leakage, there have been products available, and due to I have had the opportunity to use it, so I speak out of a personal experience. Due to the lack of application, it has not been a very big success considering the transformer population and the problems that we have in the end user industry. So the vendor or as a transformer professional, I would look forward to something on a much more wider scale vis-a-vis this thing. One paper which needs some mention or possibly needs mention is related to the transportation issues that has been highlighted in terms of calculating the various approach that has started at quite a few places, but it is still a very uncontrolled and unsystematic, non-systematic method is still being adhered to, and we are seeing a lot of interpretation from the insurance in a way which is many a times not realistic. So this could be a major reason why we should organize this thing on a much more different level vis-a-vis a national level standard or something of that nature, rather than being an OEM based effort. Could be users who are working in this or who face the end result should be coming up with certain propositions related to that. But all the papers have highlighted the various needs that are they are prevalent and very important, getting important day by day. So we'll close the session with this.
Thanks, author and audience, for concluding this session in time.
Thank you to all the authors for their informative and interactive session. So now may I request the session chair and co-chair to kindly felicitate all the authors. To Dr. Tiruvai. To Mr. Raju Jana. To Mr. Atul Pandey. To Mr. Basu. To Ms. Sherry. To Mr. Rajesh. Now may I request Mr. B.N.D. Bhumik to kindly felicitate our session chair and co-chair, please. To the session chair, Mr. Gautam Majumdar. To the co-chair. Thank you everyone, and requesting everyone on the dais to assemble for a group photograph, please.
Good evening once again. Before the next session starts, the final session starts, I would like to remind and for all of you, tomorrow 3 great things are lined up. One, first time ever. I repeat, first time ever, there is a session on South African market. There is a big requirement is coming. There will be a big presentation on that for 20 minutes. This is to benefit and prepare our industry technically for the global market. Second, there is a specific solar industry discussion focusing upon transformer, how a synergy between the solar industry and the transformer ecosystem works together to make solar and transformer partnership, not only to fulfill Indian requirement, also fulfill the global requirement. It will be a very interesting discussion. All the leading solar EPC players are here tomorrow. Third, the best paper awards on each session and overall sessions will be there tomorrow. So please be there on time 9:30, because we have to close this at 1 o'clock and we have a lunch and proceed on that. So without fail, please plan your trip tomorrow. Thank you.
So moving towards our last technical session of the day. Emerging trends in transformer input material and accessories. I would like to call upon the stage the session chair, Mr. Shrikant Potnes, Eason MR Tap Changes Private Limited, and our session co-chair, Mr. Ankur Pathak, CG Power and Industrial Solutions Limited. I would request the authors also to be here at the dais. Mr. Pramod Kumar Sahu, CG Power and Industrial Solutions Limited, Dr. Sunil Tonde, Savita Oil, Mr. Ketan Jadhav, Tata Power, Mr. Puneet Bhatia, Transfix India, Mr. Budi, Shell. Requesting all the authors to please be on the dais. We welcome you all on the dais. Now may I request the session chair and co-chair to kindly take the session forward, please.
Good evening. It's good that lights are coming directly on my eyes, so I can't see anything, because there are very few people I see. They are in this auditorium now. Okay, now we are at the 6th session and the final session of paper presentation. So here we are having now only 5 papers instead of 6, because one has been already taken by Vikrant. So this is mainly on emerging trends in transformer input material and accessories. So 5 papers will be there. We have to finish within 1 hour. So we'll now request Ankur to take over.
Hello. Thank you, sir. So starting right away, our first presentation addresses a very important aspect of grid stability, reactive power control. The authors from CG Power will present a case study on the successful design and development of a 100 MVAr variable shunt reactor. This solution supports flexible grid operation under varying load conditions. I invite Mr. Pramod Sahu to present the paper titled Variable Shunt Reactor Design and Development.
Good evening all. Thanks to IEEMA and Trafotech Global 2025. I am Pramod Kumar Sahu from CG Power and Industrial Solutions Limited. My topic is variable shunt reactor design and development. Introduction to reactive power control in transmission networks. Reactive power is critical in voltage control in transmission networks, especially in long distance AC lines where voltage profiles are affected by load variation and line capacitance. Surge impedance loading. For stable grid operation, transmission lines must operate near SIL to balance reactive power generation and consumption. Load variability. Under heavy load, reactive power absorption causes voltage drops, while light loads leads to overvoltages due to capacitive effect. Fixed shunt reactors have been provided used to provide inductive compensation, but they lack flexibility in dynamic conditions. The key differences between variable shunt reactor and the fixed shunt reactor. Variable shunt reactor gives advantage on dynamic load variations, minimized manual switching operations, more economical solution for grid, suitable for renewable grid integrations, and moreover, more grid operational efficiency and stability. Whereas it has some drawbacks when compared to same rating of fixed shunt reactor, the space requirement is high, and because of the tap winding and the OLTC, the cost of the transformer, cost of the reactor is high. Now I am going to present a case study on 100 MVA 330 kV VSR. The rated voltage of the VSR is 330 kV and the regulation range is from 50 to 100%. The rated frequency is 50 Hz and the type of core construction is 3-phase 5-limb core construction. The required losses at 100 MVA was 285 kilowatt and the insulation level for line terminal 1175 kV peak for lightning impulse and for 950 kV peak for switching impulse level. And so for neutral terminal it is 325 kV peak and 140 kV RMS. The noise level requirement was 83 dB. Now I am going to talk about design concepts and construction. Core and winding configuration. Similar to fixed shunt reactor, variable shunt reactor used gapped core construction and HV winding near to the gapped core. Tap winding configuration depends on the variation range and dielectric levels of the VSR. Selection of OLTC. Depending on the variation range of the MVAR and mostly the loss parameter at what base MVAR customer is looking for. Because that decides the type of OLTC configuration, whether to select linear or core spine or go for reversing type. For this case study, we have selected reversing type tap changer. Though the range is from 50 to 100 MVA, the tap winding consists only 15% turns compared to the for this case. So that's the reason we have selected reversing type configuration. Dielectric design consideration. Intershielded HV main winding are provided for this and tap windings are of continuous disc. Normally when tap changer comes into picture or tap winding comes into picture, it is very difficult to address the oscillations, because sometimes what happens when the MVR variation is much higher, the number of turns on the tap winding is very high, and to compensate that, tap winding is very critical and the oscillation levels while evaluating in software, the oscillations goes very high compared to the required levels. Thermal design is similar to the fixed shunt reactor, and for this calculated temperature rise was decided on lower side. Simulation and design analysis. On the left hand side, what you are seeing is the simulation of reactance at individual taps performed with the help of FEMM software, and the figure what you are seeing is at the extreme tap conditions. And the figure on the right hand side is the simulation of major insulation at central line location, where the highest DI levels are checked for the validation of the insulations. Here there is on left hand side we have shown the calculated versus measured results, and for reactance, we have found less than 1% variation for the complete 25 tap range. And the right hand side, it is the reactive power, which is from the measured reactance. This is the performance result which is performed at CG power, and if you see the loss parameter, it is against 285 kilowatt, the tested figure is 261.46 kilowatt, and the lightning impulse along with chopped, the switching impulse, the neutral impulse, all withstood successfully. The induced over voltage withstand test, it was tested 55 against the requirement of 100 PC. The measurement of noise level is 68.66 dB against the requirement of 83 dB. And mostly the vibration, which is a key aspect for reactors, that also it was measured 10.94 against the requirement of 60 micron. The temperature rise are also well within the limits of 30.67 against the requirement of 50 and 33.71 against the requirement of 55 degrees centigrade. With this, I am concluding my session. BSR normal enables smooth reactive power control without manual switching, improving grid response and efficiency. Single VSR unit replaces multiple fixed reactors, saving space and investment. The 100 MVR 330 kV VSR was designed, built and tested successfully at CGPISL Bhopal, making a domestic technological excellence. VSR's dynamic compensation makes it ideal for modern grids with high levels of renewable integration and complex loads. Thank you.
Thank you, Pramod. So our next paper focuses on insulation life enhancement, a critical challenge for transformer reliability. This study analyzes moisture migration and aging behavior of paper and mineral oil versus ester-based liquids. I invite Dr. Sunil Tonde from Savita Oil Technologies Limited to present the paper titled Superior Moisture Migration and Paper Aging Properties in Ester Liquids in Wet Insulation Systems.
Thank you, Ankur. So, good evening, everybody. So, in this particular paper, we are trying to highlight the most important aspect in the transformer, which is the paper insulation, which is very important because the life of the paper, which in turn decides the life of the transformer. So, to take care of the insulation, paper insulation is much important here. So, we need to understand how really, chemically we need to understand how really paper degrades, and then only we can do we can find some solutions to do that, which is fairly known, that which is because of the moisture, but we have not fully understood that in most of the cases. And in this particular paper, we will see how the really moisture migrates from the paper to the insulation insulation paper to the liquid, and then how it really affects the degradation of the paper. So, as I said, chemical understanding of the degradation of the paper is very important, and this insulation paper is made up of cellulose, and this cellulose can degrade by 3 different pathways, which is thermal pyrolysis, hydrolytic cleavage and oxidation. So, in thermal, we can have the various gases generated in that along with the water, and this water generated can cleave this paper hydrolytically to generate again the smaller chains of the cellulose, which reduces the strength of the paper and then insulation, overall strength of the insulation. And oxidation is another phenomena which can happen because of the increase of maybe oxygen, and moisture as well can do this job by generating the acids in the insulation liquid. So this is what was that was the typically the ways of pathways of the degradation, which here at the molecular level, this ether linkage of the cellulose, it degrades and forms the various oligomers or maybe monomers, and degrades the strength of the cellulose, that is the insulation paper. So to mimic some effects, we have done some, in-house we did some experiments by setting up. In the first setup, this is in-house setup, what we have done was the preloaded moisture, paper with the preloaded moisture was dipped in the oil which is moving, maybe circulating, maybe agitated, and at different time interval we analyze the moisture in the different oils, which gave us the idea how the moisture migrates from the paper to the different kinds of oil. And another picture shows, which is this setup was used for the aging of the paper, which is as per IEEE guidelines. Very interesting phenomena we could observe was the migration of the moisture from paper to the oils. Here you can see, you can follow the blue line for the mineral oil, green for the green for the natural ester, the biotransol, and the red line for the synthetic ester, transol synth 100, which we used. So here you can very well see within 1 hour the mineral oil was saturated maybe around 50 ppm, and there it stays because it doesn't have the property to take the moisture in more. So rest of the moisture which was there on the paper, which was stayed with the paper and could not be migrated in the oil. Whereas in case of esters, ester liquids, the moisture in the first hour, we can see the rate was higher. However, the moisture migration was continued at least till 5 hours. Beyond that we have not studied, but I think it should continue till the saturation level in the liquids. We have done this at 3 different temperatures, and the trends were similar, though the magnitude was little different. And as we can see here, the moisture absorption capacity of this synthetic ester was higher than the natural ester over the mineral oils. So this is what was in the migration, and the same trend was followed when we aged this pre-moisture loaded paper with the IEEE guidelines at 160 degrees centigrade. So fairly at higher temperature, and we could see the same effect. Here you can see, you can follow the dotted lines for the wet paper, degradation of the wet, study of the wet paper, and the solid lines for the dry papers. So wet papers in the mineral oil were degraded faster, whereas at least in the study what we have seen, there was no large effect we could see on the degradation of the paper with comparison to the dry paper. This is because the moisture was traveled from the paper to the liquid fluids. So what happened was the paper was made dry and the life was extended. So this can be this is the way we can really enhance the life of the paper and in turn the life of the transformer. So with this, the conclusions, we can say the wet paper study we had up till now we are not done, and we are now presenting this study which can be the cases in the real life where the wet papers are already there. And we have seen the trend, the moisture migration also happens in the with a trend that synthetic ester absorbs more moisture than the natural ester, and lastly it comes to the mineral oil. So with this, we will in future we are also studying this for another parameters of the paper degradation. So with this, I thank the audience as well as IEEMA for allowing us to present this piece of work. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Tonde. So the third presentation introduces a smart thermal protection system for dry type transformers with advanced monitoring and intelligent trip algorithms. I request Mr. Ketan Jadhav from Tata Power to present the paper titled Intelligent Thermal Protection for Dry Type Transformers.
Good evening all. The dry type transformers are widely used in critical applications such as the commercial buildings and residential building and indoor substations where safety and reliability are paramounts. We have distribution. We have vast distribution network in Mumbai regions where we have installed almost about more than 600 plus dry type transformers installed across the city. With these predominant indoor installations, operation reliability is strongly influenced by the temperature rise, making effective monitoring of essential for the city highest density networks. Conventional thermal protection system suffers from the limitations that undermine the reliability and diagnostic capability, like the Gaussian stripping. The false strip often caused by faulty sensors or the momentarily overloads, unnecessary distributed operations, and we have cases in our distribution system like faulty RTD sensors causes the customer shutdown. And city like Mumbai, we cannot must face these challenges as we have to supply the continuous power supply. And the second limitation with the existing system is inadequate data. Event logging is restricted in its only maximum temperature value. In earlier system, failing to provide a crucial trip data for post-event analysis. No power backup. In earlier conventional data, there is no power backup. Actually, after the shutdown, we have to take an auxiliary power supply to charge the system and see the device readings, which is preventing vital temperature review and fault analysis after the shutdown. Limited diagnostic. Most systems can only identify RTD faults when the open, loose or short condition, several limiting their overall diagnostic capability. As you see, there is simplified block diagram where temperature data from the sensor is processed by singular air conditioning and ADC. The key addition for the intelligent are the enhanced control logic with logic and the integrated rechargeable battery and with charger. The system provides signals like alarm, trip and transformer breakers, trip to transformer breakers and the SCADA system. The first key features we have introduced is sensor pairing. In this model, the two RTD sensors are embedded per phase or coil, and the system compares the reading in real time. As we see, the W phase is assigned as channel 1 and 4 for U phase, channel 2 and 5 for V phase, and channel 3 and 6 for W phase. The system continuously compares the reading in real time. For a 3-phase system, we utilize channels 1 and 4, as you can see. The key features like alarm value will change according to channel pairing. Relay will give the alarm and indication only the temperature value of both sensors in same phase or coil is greater than alarm set value. Likewise, the trip logic divided into two parts. As condition 1, relay will give the trip signal after the calculation delay if temperature value of both sensors in same coil are lesser than maximum trip value but greater than the trip set value. And the second condition or relay will give the trip signal immediately if temperature value of both sensors in same phase coil are greater than a maximum trip set value. The next why delay and logic. The primary motivation of the delay feature is to empower our field engineers to provide a critical window and opportunity after an alarm before an automatic trip. This allows the visit the site and take preventive actions like transferring the load or the switching supply to bring the temperature down safely. The delay also serves as a technical purpose for filtering the noise stripping caused by momentary overload, ensuring the transformer only goes offline when absolutely necessary. The first graph shows the time versus delay characteristics. We can see that the inversely will follow the inverse type characteristics. So higher the temperature, shorter the delay. And the second and third graph shows the two scenario where temperature might follow this type of characteristics and by delay logic programs such that it will follow inverse type characteristics. Higher the temperature, shorter the delay for safety purpose. The third features is like channel difference, coil difference. For identifying the faulty sensors, we have for diagnostic purpose. These two modes are additionally implemented in existing conventional monitoring system. In this mode, a difference between channel to channel and RTD is calculated from the same phase coil. Relay will give fault indication if temperature difference between both sensors, same coil phase is greater than channel difference set values. Temperature difference and in coil to coil difference, in this mode difference between the channel to channel of RTD is calculated from the difference phase coil, and relay will give faulty indication if the temperature difference between the channels with the same coil of transformer is greater than coil difference value. This will give the backup RTD to the phases to give correct actions. The fourth improvements is that rechargeable battery. Like we have installed a 3.6 volt cell lithium-ion battery provides reliable backup supply. Lithium-ion battery provides a reliable backup power supporting the 16 hours of continuous operation after a power loss. It includes inbuilt smart charger and features an auto sleep mode to extend the backup power. The fifth is data logging. While conventional device only record the maximum temperature, it records the temperature at the exact moment of the strip shutdown along with the associated channel. It also stores the history of recent temperature at fixed intervals, enabling clearer trend analysis and accurate fault diagnostics. These are the advantages I like to highlight. In summary, the system delivers the robust with a rechargeable power backup, trip filtering algorithm, and data logging options, and the retrofitted design. The picture shows that we have installed this transformer at the enclosure of the data transformer, and first one, second one is inside the PSS. The final conclusion and future scopes are the system is successfully overcome the limitation of the conventional system by introducing intelligent backup sensors, validation and enhanced diagnostics. This small improvement will help to keep our transformers safe and reliable. We are looking ahead. Our future scope includes seamless IoT integration for real-time monitoring and enabling utilities to manage their asset even more productively. Thank you.
Thank you, Ketan. The next paper presents a material innovation in transformer bushings using polyamide 66 as an alternative to epoxy and porcelain. The study highlights mechanical, electrical, thermal and environmental advantages along with IEC compliance. I invite Mr. Nilesh Khandwekar from Transfix India to present the paper titled Polyamide Bushing for Transformers.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, everyone. Myself, Nilesh Khandwekar. Basically, I am a mechanical engineer with plastic domain. I'm very much fortunate to be part of the development of these bushings. To begin with introduction. So bushings are essential for transformer reliability and safety, serving as both electrical insulator and mechanical support. Conventionally, these bushings are manufactured using porcelain and epoxy resin, and these are due to the widely used electrical insulation and capability of theirs. So recent advancement in the polymer technology have made polyamide, commonly known as nylon 66, a viable alternative for these materials. Moving part, challenges with the conventional bushings. At the material front, thermal cycling, microcracking, UV, environmental degradation and moisture absorption. At design front, void formation during casting, poor control of resin mix, metal insert bonding with the material, electrically surface tracking and erosion, mechanical and structurally brittleness and reduced performance due to temperature differences. In field, pollution and environmental stresses, thermal overload, hotspot and hotspot formations. Moving to the next slide. Why polyamide? This might be the questions of the hour. So polyamide 66, nylon 66, a thermoplastic engineering which offers a unique combinations of mechanical strength, chemical resistance, electrical insulation and thermal stability. With the technological advancement, using a glass fiber reinforcement, the polymer PA66 can be molded into bushing, which are capable of withstanding the mechanical stresses, environmental conditions, and all the testing requirements as specified in 60137. This material is already widely used in the electrical applications across the globe, various different industries. And the properties of this material is mechanically it is high impact resistance, flexible under the stresses. Glass reinforced can be added to improve its properties. Electrically it is high dielectric strength and low dielectric losses and surface resistivity obvious. So as a part of design and construction of this bushing, earlier the conventional bushings are molded, the metal inserts are casted into the epoxy based resin and hardened then cured, involving a various process traces and may lead to the crack and voids in the part. Whereas in our polyamide bushings, we have a top and bottom housing molded in the plastic material, and the bus bar is gone through the bottom housing, then the top housing will be fixed along with the dowel. So dowel makes it arrest the motion of the bus bar to move to and fro, and the screws are used to enclose the top housing. So to avoid the leakage between the bus bars while the bushing has been mounted on the tank, O-rings has been used with White-on and NBR material, and gaskets are used at the bottom level for the tank leakage. So to deep down in the process, earlier this plastic are been reprocessed, then molded into the top and bottom different parts. The bottom includes bus bar, O-rings and other hardwares are taken. Then they are made into assembly using this. After that, 100% oil leakage is performed and HV test. Then after regular packing. So this bushing incorporates the clearance fit bus bar with the polyamide components, effectively eliminating the thermal and molding stresses. So significantly reducing the risk of failure compared to the conventional bushings. As a design point of view, at development phases, we have conducted, we tried to simulate the cantilever test as specified in IEC 60137. And other part, we have also tried to simulate the mold flow of the parts to early detection of the plastic defects, some like the voids, sinks, and other before development of the tool. At the standard and compliance testing, we have tested these bushings at as per IEC 60137. Electrical type test involves drive withstand voltage, drive impulse voltage, and partial discharge limits. The partial discharge limits are well within the limits as specified in IC, which is about around 10 PC, 10 picocoulomb. We have achieved about 0.5 picocoulomb. At the mechanical test, we have performed cantilever load, sealing tightness, heat run test on the actual transformers, resistance of UV at the material level, then thermal cycling. As in part of conclusion, this bushing offers an advanced solution for the transformer application, combining mechanical strength, electrical insulation, thermal stability. With fully compliant IC 60137, this bushing simplifies the manufacturing and enhances safety. Unlike epoxy bushing, PA66 eliminates the internal stresses formed during molding that typically leads to crack, leakage in the further of the life, and short circuit and partial discharge deterioration. This bushing ensures long-term operation, reliability, and support, and sustainable transformer performance. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Nilesh. So we come to this edition's last paper. The final paper in this session provides a global perspective on adoption of synthetic organic ester liquids in transformer applications. I welcome Mr. Budi from Shell, Indonesia, to present the paper titled Developments in the Adoption of Synthetic Organic Esters.
Thank you. Very good afternoon. Today, I would like to demonstrate about the developments in the adoption of synthetic organic esters. Growing decarbonization and also reliability are increasing stress on power network, demanding compact, resilient, and also sustainable substation design. Climate change is applying extreme weather events, requiring more robust and future-proof transformer assets. Also, integrating renewables and battery energy storage system. So, synthetic organic esters created from the fatty acids and also with alcohol through the esterification process provide a proven alternatives, less flammable, non-toxic, and also readily biodegradable, high oxidation stability. This is for free breathing and also high temperature application. Synthetic organic esters liquid extend transformer life by improving insulation moisture management and also slowing aging. So this adoption supports safety, lower environmental impact, and also advance on the UN Sustainable Development Goals. Here's the journey of the synthetic organic esters. Synthetic organic esters developed in 1970s to replace the PCB, one of the dangerous molecule in the transformer liquids. First prove their value in retrofit projects, demonstrating compatibility with the existing transformer system. Despite that the synthetic organic esters have a different characteristic with the conventional mineral oil, like permittivity, viscosity, also sometimes make challenges for the transformers designer when design the transformer with synthetic organic esters in large power transformers. So have widespread adoption followed interaction transformers, distribution transformers, and now large power and generated step-up transformers. Today is up to 400 kV and will getting more, driven by performance under high thermal and also a lot of variability. Synthetic organic esters are increasingly preferred by urban, space-restricted, and environmentally sensitive locations, and regions at risk of wildfires or extreme weather due to their less flammable and also eco-friendly profile. Adoption continues to accelerate across distribution, transmission, renewable generations, and battery storage, with growing interest in higher voltage and power ratings. It's proven globally, particularly in the Europe, like in National Grid UK. So they have a reference with the 400 kV transformers with synthetic organic esters. This adoption also has taken place in India. For example, in 2021, Adani Electricity Mumbai Limited commissioned India's first synthetic organic ester oil field transformers on its Mumbai transmission network. The synthetic organic ester was chosen for this is 220 kV, 125 MVA transformer primarily because of the fire safety risk reductions. And also more recently, Power Grid Corporation of India, PGCIL, took receipt of India's largest of its kind transformer 400 kV, 315 MVA. PGCIL noted that this is an important milestone in sustainable high-performance power solutions in a company statement. So these successes reflect a similar and increasing global trend in specifying synthetic organic esters in distribution and transmission networks, with interest in further increases in power and voltage ratings, as well as use in renewable generation and battery storage projects. Supporting asset management by unlocking life cycle value, large power transformers are high value, long life assets requiring smart specification also and life cycle care. Although that synthetic organic esters field transformer have a higher upfront cost, a total cost of ownership approach reveals significant savings, like a reduced fire protection system and civil works, smaller substation footprint, and also shorter project timelines, and lower lifetime environmental and operational costs. Synthetic organic esters extend installation life, slow aging, and improve transformer health, supported by IC, IEEE, and also many research by long-term field data. It's a proven reliability and performance in service, even in harsh climates, enabling more informed and efficient asset management decision. So synthetic organic esters deliver safer, longer lasting, and more cost-efficient transformer assets, supporting sustainable infrastructure investment. Protecting sensitive environments, increasingly strict environmental regulations are driving interest in biodegradable, non-toxic transformer fluids. Synthetic organic esters degrade rapidly and retain biodegradability even after years of service, unlike mineral oil which persists in soil and water. Extensive global testing shows esters are safe to aquatic life and if used for rich registrations, do not bioaccumulate, and can be easily recovered in marine environments as per BOM regulations. Using synthetic organic ester field transformers provide greater confidence in pristine ecological locations, such as a reservoir, rivers, lakes, and also wetlands. Synthetic organic ester enables simplified substation containment design, reduce delay system, lighter infrastructures, lowering both environmental impact and insulating costs. Proven success in offshore winds and floating solar installation highlight their suitability where environmental protection is critical. So synthetic organic esters minimize environmental risk while enabling cleaner, safer, and more sustainable substation design. Talking about the circularity considerations, Circularity is becoming a core requirement in sustainable energy infrastructures, minimizing waste and maximizing reuse across the asset life cycle. Synthetic organic esters support circular design, long-term stability, low degradation, and low environmental impact, enable longer transformer life and sustainable operation. Widely used for retrofit of mineral oil transformers, avoiding premature disposal, preventing environmental risk, and eliminating costly fire mitigation upgrades. Not only focus on the cradle to gate, cradle to grave, but how to demonstrate to cradle. End-of-life recyclability is high. Liquids can be recovered and also reused. The launch of the first regenerated synthetic esters in 2023 marks a breakthrough for transformer circularity, enabling reuse of the electric liquid in new and also legacy assets. Synthetic organic esters enable a circular transformer life cycles, longer use, safe retrofit, recyclable materials, regenerated fluids, supporting a low waste energy system. This is the case study, the first regenerated synthetic organic esters. In 2023, the circularity of synthetic organic esters took a major step forward with the launch of the world's first regenerated synthetic organic ester product. Regenerated synthetic ester meets IEC 61099, IS 16081. This product has now been used to retrofit two units 2.5 MVA transformers originally manufactured in 1971 and located in the Lake District in the UK. So, and also the parameter well within the IEC 61203. For the conclusions, synthetic organic esters proven a large scale, successfully deployed in thousands of demanding applications, underground substations, industrial sites, offshore platform, and environmentally sensitive area. High safety and environmental performance, fire resistance, non-toxic, and biodegradable, enables reduced containment needs and intervention substation layouts. Strong economic value. Despite higher initial cost than mineral oil, design phase adoption lower total project cost and total cost ownership. Support asset management strategies, retrofilling mineral oil transformers improve safety, reduce risk exposure, and aligns with sustainability and ensure requirements. Enable circularity, extend transformer life, lowers environmental impact, and enable end-of-life recovery, helps utilities build resilient, responsible, future-ready power networks. Synthetic organic esters are not just an alternative to mineral oil, they are strategic enabler of safe, sustainable, and circular power infrastructure. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Budi. We can take some questions. Please go ahead.
My question is for Dr. Sunil Tonde. Actually, in your study, you have shown that when oil is heated, the migration from paper to oil has happened. But is there any study in which when the oil cools down, what will be the precipitation concentration of moisture in oil and migration back to the paper or condensation within the oil of the moisture? And also, what is the saturation level of ester oil in comparison to mineral oil? Thank you.
Thanks for the question. Good question as such. It's good thought for the work to do at the lower temperature, but however our study we had started from the 40 degrees centigrade. So at least at the room temperature, we have got the migration from the paper to the fluid. Whereas at very low temperature, we need to study that. Basically, it depends as a technical part. I would say cellulose is made up. Cellulose is hygrous. It can absorb the moisture. Whereas these dielectric fluids, they don't retain water for this thing. So up to saturation limit only they can do it. But based on the polarity, even at low temperature, we expect the migration from paper to liquid. However, I don't have the conclude data because we don't have it. So maybe we can present it once we have it. And another question you had was the saturation in the synthetic ester, right? So it's around 1200 ppm or so. So by that time you are at least other effects one needs to see in the transformer what happens at that level. But at least paper can be, oil can take that much moisture which paper loses.
In addition of this question, because this is also related my expertise on this ester. So ester oil, basically that they have different chemical structures with mineral oil. Normally mineral oil is hydrogen and carbon. And also in esters, not only have hydrogen and carbon, but also carbon chain and also oxygen. So means that they are oxygen and also hydrogen. It is the same chemical structure of oil, water, which is hydrogen and oxygen. Due to have a chemical structure, H2O, hydrogen and oil, so ester and also mineral oil will have a hydrogen bonding. Means that this is the ability of ester can absorb a lot of moistures from the cellulose paper. So when the transformer high, there's also pyrolysis that's explained, that will release the moistures, and this kind of moisture will absorb to the ester molecule. So when the transformer going down, if the level of the moisture saturation still there, the moisture will not going back to the paper. So this is means that the paper will dry. Will dry means there is very little limit water in the paper, and then make the degree polymerization high. And in terms of the water saturation, there's also already published in the SIGRE technical brochure 436 about the moisture saturation for natural esters at 20 degrees C. Yeah, natural ester is 1100 ppm, while mineral oil 20 degrees C is only 55 ppm, and 26 degrees C is 2600 for synthetic ester. So synthetic ester have a higher moisture tolerance or moisture saturations in the same degree temperature. Of course, if it is increasing temperature, then the moisture saturation also will adjust, will make also higher. Hope this answers your question.
So we are already past our closing time. We can take one more question.
Some of the studies we have heard, whenever the synthetic ester fluids have been filled inside the transformer, the IR value goes down. So is there any relevant data or some IS or IEC available?
Yes, the principle like this. If you have mineral oil, and then you normally dry the mineral oil in order to remove the water, and also to increase the breakdown voltage level, and also showing the characteristics of insulation resistance is high. When the transformers with mineral oil, and then really high humidity, a lot of water, then it is also increase or decrease the level of insulation resistance. Am I right?
Right, but
yes, this is the same case. What I'm telling just now, that in esters, they have a higher moisture saturation. Higher saturation means that contain a lot of water, and the insulation resistance in ester, particular synthetic esters, is become lower, is normal, and then will not affect to the transformer performance. If you can see, I don't think that IC have this data, but in IEEE C5752, it's mentioned about the esters will have, or tendency will have, lower insulation resistance than the mineral oil. About the value, nothing mentioned in detail, but in general term. And the transformer should be okay when the insulation resistance ester is low, because it is according to this characteristic of the oil or content or very likely with water.
Noted, thank you.
Okay, so I would now request Potnishji, our session chair,
No more questions?
to give his remarks.
Thank you, Ankur, and all the authors. So, last over, we were to score 36 runs, and I think we have perhaps scored 40 runs because there are still 10 minutes left. Okay, now coming to these papers, I'm really happy to see this one, that the first paper itself, the variable shunt reactor. This is being talked for a long time. I think must be around 10 years, 12 years in India, but I understand only Adani has used it so far in India, and Power Grid is now thinking of using it. I just remember Anand was referring in his panel discussion yesterday. I think he was trying to ask this one, say a new candidate, when he goes for an interview, they ask for, do you have experience? Now he is coming fresh from the college, how you are asking for the experience? So similar thing is happening here also. The moment you try to introduce something, utility will ask, do you have 2 years experience? Now for the first time he has made that product and you are asking whether you are having 2 years experience, how it is possible? When I had gone to Korea about 21 years back, that time those people had taken me to one center. It was having almost all the voltages, and they said this is experimental setup of Korean electricity. You develop any product, you want to try it, put it there, it will be checked under actual environmental conditions, and the report will be given. You test it, you develop it and test it here. So this is how the encouragement to the industry is given. And that's why perhaps why India is lacking in introducing new product. China, you can see the space, all Koreans also. But here we see that the support, I will not blame the engineers, because our structure itself is like that. The first finance person will come there. So on what basis you have given order? Did he have any experience? So naturally the engineers will go back. So I think this needs to be changed in India. Let us see now when we will see that. I am happy at least Adani has come forward and used this variable shunt reactor. It's not a very new concept, but for India, definitely it is. Then we had 2 papers on ester oils, one by Mr. Savita and second one by Mr. Budi. So I am happy that the kind of experiments Savita has done on these 3 oils. It's not for the first time, but at higher elevated temperature they are doing this experiment, and these kind of experiments are required to be done if you have to really acquire knowledge. You have to do it yourself. Don't just Google it and get the data. Now ChatGPT has come to rescue many people, but let us not depend too much on that. Experiment ourselves, get the data, and like what he has suggested, migration of moisture from oil back to paper, these kind of experiment, perhaps I think Savita will take up seriously and go ahead. Then third paper which Tata has given, that was on, I think this is a idea they got when they must have faced the failures on the transformers. So there the idea has come, okay, instead of 1 RTD, let us use 2 RTD, then take that data, compare with each other and then see whether the RTA is problem, RTD is problem, or the transformer is a problem. So this is a new concept. I think very recently they have introduced this, and gradually perhaps it will spread across pan-India. So that concept, I think, let us see, watch and see how it picks up. Then next paper was on polyamide, that is nylon bushings. People must have experienced a lot of problems with epoxy bushing. Even while tightening the hardwares which are integrally molded in the epoxy bushings, a crack develops. Even with the temperature, the crack gets initiated in the epoxy. They have used nylon, at least I have heard for the first time. Of course, this is not integrally molded, but it is assembled one. But let us see how it goes further. But at least they are using something different. It's not that copy-paste. Okay, so I have already covered about this ester oil. So I thank again whatever balanced number of audience is here, authors. Thanks a lot. Let me hand over session, please.
Thank you, sir, and thank you all the authors for this beautiful technical session on emerging trends in transformer technology, transformer input material and accessories. I would also like to specially thank all the delegates who has patiently waited, and without a tea break, they were continuously listening 3 sessions. So thank you all delegates. Now I request Ankurji and Potni sir to felicitate the authors. So first, Mr. Pramod Kumar Sahu. So a big round of applause. I think this is the last session, and yeah, please. Dr. Sunil Mr. Ketan Jadhav, Mr. Nilesh, Mr. Budi, now to facilitate chair and co-chair, I would like to call Mr. Y.V. Joshi on the stage. So please join us. Sir, request you to first facilitate Mr. Ankur Pathak. Potni sir.
Big round of applause. Friends, before you leave, 3 important announcements. Number 1, a tea has been arranged at the top upper portico left side. A special tea has been arranged for all of you. Have a nice tea, relax before you leave. Second, those who are not collected the kit bag, please collect. It's not about the kit bag, it's about the memory of you attending the Trafotech, and keep it as a treasure. I still keep the kit bag which I attended in 2008. So please carry it before, if you have not taken, please take it. Third, please come tomorrow 9:30. Okay. Thank you. Have a good time to all.